going to be fast and furious with lots of twists and turns.
It's going to be a bumpy road where precision is needed.
And we are talking about chess. Welcome to the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight.
Oh.
It's full of traps. You saw the reaction. He was like, oh, crap, here we go. Like, what has this kid got in store?
It's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king might see this on the board.
Levon is freaking out. He's got 5 seconds. It's over.
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Drzaga reacts. He celebrates.
Oh, hello.
And now just seconds of the broken. Wesley down that 3 seconds. Walks into a pin.
He is so stressed out.
Tension. He knows he's so close on this one.
Oh,
He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley So there, he celebrates. This is the 5th tournament of the Champions Chess Tour. This season-long tour is designed to decide the very best chess player in online speed chess. And this one is a battle of generations for that spot into the season and final. We are live from our studio in Oslo, and to keep you on top of all the action, we're back with the OGs. Grandmaster David Howell, Chincha Chiam, Simon Williams, and in the studio, International Master Jovanka Haska. Jovi, welcome back.
It's good to be back here, Tanya. It feels like home here in Oslo.
And what a time to be back, Jovanka. The season is heating up. It's been a dramatic one so far, a new format. What are you most excited about in this one?
Well, we're coming to the end of the season, as you say, and oh my God, everyone is starting to get nervous as those places to Toronto are going up for grabs. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. And talking about that, can I just say that that opening scene that you guys shot was just the coolest scene I've ever seen.
That was a lot of fun. It is going to be fast and furious chess. Simon, you were quite the Speedy Gonzalez on the go-kart track. A lot of fun, but it also got competitive.
It did, yeah. I mean, whenever you race David, do anything with David, it's going to get a little bit competitive. But I thought my only chance, as he always beats me at chess, is to try to outdrive him. But we will kind of have to wait and see who won the go-karting. But it was a lot of fun, loads of fun.
It was, and let's just say that myself and Simon, we're much better chess players than we are drivers. But the adrenaline's pumping. This tournament's going to be fast. We're ready.
We are ready, and it is the race to Toronto. 8 players will qualify. The winner of each of the 6 events and the players who finish on top of the leaderboard. 4 have already booked a spot. Magnus Carlsen with 2 wins this season. Hikaru Nakamura punched his ticket with a spectacular final win against Fabiano Caruana in the Chessable Masters. Nodirbek Abdusattorov crushed the field in the Chess Kit Cup. Fabiano Caruana, yet to win an event, but with his consistent performance, has accumulated enough tour points to book his seat in Toronto. Let's take a look at our leaderboards. And Magnus Carlsen still in first place with his double mammy, first with the Airthings Masters victory and then the Aimchess Rapid. But with 2 wins, he's opened up another qualification spot through the tour standings. David, tour points are critical. Who's feeling the pressure?
Yeah, there's plenty at stake for everyone now, Tanya, especially as we near the end of the season. I'm looking at the top 10 here. I'm seeing Denis Lazavik, also just outside the top 10, Alireza Firouzja, who need those points. Ideally, tournament victory in Division 1 will bank them a spot in the finals, but points are key at this stage.
Yeah, those are the players in Division 1. But in Division 2, there are still 2 names battling it out. Of course, we have Vladimir Fedoseev and also Levon Aronian, who will be looking to win Division 2, grab those 50 points, and, of course, grab a spot into the next tournament's Division 1.
That is the dream for these players. Lots to fight for, a lot on the line. Tour points as well as the big bucks. Now, one of the big tour favorites this season has been Wesley So, but it has been a couple of disappointing tournaments for the world number 8, an early exit from the World Cup, and a rather forgettable World Rapid Team Championship. Simon, what's going on with Wesley?
It's hard to say. I mean, he's such a strong player, Wesley. When he plays well, he can beat everyone, but he needs to finish in the top half of this competition to qualify for the next round. So he needs to win his first couple of matches and then he'll be safe in the final. And it's really down to Wesley. Wesley, on his day, is just one of the best players in the world, but he's got to come out and perform here.
I must say, Simon, I'm one of Wesley So's biggest fans, and I was sitting just a few tables away from him at the World Cup recently, and something was off. He just didn't look himself, didn't look like he wanted to be there. And yeah, I'm just hoping we see him get back to his usual self, to the Wesley we know and love.
Absolutely. Wesley So hasn't won a season event yet, but with tour points, he's on the cusp of qualification. He needs to finish in the top 4 to seal the deal, but it's not going to be easy with the stellar cast of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. 3 generations fighting it out. The veteran Pavel Elyanov, tremendous experience, a very principled player. And we've got the generation at their peak being led by Magnus Carlsen and the youngest player in the field, 16-year-old Denis Lazavik. Jovanka, who is the player you're most excited to watch?
Well, I have to start off by saying Magnus Carlsen is probably like the guy who's won everything, so he's a big favorite. But, you know, apart from Magnus, I'm actually going to say Fabiano Caruana. He just grabbed a spot to the candidates, and he did very well at the World Rapid Team Championships.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going to be a little bit greedy and pick 2 players, if I'm allowed to, and 2 of the younger players, and they're actually playing in the first match. So I'm picking Nodirbek, who's won one of these competitions before, incredibly strong, and his opponent, the Razor, Alireza. And Alireza is so fun to watch, and he's actually just won 2 of the titled Tuesday competitions yesterday. So he's on great form, and I think if one of those guys wins, they could win the whole thing there.
You know what? We're 4 very experienced players here, 4 very experienced commentators. I'm going to go for the experienced player of the group, Pavel Elyanov. He might be the underdog. Magnus Carlsen will probably win it, but Elyanov, I'm hoping he has a deep run.
That's a hot take by David. Going for the most experienced player, but the youngest player in the field is 16-year-old Denis Lazavik, also known as Dan Laz. Raw talent, he's fast, he's fearless, and his journey to Division 1 had us all on the edge of our seats.
Denis Lazavik was dominant in Division 2 of the Aimchess Rapid. At the age of only 16 years old, he handled elite opponents with ease. In a best-of-4 match format, he went 3-0 in back-to-back matches against notable grandmasters David Paravian and Amin Tabatabai. His toughest opponent came in the form of American grandmaster Sam Sevian in the winners' final. The pair were incredibly evenly matched, drawing 4 games in a row. In Armageddon, Lazavik muscled his way into a material and positional advantage with the black pieces. But since all he needed was a draw, he was more than happy to repeat moves, getting the draw and winning the match. Thanks to the double elimination format, Sevian had a chance at redemption after clawing his way through the loser's bracket and back into the grand final for a rematch. Once again, the game results were all draws, stuck in high-level chess gridlock.
And look at this, draw agreed. These guys always draw Armageddon.
This time Sevian had the black pieces in Armageddon, and he played a rook and bishop versus rook endgame until a draw by 50 move rule, securing the match win.
Oh my, dangerous. God. And that's it, he made the draw.
But it wasn't over yet. Since Lazavik had yet to lose a match until then, he was given another chance in the second grand final. True to their form, they produced only draws until in Armageddon, Sevian had a winning endgame with the white pieces. On the precipice of victory, he blundered a pawn and with it the win, allowing Lazavik to draw and win a very hard-fought Aimchess Rapid. We'll see how this member of the younger generation fares in the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
And what a win that was. Don't be fooled by his age. Denis Lazavik is a dangerous opponent, and this is a huge opportunity for him playing in Division 1. David, we've seen some phenomenal performances by Division 2 winners this season.
That's right. For Denis Lazavik and for everyone in Division 2 this time, they only need to take inspiration from Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who won that division and went on to shine in the top division. And yeah, they can do it this time too.
The god of chess, Kaisa, seems to shine on those players who get that Division 2 victory. And there are some big names of fighting. Former World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. David, all around, massive competition. Who's the one player to watch out for?
You have some huge names there, Tanya, but my eyes will be on Vladimir Fedoseev and Levon Aronian. As Jovanka mentioned earlier, they have it all to play for in tour points because they need to clinch their spot in the tour finals.
Absolutely. For these players, a lot on the line to get that ticket to Toronto. Levon Aronian, Fedoseev fighting for that. But it's not just Division 2. Big names in Division 3, including a former world champion.
That's right. Big Vlad, very popular player, one of my favorite world champions ever. Vladimir Kramnik will be participating in Division 3. Watch out as well for Anish Giri. Lots of big names there too.
Anish Giri fighting it out in Division 3. The action is on. Big, juicy matchups all around. You can follow Division 2 action on Chess Dojo's channel and Division 3 action on Grandmaster Ben Feingold's channel. Our focus in the studio will be in Division 1 with the finish line in sight. It is clutch time for these players. It has been an action-packed season so far.
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and wow, what a move.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second.
Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event.
He's training more.
No
Magnus!
Blunder is nice. It's time to go.
No more checks.
Oh, and we see a reaction. Magnus is bounced.
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
He wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru.
Oh, you lose!
Oh my god, Hikaru Nakamura is about to get eliminated.
I like to look at him. It's fun.
I think he checked it right after the game and he reacts to that moment. And that's it. We have a winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup. What a match performance this has been by the world number 1. Oh, look at that!
Oh my gosh.
The pin. And Wesley, he leaves because it's over.
There we go.
Oh my god, and we have a winner. Magnus Carlsen checkmates Wesley So and wins the Aimchess Rapid.
4 of the 10 world top 10 are fighting it out in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And this is the action on the menu. Juicy matchups all along, and one that catches my eye. Nodirbek Abdusattorov taking on Alireza Firouzja. Simon, is there a favorite in this one?
I think it's really hard to pick a favourite. They're two brilliant players, both prodigies, both great to watch, both attacking players, and either of them could win. So I'm going to say no. But it's going to be a great match to watch.
It's going to be a close fight, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, with a tournament win already, has booked his spot into Toronto. So it does take the pressure off him. For Alireza, a lot on the line in this one. The other big matchup, Wesley So taking on Elyanov. Yavanka, what's your prediction here?
Well, I think that Wesley So is the firm favourite, but Pavel Elyanov, he is a renowned trainer and he will be looking to make his mark on today's stage.
Absolutely. Pavel Elyanov has worked with Boris Gelfand, Magnus Carlsen, Maria Muzichuk for World Championship matches. He has incredible experience. It's going to be a big fight, and we've got a clash of generations when the 16-year-old Denis Lazavik takes on Fabiano Caruana. David, it's a tough match for Denis. Where is his best shot against Fabi?
It's a tough match. Caruana, a big favourite on paper, but Denis just needs to take inspiration from the fact he actually knocked out Fabiano from the Bullet Chess Championship earlier this year, so speed is key. If he can get it to the nervy moments of the game, he has a chance.
Those time scrambles can be anyone's game. And finally, the big matchup with Armin Tabatabai taking on world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Simon, is Magnus looking for that hat-trick win this season?
Of course he is. I mean, Magnus is just winning everything at the moment, but he's got to be a little bit on his guard against Armin, who's a very dangerous attacking player. So what Armin needs to do here is just attack Magnus, and maybe something strange could happen to him.
Will Armin Tabatabai be able to throw that curveball in this big matchup against the world number 1? And while the players get ready, everyone watching, get your phones out and get ready to answer our trivia of the day. And here's the question. Magnus is only the second player to win the FIDE World Cup as the number 1 seed. Who was the other player? And if this is a tough one, you're not alone, because take a look at what happened when David and Simon tried to get this right.
I actually know it. So.
You know, oh God. I'm going to have a guess. Prague.
I love the way he's hiding his answers.
Send in your answers on Twitter. Guys, is it still Twitter or X? What are we calling it?
Something like that, yeah. So.
Ask Elon.
Send in your answers on Twitter /X using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And we will reveal the answers at the end of the show. One lucky winner will win the very cool AirThings device to step up your air quality, and David there with the device. So send in your answers and we'll send you this one with David's kiss on it. It's a big prize to be won. And it's going to be a big day of chess as the matches are about to start. Let's take a look at the format of the event. We will have a best of 4 rapid games. The player to win 2.5 points wins the match. And they start with 15 minutes with a 3-second increment per move. It is a double elimination, which means if you win your match, you stay on top, you continue the run in the winner's bracket. If you lose a match, you're not eliminated just yet. You fall down to your last life in the loser's bracket. And if we get into a 2-2 tie, we will have the bidding Armageddon to decide the winners. And as the clocks are ticking, it means we are just moments away from a liftoff. We will be starting with Magnus versus Armin Tabatabai. Jovanka, on Magnus's Instagram, we saw that he's out up in the mountains having a bit of a chilling time.
I'm not sure. From what I heard, in this particular area of the mountains, Loen, there's actually quite a few white knuckle adventures. There's a zip line, there's a big hike that you can do. Yeah, I mean, this is like nerve-wracking stuff is what I want to say.
Oh, you might be seeing some nerve-wracking chess on the board as well. Big matchups there. I did see this meme on Twitter which said the strongest players in the world, right? You've got, well, number 1, Magnus Carlsen, then you have a drunk Magnus, and then you have an unwell Magnus. What about a chill up in the mountains Magnus? How dangerous is that?
He's going to be on the list somewhere, that's for sure. Yeah, I can just see Magnus on his zip wire coming down, a bit James Bond music in the background, chessboard in one hand, clock in the other. Then I don't know what he's holding onto the zip wire with, but yeah, he's just very good and he's winning everything. But here he is, and we're getting near kickoff now, so excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, and okay, it's not Magnus this time. We will be starting with a clash between Fabiano Caruana and Denis Lazavik, who takes the white pieces. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Magnus to me. Maybe it's mini Magnus, Denis Lazavik, future world champion.
It could be, couldn't it? Yeah,
he's got a lot of medals in the background.
Quite intimidating, those medals there. So.
Yeah, and it was awesome to hear, David, what you just said, that Denis actually took down Fabi in a recent bullet championship. So it could really come down to those critical seconds, and that could be the strategy for Denlas, to try to bring the clock down as much as possible and force Fabi to take some big decisions then.
Yeah, definitely. We're playing rapid chess here, so a very different type of animal to bullet chess. But like you say, Tanya, especially as they get down to maybe move 40, move 50, when the clocks are ticking, when the nerves are jangling, I mean, maybe that kind of memory will haunt Fabiano. So definitely, with Lazavik's kind of slow positional style, I think he might have a chance there.
And Jovanka, you were in Dusseldorf for the World Rapid Team Championship. And what a run Fabi had there. What did you assess of his chess?
He's just in good shape. And what was surprising to me was that, of course, Dusseldorf came immediately after the World Cup. And we can actually see the players racing through an opening called the Catalan. And there we see Queen takes the pawn and Black getting the bishop to its ideal diagonal.
Yeah, this is one of the main positions, one of the main lines of the Catalan opening. Fabiano actually had a traumatic experience in a very similar line in the third place playoff, losing to Apasov as Black in this variation. The Catalan, known as the most solid opening for White, positionally very tough to kind of equalize as Black. Look at White's space here. Beautiful pawn in the center, nicely placed queen, but Black is rock solid. And interesting that Lazavik, I think that's maybe what kind of makes him stand out as a youngster. Just he loves these slow types of grinds. He's very happy to just outmaneuver his opponents, which is rare. Normally we see young players attacking Simon, just going straight for the king from the off. What do you think of this start to the game?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the younger players nowadays, they're getting far too mature for their age, I feel. You know, I mean, I think when you're young, you've got to have a bit of fun hacking and attacking. But, you know, I jest. I mean, White here playing, as you said, a very positional line. And he is a very mature player. I mean, for his age. And he's just going for a small advantage by having more pawns in the centre of the board.
And those are a lot of medals behind Dan Laz. Quite an inspiring room right there, Jovanka.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? I mean, they always say it's a good idea to remind yourself of your achievements so that when you go into your room, you feel good about yourself. And there we can see some more moves on the board. Black just centralising the rook and White grabbing space there on the left with the pawns. This is a very typical idea. White just wants to overwhelm on the queen side and at the same time just build up at the right time for that centre pawn push.
Denis Lazavik there with a very mature opening approach, playing the Catalan against Fabi. Almost made Fabi switch off his camera and say that I'm not ready for this one. It's going to be a big fight here. We've got action on the other boards as well with Wesley So ready to take on Pavel Elyanov. Wesley starts with the white pieces. He really needs to switch things up from the way we've been seeing the last couple of months. Wesley has been struggling with form. Meanwhile, for Pavel Elyanov, this is a big opportunity in Division 1.
Yeah, Pavel Elyanov, we shouldn't forget that he did get to world number 6. I think that was around 2010. So he is one of the best players in the world. He has form, so he can compete against these players. But of course, Wesley, vastly experienced in rapid chess. And yeah, it's interesting to see what kind of type of player Wesley So will be today. At the World Cup, the biggest shock for me was that in a situation where he just needed a draw with the white pieces, Wesley started playing 1b3 and all sorts of uncharacteristic openings. But this time, back to what he knows best. It's an e4 opening. Ooh, the Italian. An opening that makes me tremble, not in a good way when I have the black pieces, and one of the main lines here.
Wesley following his chessable course.
Yeah, that's always a good idea. Jovanka, I was going to ask you that with Wesley, what happened at the World Cup, the World Rapid Team Championship, a rather uninspired performance, a qualification to Toronto would mean so much for him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's on the brink of doing that. As Simon mentioned, you know, he just has to finish in the top 4. And then he secured the spot. And it's really difficult, actually, to play chess when you've had a run of bad luck. You know, David mentioned that Wesley's been switching things up. I do wonder whether he's perhaps prepared to take a short-term loss in order to advance his game in the long term. But we'll see. Wesley playing in his very solid style. And there we see the pawn move up to a4, grabbing space on the queen side. And we're waiting to see how Black reacts, whether Black will also follow suit or perhaps just to reinforce the centre.
Yeah, I think it's kind of encouraging for Wesley fans that he's playing this way because, as you mentioned, David, he was playing b3 against Jules, the French player, in the World Cup. And going back to this kind of more familiar setup, I think just suggests he's taking it very serious and he just wants to get a middle game he's very comfortable in. It looks quite symmetrical here. I mean, the Italians are really hard opening to understand because it's very subtle, right? There's so many little things that make a difference. And the only difference I can see here is really the positioning of Black's knight on the queen side, David.
Yeah, that black knight on c6, sometimes misplaced. White tends to have a small advantage in these positions, but so many different setups. And yeah, the players will bend this type of position to their will later. So many different ways to approach it. Yeah, early days in this game.
Absolutely, and it is the Italian, which means it is going to be a slow strategic fight, but one that promises to blow up when we will have a central break. That's the nature of these positions. While we wait for that to happen, action has started on the Nodirbek versus Alireza Firouzja board. Nodirbek ready to go. Again, he's fresh from quite a spectacular performance in Dusseldorf.
Yeah. In Alireza?
Nodirbek,
yeah, of course, yeah. No, Nodirbek... Yes. He was there. His team won. No, because I was thinking about the World Cup. He was eliminated.
Yes.
But of course, in the World Rapid, his team won, and he was very powerful in Düsseldorf. And there we can see that a Queen's Gambit declined has been played with this bishop f4. It's a very topical line and a big moment on the board. Sorry, I get distracted by the chess. I can't help myself. I was like, white should really be capturing that pawn in the middle. And yep, it happens.
Yeah, still one of the main lines of this Queen's Gambit declined. And Black's Queen coming out very early. Watch out for the White King. It's undeveloped, it's uncastled at the moment. And there are some nasty checks if you're not careful here. Abdusattorov, of course, he studied this position before. But I just want to say as well, both players relatively fresh, despite the fact Abdusattorov was playing at the World Rapid Team Championship. His World Cup, he left early in round 2, and Firouzja skipped that event completely altogether. So these players have no excuses when it comes to energy. I'm expecting to see lots of long fights, long battles in this one.
And that was really surprising, right? Not seeing Alireza to fight it out in the World Cup, a tournament that all these top players love and enjoy playing so much. But now he's back. He seems to quite like the Champions Chess Tour.
He does, yeah. He always enjoys playing here. And one thing I like about Alireza is the fact that he doesn't play all the tournaments. It's clear that he's kind of got his own mind, you know. He doesn't just play tournaments for the sake of playing. He plays when he wants to play. And we're talking about Wesley So. Maybe you could even say Wesley didn't seem to really be enjoying himself in the World Cup, and maybe he was doing it more because he thought he had to, possibly. And we see another move on the board here. This is to stop that check of the bishop, which is very commonly played because White, of course, would like to castle still. And it's a pretty standard position we have here, but very excited about this match. Two of the younger talents who could both have the potential to be world champions in the future.
Yeah, the future of chess, or maybe the present of chess already in front of the screen. But when we talk about the present of chess, we have to talk about the world number 1, and he is on the screen. He is ready to start his match against the 22-year-old Armin Tabatabai. Armin, he is a dangerous, aggressive player. Magnus, from is that his streaming room, David? What's going on there?
Yeah, whenever we see Magnus Carlsen backed up by a lot of chairs, we know he's at home in Oslo, his favourite place to play. And, OK, he's back home. Will home comforts suit him? It's the Spanish, the open Spanish, where Black captures a pawn in the centre very early with the knight, going a pawn up, but gives the pawn back. This is trendy stuff. Magnus with great chair quality, air quality, all of it. But this opening, it tends to be very forceful. I've seen games here analysed up to moves 20, 30. Who has done the better homework? Magnus playing a slightly rare move on this last turn.
And apparently Magnus was spotted on his jet ski just before the game, going across the harbour, just getting there on time with that music playing in the background, you know. But yeah, as you say, this is a very sharp variation, isn't it? This opening, and it often comes down to who's done the better homework. And the fact that Armin is picking this Jovanka, I guess, is an exciting sign. It means he wants a nice, sharp battle.
Yeah, he certainly does. And one of Magnus Carlsen's biggest assets is that he's able to switch up the openings, play unconventional thing, because he's able to draw on this extensive knowledge of pattern recognitions of how to transpose into different positions and different variations. He's one of the few that can do this.
And does that also make him the hardest player to prepare against?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was talking to some grandmasters, and they were talking about the older generation and the differences between the new generations. And the new generations, they were saying that it's all mainly move by move. It's very much calculation-based. They have very good instincts. But whereas Magnus is looking at strategy as well as being phenomenal at calculation. So he's able to combine those two qualities and just overwhelm the younger players. But of course, the younger players, they're adapting, they're learning new skills all the time. And in the meantime, we see lots of trades on the board, and I see that Black has stolen an exchange.
Yeah, we have to jump into the chess because Magnus Carlsen has sacrificed material. As Jovanka says, it's rook for bishop right now. He's sacrificed the exchange, and I've got to say, this is something I've never seen before. Despite playing the Spanish with both colours my whole life, Magnus coming up with rare, or at least new ideas. And let's jump in to investigate what's happened. I think we have to backtrack and do an action replay. This is the current position. If we do a quick count, it is rook for bishop. But it was here that Magnus made the decision after Black's bishop pinned the white knight. He said, OK, do your worst. I'm just going to simply nudge your bishop. But after knight takes knight, he realised maybe part of the plan. He cannot capture this knight in a desirable way. For example, if you take with the queen, simply your pawns will be shattered, another pawn will drop off, and look at the mess around the white king. Instead, he says, okay, I can't take your knight, I'm going to take your bishop instead. And what is the result? We have, okay, a weak pawn, a target in the center, but is that enough compensation? We talk about the bishop pair. What do we think here? Is this a gamble by Magnus?
Yeah, it must be preparation. I mean, we know Magnus does gamble occasionally. His preparation looks pretty decent, I would say. You pointed out that rook coming to the middle, his fantastic light square bishop, which you often get in this Spanish opening, the pressure against the center. And I always love having this pawn as white in the middle of the board, because that pawn on e5, it can often be the catalyst to start an attack. So looks very interesting, this sacrifice to me.
It certainly looks interesting to me as well, because one of the things that I'm also eyeing up is that, yeah, white has this amazing central possibilities, but also, you know, there is the H file is open, and who knows, something could be coming towards the black king. And there you go. You see the knight did move to the edge to attack the bishop. Bishop relocates and is now pointing at the H7 square. What a nice soft spot.
Yeah, something wicked this way comes. Maybe, as you say, Ivanka, something will line up. You could imagine pawn pushing forward, the white queen zooming out to start an attack. Maybe she'll come this way as well. Definite potential for an attack for Magnus, but a big material investment. And will it pay off? That's the big question. Magnus in an aggressive mood after whatever he's been doing this morning.
Yeah, aggressive mood, and Magnus with more time on the clock than what he started with. Clearly part of the prep, part of the plan. Things getting dangerous for black, but it is an exchange. He does, Armin Tartabai has got a rook for a bishop, and that's got to count for something. He's really trying to get rid of that bishop pair, trying to trade off as many pieces as possible. Magnus not having any of it, not allowing any of it. It's all about black trying to get those rooks into the game. How does he handle the pressure on the king side while trying to make the most of the material advantage that he has?
Well, he just has to look after the king, you know, just always make sure that the black queen is in contact with the king, is able to switch over to that other side. And I just wanted to point out one thing. Just take a look at Magnus's clock time. He hasn't used any time, which means that Magnus is deep in preparation. And of course, he's just come off this World Cup win. Maybe this is an idea that he concocted for that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is just incredible. I know Magnus pretty well, and I just don't know where he finds the time to study openings. I mean, he's always out playing golf or, you know, jet skiing or whatever he does, and somehow he still has time to cook up these crazy opening ideas that nobody sees coming from a mile away. And
I mean, isn't that where money comes in handy? Because you know, he's got his second, so maybe he can go jet skiing. Where poor old Peter, his second, is just there slogging away, finding all the novelties for him. He's like, you know, it probably does help a little bit, right, to have a team of seconds. I mean, you know, not every grandmaster can do that, right?
Right.
this is true.
And also, these days, everyone is working with supercomputers, right? So could this just be something that was suggested by whatever engine Magnus is working with?
Yeah, very well. But we see the eval bar here. It says that black is doing fine, slightly better for black. And that begs the question that these kind of opening approaches where you give up material for the initiative, is it more suitable for this kind of a format where it's rapid chess? Your opponent really doesn't have that amount of time to navigate through these.
Exactly. I mean, I would say only for rapid formats, or if this is your style. For me, I'm going to say, as you know, I'm famous in commentary for being a pawn grabber. But here I would just be like so scared about sacrificing material, because I would feel that pressure that, you know, if I don't do something with this material investment, oh dear, I've lost the game. So I can't handle that kind of tension. But if you can, and if you're very good with dynamics and with intuition, then this is the opening for you.
I have a question for you guys. If you're not playing against Magnus, would you rather be white or black here, David?
I would be black because I'm greedy and materialistic. Simon?
I mean, do I even need to answer that question? I mean, you know me by now, guys, and I love attacking. I love having the initiative, even if it's a load of baloney. I don't care. So give me white any day of the week.
So it's quite a split panel with white or black. And as you said, Ivanka, for you, you would probably prefer to have the material.
Yeah, exactly. Because it just gives me some comfort to know that in the long run, I'm going to win this one. But yeah.
Look at the clock. Armin, really in the think tank here.
He has to be, because every move carries some poison with it. And there you see he played f6 at tempo. Magnus just plays e6, just puts the pawn there in the middle. I mean, that is disconcerting.
Yeah, imagine being Amin Tabatabai right now, Magnus Carlsen, the world's best player, just throwing moves at you, not blinking, not pausing, and soon going for the king. I just wanted to say as well, if we jump in and talk about concrete moves, there might be some traps on the board just before we show other games. Here right now, I was thinking, why not grab this pawn? It looks like you said A, you might as well say B. Be as greedy as possible. But suddenly, Magnus can simply play this quiet move. This isn't my concoction, don't worry. Pawn to g3, the computer points out, and white is winning, apparently, just jumping out with the queen. And wow, Magnus is doing something very similar. Bishop to d6 played. He defends his bishop on f4 with a pawn. And watch out now, if you're black, for this threat. Queen to h3, as Jovanka said, the target is h7.
Yeah, maybe even bishop takes h7 is something you can think about here, giving up a whole piece as well. And this is the thing. I mean, it's all well and good to say, you know, black's going to do well if it, but, you know, checkmate ends the game, right? I mean, that's the point of chess. The point of chess is to kill. And that's what Magnus is doing. But we rarely, well, I say rarely, but we don't see Magnus doing this often. So I think it's great to see.
I love how your move of choice was bishop h7. You don't want to go queen h3 first, setting up the mating ideas. But I do like queen h3 as well, because you're not only threatening it with the bishop and queen lining up again at h7. Black can fight that with a move like g6, David. But once you step up with your king and the rook joins the body, that would be game over for black.
Yeah. And just to kind of also say, who doesn't like to threaten checkmate in one?
First thing we learn when we're young.
Exactly.
We're talking about Generations Cup when we're kids. First thing we learn, checkmate on h7. Magnus is doing it.
We're talking about all these checkmates on h7, but the bar says, you know, what are you even on about? Black's doing absolutely fine. I'm going to ask you to point out what is the defensive resource against this idea against the h7 pawn, David?
Come on, David.
Resign. Actually, let's jump back in and try and find a defense here for black. Maybe, I mean, as you mentioned, Tanya, at some point you need to blunt the effect of this bishop, which is hitting and hating h7. Pawn to g6 looks like it needs to be played at some point. I'm not sure about the right order. When the white queen jumps out, I guess you can set up a defense along the 7th rank, so this pawn is overprotected. From here, I don't know what happens next. Magnus will throw a few things towards you. This pawn could step forward. The white rook could join either from e1, defending its very strong protected pawn, maybe long-term compensation, or short-term, as you say, Tanya, could be aiming to land on the h-file. Either way, you've got everything covered for black, but the question is what next? And your extra material here, the black rooks, they're not doing good work right now. So I think this is just a long-term sacrifice as well as a direct attack against the black king.
But a critical moment for Armin Tabatabai. He needs to be careful for the next few moves, otherwise it could end in checkmate very soon. He does go for the idea of clearing up the 7th rank to step up with the queen to try and keep things under control on the king's side. David, you pointed out that this is very well a long-term sacrifice. We might not see a checkmate soon, but it's going to be a fun fight on the board. We also have a lot of fun action in the dangerous Dennis versus fabulous Fabi matchup, and it is a rook pawn endgame, but I do see a lot of weaknesses for black here.
Yeah, black has some isolated pawns on the queen side. You look at the black A pawn on the side there, the black C pawn as well. There is opposite colour bishops, so that adds a slightly drawish tendency to this position, but with rooks remaining on the board, I would take white all day long. Just having this one pawn chain, one pawn island for white, everything connected, protected, makes it so much more harmonious. It feels like a 2-result game, as they say. It's going to be a white win or a draw. Fabiano just playing for equality here, just trying to hold on.
Yeah, and I love white's last move, you know, just nudging the rook back 1 square, just getting ready to double up on the A-line and preserving the integrity of the pawn chain as well. You look at that, it's so pretty with all the pawns on dark squares. I do like my geometry. And it's also a great move because the bishop as well could step back and also pile up on the pawn on a6. That pawn has a target on its back, and Fabi now has to generate some activity. That's super important. When you have what we call pawn weaknesses, static weaknesses, you need to activate the pieces, you need to find some counterplay. So I'm expecting Fabi to perhaps double up on the B-line with his rooks and try to get into that famous opposite colour bishop endgame, which is notoriously drawn.
Yeah, if all the rooks disappear, as you say, Jovanka, this one is going to be a peace treaty, a handshake. But definitely deceptive, the evaluation bar here. It says completely level, but Fabiano, pressure on him to be active and accurate. And here, yeah, your move predicted. Yeah, this one, Simon, slightly less fun than the Magnus game.
A lot less fun. Let's be honest. And I can't believe how mature the young kid is playing. You know, this is the way he plays. I mean, he's only a nipper, and you know, he's not sacrificing pieces. He's going for the grinding his opponents down. And I agree that he has quite a nice position here. He shouldn't lose this position ever. He has no weaknesses, and it just looks quite pleasant.
You and Sai, David, you and Sai are great friends, but absolutely different styles of play. I know you do enjoy your good long grind, so this position is perhaps just an everyday position for you. You know, why not? It's a fun ending. There are weaknesses. Simon hates it.
Yeah, I mean, our different styles of players. Yeah, good player, rather dodgy player. it's kind of like, to sum it up. But
too modest,
we you know, yeah, we do have quite different styles. But David, can play amazing attacking chess as well, and his calculation is on point, and he's outcalculated me in many a game, and he's made me cry on the odd occasion too.
You know something, Tanya? One of these two players ground me down in an in-game, and it was not David. David just beat me.
Simon, I would think that once the queens are off the board in your game, you just
resign.
No, Simon,
just resign.
Over. Don't want to play this anymore. But this game, it has been impressive the way Denis Lazavik has managed his game one against Fabi. Denis Lazavik at 15 also won a Title Tuesday. And I have to say, Title Tuesday is one of the strongest chess tournaments. I'm not even talking about online. I mean, you got so many grandmasters playing. He edged out so many of them. So Fabi cannot underestimate his 16-year-old opponent. And the way this game has gone, it feels to me as if Fabi just wants to bail out, just wants to draw in this one and shut it down.
Yeah, and let's just jump in to show how accurate Fabiano has been. We talk about calculation, Simon. Fabiano is one of the best of them. And just this last couple of moves, let's go back. It was here, starting the rook trade operation, giving a check, forcing one set of rooks off the board, and it looks like black is about to lose a pawn, but Fabiano just in time to play the move he found, rook to b3. And the problem here for white is it's hard to defend this one. If you step it forward, then black can simply, for example, block, trade off the rooks. Maybe there are even better moves. Maybe the black bishop comes in and this pawn starts to roll. So it looks like instead there was a trade, and after rook to b3, simply stuff started coming off the board. Rook takes pawn, and now black has one weakness, but it's not enough. You need two weaknesses to win these types of positions. Luckily as well, as we saw in the game, black has already created a Luft square, an escape square for the black king, and to catch up with the current position, looks pretty drawn now. Looks like Fabiano has defended very, very well.
Would be an impressive result for Denis Lazavik as well to start the Julius Baer Generation Cup with a draw against world number 3 Fabiano Caruana. This is a battle of generations. We have seen what 16-year-old Dan Laz is up to. Let's go over to the 40-year-old Pavel Alyanov against Wesley So. The good news, Simon, queens are on, and Harry, the H-pawn, is also up the board.
That is good news. I like it when the queens are on the board. I do play the odd ending, but I prefer a bit of tactical action. And this is seeming very interesting. Look at the white pawn right in the centre of the board, and I would assume that might give white some chances of an advantage. Also, black's knight has moved over to a very passive square. Knights on the rim are dim. There's so many sayings. Jovanka, you've got a whole book of sayings about that knight, haven't you? Give us one. Just give us one saying.
Well, the only other one I know is knights on the edge, fall off the hedge.
There you go. Like Humpty Dumpty. Yeah. But that was a wall, so not really. But yeah, and I don't know, is white just better here, David? I mean, is that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I completely agree, Simon. I'm surprised by the evaluation bar still being in the centre. Just first glance, it looks like white has a beautiful position. And wow, Wesley's really going for it now. He's definitely in the mood to be aggressive. I think maybe the downside here for white is that long term, maybe you aren't doing so well. White has this pawn on a4 on a light square. White's queen is not necessarily actively placed, but okay, it's all about tactics. And this last move is very clever by Alyanov. He's going to zoom his queen over. There we go, with a check. The white king also being slightly more vulnerable than the black king. Wow, Alyanov, 40 years old, using all of that experience to just defend really calmly. We talked about knights on the edge. That knight's gone back to the first rank for black, the back rank, and it's holding everything together. Black's queenside pawns were the only weakness. And now, next move, he's pretty much guaranteed to win that c7 pawn, white's far advanced pawn, and maybe it's just going to be equal. Maybe he's just found a nice way to defend. Sometimes in chess, it might look beautiful, your position, but if the opponent finds all the correct defensive resources, no breakthrough. Frustrating.
It is frustrating. And also, once black recovers that pawn on c7, I then turn my attention to white piece coordination, and I'm just thinking that knight on c4 doesn't have a point. And I'm just wondering whether actually black might turn it around and be slightly better, because I'm just preferring his rooks and the fact that his king is a little bit more safer than white, just because it has 3 pawns around it.
Yeah, all of those factors, as we mentioned, first priority for Elyanov, next move. I think he's guaranteed to take this pawn back. But yeah, watch out for these types of threats. This bishop as well, hanging in the air, in the centre, a bit loose there. And OK, Wesley drops it back. Nice move there. And yeah, why not just take this pawn? I don't see any reason for black to be worse here at all. Maybe slightly passive knight, but white's queen as well just feels like she's a bit stuck.
And could you even maximise the position and go, I'm not going to take that pawn, I'll have it when I want, and instead improve the bishop?
Looks good, Jovanka. Just pin and not win this time, but at least tickle the opponent.
Pin and tickle.
Pin and tickle.
Is that like Penn and Teller, but pin and tickle? I like
Penn and
it.
what?
Penn and Teller, famous magicians.
Oh.
Yeah, I think. Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I've heard of them. One of them was on Friends once, made a cameo. That's all I remember.
There we go.
Either way, the pawn has disappeared after a trade of rooks from Elyanov. Slightly surprising there. Not sure why he abandoned the open file, giving white access to that for free, but shouldn't be too much harm done. Wesley lands a knight on e5, and still everything solid for black here.
Everything's solid, but what about that Harry the H-pawn? Can that prove to be a weakness in black's position, something that can be targeted by white's pieces?
Tanya, an advanced H-pawn is never a weakness. Not with this commentary gang.
Always a strength.
Always a strength. We'll find out as this one progresses whether Harry proves to be a weakness or a strength in this one. And meanwhile, action is heating up on the Magnus Armin board. So let's rush straight to that one. Magnus Carlsen sacrificing an exchange out of the opening for the initiative. But it looks like Armin has managed to navigate his way through all those checkmating ideas on h7.
Yeah, the checkmating ideas, yes. But I'm just looking at the pin idea, where white's obviously stepped pawn 2 squares forward. And what's going to happen with the knight? It's going to just disappear off the board. It's going to be lost. But then the question is, it's a material imbalance. Who stands better?
This really reminds me of another game that Magnus actually lost with the white pieces, or he may have turned it around at the end, but he had a similar kind of, in the last, I think, Champions Tour, I can't remember who he was playing, but when he sort of overpresses sometimes, it's maybe not his normal kind of style. You know, when he's kind of all in, and he is kind of all in here, he's going to win that knight, as you pointed out, but black's going to get a lovely centre there. And those black pawns are looking fantastic if that ever happens. And, well, we can see the evaluation bar as well is basically confirming that Armin has played very, very well. It's so hard to defend against a new idea, but he seems to be up to the task here. So could there be danger that Magnus is going to lose this game?
Definitely, and just one bit of insight here, one tip. Magnus with a hand on hip is not a happy Magnus. I've noticed this throughout the seasons of the Champions Chess Tour, and it definitely feels like he's missed something, or he looks frustrated at himself, because yes, he can win back some material, but I think the resulting position's in black's favour.
So hand on hip's not a good sign. What about leg on chair?
Leg on chair, very good sign.
Is it a very good sign?
Well,
okay.
It's bad for the opponent.
But hand on hip is the teapot, isn't it? It's like he's going to tip himself. He wants to tip off the screen there. And there we go. He seems a bit more chilled now. He's found an idea. So that is the pouring teapot stance.
Yeah, I think we need to jump in because it is such a wild position. And remember, wild positions actually do help Amin to Batabai. He loves those kind of crazy types of positions. And, OK, that knight has just disappeared, pawn takes knight. I was going to just zoom back a couple of moves. I think what Magnus might have missed is that in this position after queen takes pawn, if he had first taken the rook, maybe he had forgotten that after bishop takes bishop, it looks like he's about to lose a knight. Black's knight is pinned, and black is about to lose material, but queen to b6, sliding across is a nasty check. Next move, the knight is free to run. And black would actually be a pawn up here. If we catch up with the game, Magnus had to do it in a different order, pawn to f4, but then the rook saved itself. And after a couple more moves, it looks like we have this position. Look at the black pawns. The knights disappeared, but these are going to start running down the board a bit later on. And yeah, this bishop's holding things up. But if black ever doubles up, ever starts checking the white king, look how weak it is. Magnus's monarch here in big, big trouble.
I'm liking black's position. That's 2 pawns and a rook for a bishop. If we do the math, that's huge material advantage for Armin Tabatabai right now. And with no checkmating ideas on the king's side, something that we were worried about for black earlier, it also started feeling like it's Magnus's king that's coming under fire with all these ideas that David's pointing out.
Totally. And also I just want to point out that white's light square bishop locked out of the game. It's not going to play a role in either defense or attack. And that's a problem. So Magnus has to generate counterplay, and I can't actually see a way to do it. I think he has to just be on the defensive, perhaps bring the dark squared bishop to e3 just to protect the king. And if he wants to get aggressive, perhaps find a role for the knight on h2.
Yeah, perhaps that idea you mentioned, Ivanka, bringing the bishop back, pushing a pawn, bringing the knight forward, but it takes a long, long time. And meanwhile, it's not just Magnus who can threaten checkmate. He is lining up against the white king. Be careful. You do not want to block this with the white bishop because the black rook will happily sacrifice itself and black is going to checkmate you sooner or later, sooner probably, on the dark squares. This white king will not survive much longer. So huge threat. Oof, Magnus on the back foot this early stage.
It looks very scary. I mean, this is a position where black is just controlling the centre of the board, and we know the centre is the most important part. Okay, he's found a good move here, David, and maybe now he's threatening to bring his dark square bishop back, but it's still I'd rather be black here.
Is rook f3 completely crazy for black?
No,
I was thinking about that too. But one check
Like it.
does not end the game. That's what I was thinking. And so I was thinking the king can hide itself, right, on h1.
Yeah, I
nice
guess
idea.
just to show you idea, Tanya, it looks like checkmate. It's so tempting. But as Ivanka says, the king can hide. I'm not sure which direction. Maybe you go back this way, just towards the centre, and the game would have gone on. Still crazy stuff, but the evaluation bar says white's slightly for choice instead. I mean, I think he's setting up your idea, Tanya.
Oh my God.
Scary stuff for this white king. Oof, Magnus is walking a tightrope right now.
Good thing for him, he's got some more time on the clock. You really need those extra minutes to calculate a good defense. Now he brings back the bishop with no rook f4 sacrifice in the air, at least as dangerous as before. Is this a good way for white to keep things together? But rook f4 on the board anyway.
He doesn't care about material, I mean.
Well, it's actually equal in material. I mean, if we count points there. And that looked like a very natural move just to break down that blockade. And the thing is, white's pieces are very bad here. But I'm not also sure how black improves this position.
Yeah, how does that improve? Starts with a simple king move. I think maybe it just boils down to what Ivanka said. White's bishop is stuck forever. It's going to be staring against a wall of black pawns, and white's knight can jump as much as it wants, but it will most likely not get anywhere too threatening anytime soon. So really in the balance right now. Could still go either way this endgame. We should update. There have been some results in the other games.
Big results. Wesley So wins his first game against Elyanov, and the Fabi Denis Lazavik game 1 has ended in a draw. But it's all excitement and fire on this one. So, David, I think we're going to stick to this for a bit more. Armin Tabatabai with 3 pawns for a piece, so a different material balance than what we saw before. But the king is marching up on the board, and the g4 pawn can come under fire soon.
Leading from the front, that king.
Yeah, it has to be a Spartan king. That's what I call it in the end game. You know, he has to get active, and there we see the king has a spoiled for choice. It can move to g5, attack the pawn as you mentioned, or centralize itself. And the important thing is, you know, we coined this phrase like many seasons ago, and it's really cheesy, but you really must remember it when it comes to endgames. Teamwork makes the dream work. And there we see Armin retreat the bishop, getting ready to move the king, and then this will be followed by improving the rook. And I learned a handy rule, actually, when it comes to mobilizing the pieces. Choose the one with the highest dynamic value. So in this case, mobilize the rook. Improve it.
It's going to be a big fight in this endgame, and we will come back to this. But let's get a quick update on the Abdusattorov Firouzja board. Another rook pawn endgame, but Alireza Firouzja with an extra pawn, and the B pawn, I don't see a way for white to actually stop that one.
Looks like one-way traffic. Look at the white king. We talked about active pieces in the endgame. White's king on the side. Looks super safe, but what's the point of a safe king in an endgame? You need to be doing something active, and the king's not participating. It's simply 3 versus 1. Black's king, black's b-pawn, that's just started pushing, and the black rook will overpower the enemy rook here. White can hold this up temporarily, but there we go. Black can bully with the idea of rook trades. Looks like endgame 101, elementary stuff.
9 seconds for Nodirbek.
Yeah, I think this is over. I mean, the basic rule, I mean, I say I don't really like endings, but I actually do. And the basic rule is when you're a pawn up, where do you put your rook in a rook ending when you're attacking? If you can get your rook behind the passed pawn, and there was this famous Botvinnik game, an ex-world champion who won a classic game, it's pretty much over because you just shove that pawn down the board, as black's doing here, and there's nothing that white can do about that pawn. And I would not be surprised if he just resigns now. So that's it. Get your rook behind the pawn, second best next to the pawn, and last best is in front of the pawn. That's the rule you want to stick to when you are using that extra pawn in the rook and pawn ending.
Yeah, and look at the way he's doing it. He's used his rook, he's used his king. All he has to do is find shelter for that king, and once it's there, it's game over.
Yeah, he's made it look really easy. Put the rook behind the pawn, and probably it's time for Nodirbek with just 1 second on the clock. Is he going to throw in the towel? He does give a check, but the black king just hides on e1. No more checks. The b-pawn is coming up on the board and makes us move with just 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, I think both players leaned back. Have we seen a result? We have. Firouzja does take the win. The black king hides behind enemy lines. The black b-pawn was about to bring up a queen, and that's it. An early lead with black as well for Firouzja.
Very convincing play by Alireza there. Nodirbek has to play catch-up in this match, and now it's back to the Magnus versus Armin. The black king has advanced to target the g4 pawn, but the white knight finding itself in a nice spot in the center, creating his own threats on the queen side.
Yeah, it's a very impressive night. I was actually looking at this game whilst we were discussing the Nodirbek Firouzja game, and I just saw that, he played the very committal c5 to c4, giving white the space, and so I was a bit baffled by that. And now I'm guessing that black is going to be just destabilizing that knight, and there you go, he pushes the b-pawn 1 square forward. Yeah, interesting decisions.
Interesting, and the rooks have also come off since we were last here, which I think does help the white defensive cause here. Without rooks on the board, you don't really have to worry about infiltrations into your side of the board, so you just need to trade off as many pawns as possible. But Amin stretching there, he looks very happy. And again, it's what I would call a 2-result game. It feels like only black can really win this. Black has too many pawns. It would take a huge turnaround or just a blunder for white to ever have chances with such a bad bishop stuck there on d1. So, okay, Magnus still with some work to do. He's got the time advantage. I don't really see any logical moves. Lots of different knight jumps you can look for, but you have to calculate. It's pure calculation, despite the lack of pieces here.
You have to be very careful about the black king running in. I actually think black could have done that a couple of moves ago, which may have given him a decisive advantage, even giving up his bishop. But that black king has a very natural route into the position. And white's pawns, Magnus has moved one of them, but they were on dart squares. And hang on a minute, look at the evaluation bar here.
Whoa.
What's happening here, David?
I think you're right, Simon. Just simple plan, just start running in. Maybe Magnus, he's trying to trade off pawns. Look at the tension here between these 4 on the queen side, but maybe Amin can ignore this. I don't think you should necessarily get tempted by taking this pawn because you'll be left with ruins. Oh, he goes for this. He misses a winning opportunity because now these pawns can maybe just be picked off. But yeah, if he simply walked in with his king, if we go back a few moves, walking in with the king after pawn to b3 would have been decisive. Black would have been winning. Now it's anyone's game again.
Yeah.
Dramatic stuff.
It was a big missed opportunity. I mean, how many times you get a chance to beat Magnus with the black pieces? And one thing I've seen time and time again, this was actually the same in the World Cup. Magnus starts very slowly in competitions, and the best time to try and get him is in those first couple of games where he's warming up. And that was a major chance there. And I think he's reasonably safe here, right, in this position. The black pawns don't seem very dangerous anymore.
Yeah, I think the downside is look at what Magnus has just done. The white knight has now got a very safe outpost. Yes, it looks passive, but it's stopping the black king's further infiltration. And it's just a fortress. You can just sit on this position forever. There's no way in for the black king. And if you don't have any passed pawns that can break through either. White can just sit here, just king back and forth, and This is the definition of a fortress. Magnus, that famous quote. He's eating his own words here.
He's so tired of people repeating that quote about how he doesn't believe in fortresses, but this one looks like he set it up. And it all comes down to this bishop color complex. Armin with the dark squared bishop can never get to that white knight on c2. It's impossible to find a way in with the king, but he's trying to do that. But now it's all about, can he push the h-pawn? And the answer seems to be no with the light squared bishop.
It's a bit strange putting the king back, Magnus putting the king all the way back on f1 there. I thought it was a bit peculiar because he's allowed the black king to step forwards, and you generally don't want to allow your opponent's king to enter into your position. But is he trying to win, do you think?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I was thinking maybe his idea is just to move the knight, if allowed, to more active. And there we saw that Amin actually retreated the bishop to control that knight. And the king... Yeah.
But the h-pawn now. Can you go h...
Well, the e-pawn as well. Magnus moving that king, so risky. And look at the black pawns now.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I can't see white ever winning this position.
Big threat, though, of the knight coming to d3 to give a check, which would fork the king and the bishop.
Look at Amin. The pressure is getting to him. Only a few seconds left. OK, he moves his bishop out of the range of the white knight. Yeah, Magnus, I was going to say it's mad playing for a win here. What are you doing? But, OK, he's creating some threats with all these knight jumps. 3 pawns running, though, towards you. It's scary for white.
Do you reckon he knows how to checkmate with knight and bishop versus king? Is that something Magnus has looked at? Maybe he's never had to try it, you know? He might know all these other endings, but it would actually be great if he doesn't win that one. I'd love to see that. I expect he will if he gets to it. But, yeah, the valuation bar still seen even, but I'm sure white is in more danger here with the black pawns getting very, very close to queening now.
So black's h-pawn can still be stopped by the light squared bishop, landing on that central d5 square, while the king and the knight defend the e and the c pawn from advancing. So still everything under control, but it's really hard to understand who is playing for a win in this position.
Yeah, I think it's Amin that's playing for the win, just because he can push pawns, and the knight and the bishop are purely defensive. And there we see Amin pushing the h-pawn 1 square forward. There you go, 1 square away from queening. That does tie down the light squared bishop to that diagonal. But, of course, the bishop can still move in all directions just along that diagonal. Well, that didn't quite make sense. Just along that diagonal. You can wait.
Still blockading all the pawns. The white king holds the e-pawn, the white knight holds the c-pawn, the bishop holds the other pawn, the h-pawn there, and there we go. But still, it's playing with fire. And I have a feeling Magnus will try and hustle on the clock. He's going to play a few quick moves, back and forth, and then he might try something. I think Magnus is playing for a win, despite the fact he knows it should never, ever be a win for white here. The clock could play a huge, huge role in deciding this game.
But I mean, he could go in for the e3 pawn as well. You can try and attack that with your knight, combine the king and the knight, and pick up that e3 pawn at some point. Get some real chances to come in with the king.
Yeah, I think he might try that now. But nice work there, especially from Amin, putting the bishop as far away as possible from the white knight. You don't want to walk into any double attacks, knight forks there. And I think this is the problem, Tanya, maybe. The black king's always going to defend this e-pawn. No way to make progress here without taking even further risks.
What a game. It's absolutely crazy. Just now that both players sort of in like a mutual zigzag, can't really improve this position either ways now. They've done maximum, and black's bishop and king defend that e3 pawn. White's king and knight can't make any more progress. Draw, the most likely outcome now?
It should be. Unless we see a miracle here and a bishop and knight endgame, as Simon predicts.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that, but it's a bit of a pipe dream here. And I mean, why can't white take the other pawn? That might be worth showing. I mean, there is a pawn that white could try to grab here, David, potentially. But it seems very risky because the white king at the moment is controlling 2 pawns, and if you ever move away from one of them, things could go very wrong. But that seems like the only thing that needs to be calculated here, really. OK, try something else, so maybe it's...
Try something else. Let's just show king takes pawn here would actually be a huge mistake, because suddenly the black king would be free, no longer tied down to this e-pawn. The black king would walk in, and this pawn will promote. Maybe even the king will help this pawn promote. So you cannot allow the enemy king to get active. So here we see the status quo just being maintained. This is the game. And yeah, it still looks like Magnus not taking too many risks. Still some knight checks in the air, but we've seen virtually this position before. They're going round in circles now, trying to tease each other, trying to trick each other.
Yeah, and it's quite good for Amin that he does have these waiting moves, because I can tell you one thing, his clock was making me nervous. It got down to 7 seconds. But because he can just shuffle the bishop backwards and forwards, it's all okay.
Do you know if they repeat the position 3 times? Is it an automatic draw?
Yes.
Because it seems to me they've repeated this position about 100 times now. But I wouldn't be surprised they fall into a threefold repetition quite soon, with the king maybe dropping back now.
And they are repeating?
They're repeating, yeah. That makes sense.
And Amin leans back, and that's a draw. What a fighting game this was. Amin Tabatabai, super impressive with his defense and resilience from a difficult opening. An exchange sacrifice by Magnus going for the mate there. 2 decisive results in this game 1. But Magnus, Amin ended in a draw. David, what was the highlight for you?
Well, that Magnus game was really dramatic, but for me, the highlight was that clash between the 2 youngsters, Nodirbek Abdusattorov here with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. And I just want to talk about the theme of invasion. Here, look at what white did over the next couple of moves. He's already sacrificed a pawn, Abdusattorov, and instead of just bailing out towards a draw, he invaded bishop to c8. And look at the weird position we are left with after the white rook lands in the enemy camp. How often do you see 3 pieces like this entrenched in the enemy territory? But this did backfire. We saw, okay, the white knight starts joining the action as well. But despite the fact you have so many active pieces, this was quickly rebuffed with a series of exchanges. And later on, if we zoom forward, we see it was actually the black king that invaded. And this is the final position. The black king was the one that landed in the white side. And this was a win for black, simply due to the passed pawn. Risk taking from Abdusattorov, but it did backfire.
Fantastic defense there by Alireza, keeping his calm and his composure in that crazy position with Nodirbek's rooks and bishops into the action. Let's take a look at our results going into game 2 of the quarterfinals. 2 decisive games with Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja taking the lead in their match, while Magnus Amin ends in a draw. And Denis Lazavik, the 16-year-old grandmaster, holds world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, with the white pieces. The match continues, and we will be back with Game 2 action.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Buckle up. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship begins this Monday, September the 4th. 16 of the strongest competitors in speed chess will duke it out until only the speed chess champion remains. Will Magnus Carlsen continue his winning streak and add this title to his name? Will Hikaru Nakamura defend his crown? Or will world champion Ding Liren prove his might in faster time controls? The Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase, begins September 4th. Tune in to our stream on YouTube or Twitch, as always. Use !SCC in chat for all the details. Calling all chess clubs. You are eligible to participate in Judith Polgar's Chess Connects Us Championship. Clubs from all over the world are invited to nominate 4 players to compete in the online event on October 14th for the chance to win prizes from Chess.com, Chessable, and Judith Polgar herself. Join us in celebrating the game that connects us all. Use !Chess Connects Us in chat to learn more.
This tournament is presented by Julius Baer, a bank rich in tradition. And with players and spectators across generations enjoying the game, chess breaks the age barrier. The most talented 8-year-old in the world right now, Bodhana Sivanandan from London, is a change maker and one to watch out for. And she had a very special day out with the British Prime Minister.
Yesterday I met the Prime Minister and we weren't allowed phones inside anywhere past the first room. So my dad had to put his phone aside, and then near that area there was also a cat, and I just touched his tail. And then after that we were both taken to the garden to play, and then halfway through our game the Prime Minister came in and he started asking some questions to us. The Prime Minister was quite nice, and I was quite excited to meet him as well. So he spent 15 minutes roughly talking to us about how we improved and how we started, stuff like that, and then he had to leave to go back to work. I think the reason I was there was because I think I think the government announced that they were going to give some money in for chess to the ECF, so then Dominic Lawson, he arranged for me and Shreyas to meet us because they cancelled the invitation at first, but then they found a way to allow us in. I think the government supporting English Chess Federation will help us because it will get lots of young people to play, and I think it will make more grandmasters in, because also for women in the UK, I don't think we have any grandmasters. We have women grandmasters, but not grandmasters, so I think that might help. Hopefully the government support will make me the first grandmaster in the UK to be a woman. I think my friends would be surprised and they wouldn't believe me that I got to go to 10 Downing Street to meet the Prime Minister.
An inspiring story there. And David, there's been big news of government funding coming in for chess in the UK. How do you see this changing the chess landscape for England?
Yeah, first of all, it's fantastic. It shows chess is really booming and being appreciated for its educational qualities. In terms of how it's going to change things in England, in the UK, I'm optimistic for the next generation. As someone who grew up kind of without too much support, and I think we all kind of had to make it on our own, I'm enthusiastic now that the young players that we see there, they will get coaching, they will get given opportunities. And like you said earlier, Simon, money can change everything. If you have teams, if you have people around you doing the right thing, you can go far. So I'm optimistic, and hopefully it will grow chess throughout the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great initiative. I mean, these things, I think, take time. It's like chess, to get good at chess, it doesn't happen overnight. I mean, you have to build it up right from the bottom, and you build on those blocks. So, but a great thing, the Prime Minister showing interest in chess. I mean, I think this is a thing that's across the board now. Chess at the moment is very popular. Yeah. It's becoming more popular around the world, everywhere.
Yeah, and what I love about it is that it's kind of bringing chess on different levels. First of all, you have it on the hobby level, so it'll be like chessboards in parks and public places. And then, of course, you have the juniors getting children connected to the game so that when they're adults, they can kind of appreciate the future stars. And then, of course, you have the whole sports chess as a profession as well. So creating those pathways to the very top, and that's super important.
Absolutely. What a time it is to be in the chess world. It truly is the golden generation right now with the opportunities and the support. And we saw Bardana Sivanandan there with the British Prime Minister. And we also have more fun coming up with Bardana. Here is a sneak peek of something coming up later today on the show.
Do you know about Nobel Prizes?
No.
Over 50 members of the Athenaeum have won Nobel Prizes. Bertrand Russell, Winston Churchill, Rudyard Kipling. Have you heard of? You're too young, you don't know all these people. When I gave up, when I was about 31, I was 2,390, and I've only played one graded game since then. What did you say your rating was? 1900?
1800.
18. Even if you're not ahead of me yet, you'll be ahead of me in 2 or 3 years' time.
And here is the official trophy of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. The winner of the event will earn their own personalized version. You can make your bid. There will be one for the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup and one for the highest bid, and you get your own version as well as a VIP ticket to the in-person final in Toronto. Go and make those bids at chesschamps.io. And right now, it is all about who will be champion of the Julius Baer Generation Cup to get that ticket into the season and a grand final. It is time for Game 2 action to start. Are you expecting the players to make a comeback? Wesley So won against Elyanov. What does Elyanov need to do to switch it up?
Yeah, you know, he just needs to forget about the first game and just concentrate on putting pressure on his opponent. And in order to do that, he has to play critical stuff. He has to also remember that his past achievements, he's a great player, and he has to not get overawed by the circumstances.
He does start with the white pieces in Game 2, and Nodirbek. Alireza made it look easy in that end game. David, how does Nodirbek equalize this match now?
Well, for Nodirbek, I think he just needs to survive this next game. He will have the black pieces. He was a bit over-ambitious, a bit over-aggressive in the previous game, despite the fact it was completely level, and he kind of burnt his own bridges. So I expect a more solid game this time. And Abdusattorov, the longer he stays in this match, the more chances he'll have later on.
Armin Tabatabai with an impressive hold against Magnus after a tricky opening choice there. Simon, what are you expecting from that one in Game 2 when Armin starts with the white pieces?
More of the same, hopefully. I mean, I think he has to really push Magnus and just try to get some kind of complicated, messy positioning. That's what he did in the first game. And he got some real chances there, chances to win. So it's going to be a closer match than I think people expect here, definitely.
That's a really great point. And there we've got the two players with us. And I saw a featured chat earlier there. David, you've been on one of those chairs behind Magnus.
Not my finest, almost sober moments, but I have once or twice been in that room. Actually, that's where myself and Magnus filmed our chessball course about endgames, grind like a grandmaster. So yeah.
So that is where the magic happens.
That's where the magic happens in that room. And that's where Magnus has won a couple of tournaments already this season on the tour. But yeah, fair play to Amin. He did incredibly well in that first game, navigating the mess, the complications, and he had some serious chances, including a winning move in the endgame. So he should take confidence from that against Magnus.
And also just keeping up with the pressure that Magnus was putting on the clock, having almost double the amount of time against Armin, but very precise defense there by Armin in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he had to navigate the opening stage. I mean, that must have been very uncomfortable because you're dealing with preparation from the world's best player. That's scary, so he handled that very well. He's even turned it around, so he definitely should be feeling even more confident. Now, the reason I say even more confident is that Armin is actually a very confident player. I mean, he famously lost a piece in Tata Steel this year, and he just carried on as if nothing had happened, and he won that game. And there we see Armin in his chair getting ready for the action.
He looks pretty confident right now as well, going into that Game 2. And we saw Magnus on the screen earlier. Looks like he got some sun in there. Very red, Magnus.
It does, yeah. So maybe, that jet skiing across the harbour is really giving him a bit of a maybe tan or burn. I'm not sure. And Armin's got a pretty bright room as well, isn't he? You know, all those lights, and they're ready for kickoff very soon. And I think the key thing is Armin has just got to play something quite sharp. So we are starting off with what could be an English opening. It might transpose into a King's Indian defence. Okay, symmetrical English instead here, David.
It's in honour of us, Simon, Jovanka, the English opening. Yeah. And in honour of Prime Minister, maybe, Bodana. But yeah, this one, very symmetrical so far. The players have been copying each other. And Magnus is actually a specialist, I would say, on the white side of these positions. He knows where to put his pieces. It takes a slower kind of approach in these early stages as they decide what pawn structures to go for, which pieces to trade. But this last knight move, we say knights on the rim are dim, but this knight is going to gravitate towards the centre later.
David, you know what is a good move here. And it's actually an idea here. I mean, will he play it? Will he play it? Should we have a little bet?
Push Harry.
Push Harry.
Yes.
I think he's going to do it because it's actually not a bad move in this particular variation because black can't stop the H-pawn going 3 squares up the board here because he's got a knight in the way of that advance. So H4 is a very decent move, I think.
Yeah. Meanwhile, what is Magnus doing? Tanya, you're looking at the camera there.
I think he's doing what we've seen him do in so many of these events, munching on some noodles there. It looked like he was getting a bite in, getting some energy going there. Magnus with his food, but knight 8-6, knights on the edge, falling off the hedge. But very often we see these knights go towards the center of the board, either through f5 or later on even through the f7 square once it's vacated with that pawn. Now, harry the h pawn, you guys want to see that move on the board, but doesn't that leave some light squares weaknesses on the board?
I knew it was going to happen.
That's the way to play, isn't
Actually,
it?
when I was looking through Armin's games this morning, I noticed that he did like to play h4 in these type of structures.
So maybe Magnus is setting him up for that, you know. Maybe this is what Magnus wanted. I don't know if he's done his preparation.
And he will have done his preparation.
I would have thought so. And look at that h-pawn go, though, David. I mean, that's quite annoying for black because that black knight, it can be a great piece, but it can also get in the way of some natural moves, I would have thought.
He goes h4, he goes h5. This one's going to be fire on the board. Magnus Carlsen instantly continues with his development. We will come back to this as other games are taking off. Let's head over to Denis Lazavik playing with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. The first game ended in a draw, and Fabi starts with the king's pawn opening.
Yeah, Fabi famous for his 1e4 lines and, also famous for the Spanish. Denis Lazavik, rock-solid player. He tried to employ the Berlin wall there, the Berlin defence, but no endgames. After a quick trade of minor pieces, this game, again, taking a slower pace. This is all about manoeuvring now. Black's pawn structure slightly damaged. You see the doubled c-pawns there, but it has come at the cost of the bishop pair. So these positions, well-trodden, very deeply analysed. I would say Fabiano is probably one of the top 3 players in the world at kind of manoeuvring these types of positions with white and black. So interesting. He's really using his kind of top-tier repertoire here against Lazavik. Shows the respect he has for his young opponent. Point e2, keeping his options open as well. Which way will white castle? We might even see an aggressive Fabiano castle on the long side, depending on what Denis does.
It would be interesting. Suddenly, my eyes were drawn to the air quality because I have one of these AirThings devices, and so I'm always monitoring it. And I was like, oh, a little bit high on the CO2 levels, which does impact on concentration. And there we see the knight attack the dark squared bishop. Yeah, I'm kind of interested whether Fabiano will castle to the queen side, to the left. It's very much his style. He always plays the most committal, kind of principled chess. And I've noticed he does this against positional players.
Definitely. And I think that's what the top players do. They adapt their styles according to the opponent, right? You try and pinpoint a weakness in the opening, maybe, but you also want the type of position where they can't show their strengths, where you can slowly strangle them, make them feel uncomfortable. Do you think he's trying to take Denis out of his comfort zone? He's been playing pretty quickly up to this point, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a pretty standard position. I mean, again, OK, here we go. The knight diving in to win one of those bishops back, and the bishop exchange self off. The Berlin, probably black's best opening nowadays against 1e4. And I can't say that much has really changed here so far. And this manoeuvre, very typical, bringing the black knight right into the centre of the board.
Denis Lazavik also continues to play fast and confidently, getting his knight to those dark square weaknesses in Fabi's camp. We will come back to this one. One player who needs to make a comeback in his match is Pavel Elyanov. He's playing against Wesley. He starts with the white pieces. Knight f3 on move 1. Is Wesley one of the hardest players to beat when you need to make a comeback against him?
Yes. Well, the Wesley we know, at least. In recent times, Wesley's been freestyling a bit, experimenting a bit, being a bit more aggressive, and wow, playing c5. So this is the Reti opening when white brings out the knight so early. But with black's last move, he was inviting a transposition into the Sicilian, for example. All sorts of transpositions. White is so flexible here. Now it might even transpose to a king's Indian, just with colours reversed. And it's up to Elyanov how he decides to play this position. He goes for the slow approach, no direct confrontation in the centre. He's just going to start advancing a bit later on. But interesting, both sides, it feels like they've got set strategies. Wesley's trying to provoke his opponent. Elyanov saying, no, I'm going to stick to my calm, solid openings and attack you a bit later on. Normally good advice against Wesley, theoretical player there himself. But I don't know, Elyanov, his big strength is his openings, and it feels like he's not going kind of direct here. What are your thoughts on this one, Simon Jovanka?
Yeah, I mean, he has to win a game as well. We've got to remember that, because he lost the first game. He's not really aiming for an advantage from this opening he's playing. He's aiming to get a position where he can hopefully confuse Wesley. Wesley can now capture the pawn and swap the queens off. But it's I think against Wesley is so well prepared. You've got to try to do something a little bit unusual to get any chances. And I think that's the strategy that White's doing here. Just not go main line, try to draw him into a middle game that he might not be as accustomed to. But I have to say, the speed he's moving, Wesley, he seems pretty comfortable as well here.
All right, this is going to be another slow grind. Pavel Alyanov with the white pieces needs to try and create his chances. And another player who needs to do just that is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who lost his first game against Alireza. Nodirbek with the black pieces. David, as you mentioned, for him, it's super important to just stop the bleeding, to make sure that nothing goes too out of control, because he will get his chances with the white pieces in the next one.
Yeah, Abdusattorov, we've seen it before throughout the tour this season. He's crushed people when he has white. He beat Levon Aronian in around 20 moves, and he's been playing all sorts of exciting, kind of spicy chess with the white pieces. So for Abdusattorov, I would recommend just locking up this game. Just a draw is fine. You still have 2 more games later in the day to strike back. White pieces next. And, OK, Firouzja, meanwhile, of course, he won't be taking too many risks with the lead. He does elect for the Catalan, fianchettoing this white bishop on the long diagonal. And just a very solid choice. Most popular choice these days with the white pieces, it seems. And Abdusattorov choosing one of multiple ways here, many ways you can reply to the Catalan. OK, now it is confrontation in the centre. A lot of pawns will fly off the board. And we'll see if White's bishop sitting there on g2 does exert influence. That tends to be a small advantage for White long term in these types of positions.
Pretty solid stuff, this choice of opening, and Black going for that strategy you mentioned, David, I think, of just trying to make some exchanges and play the position. But Firouzja, he plays quite a lot of openings nowadays, doesn't he? Even the London system, the Jabava London system, he's tried these things out. And we see those exchanges now in the centre of the board occur. And what will Black recapture? The knight, not to give himself isolated pawn, and pretty normal stuff. But it is probably about that bishop. In the Catalan, is the light squared bishop ever going to cause Black enough problems? That's the #1 rule, really.
It usually does, I have to say. Does, 7 times out of 10. Yeah. It's the most annoying piece on the board. And for Black, the whole issue is whether he can develop his light squared bishop. And there we see that the centre pawns have been eliminated. So I find that these open positions, they tend to develop on a move-by-move basis. You're not talking about, like, big plans. You're just simply trying to activate your pieces, put them on really good squares with some purpose.
Yeah, hence Abdusattorov's last move. Everything looked almost symmetrical, apart from White's bishop that we've been harping on about there. But, yeah, he needs to be active, and I like this last move. It's still early days. I do expect Firouzja to have some pressure, but Abdusattorov, he's so well prepared despite being so young, and he would only choose the setup against the Catalan, which I think is quite a rare one, if he knows what he's been doing, or if he knows what he should be doing over the next few moves.
All with the centre all dissolved and liquidated in this one. Again, this is going to be a slow grind, but one which is super fun right now is the Magnus Armin board. And I think we have to rush to that because Simon, the H-pawn, is all the way down to h6. And
oh, yeah.
It's a fun position with the Black king in the centre. Let's quickly pull up the Magnus versus Armin board. And there we have it. Magnus's king still in the centre. Armin's pawn on h6.
Yeah, I mean, this does look very, very interesting. And actually, this idea of moving the h-pawn all the way to h6 this is something I never used to do too much, but it was AlphaZero who started this approach. And then other top players in this position, you would often capture the pawn, opening up your rook. That's what I would do to try and attack. But putting it one square forward just tries to get that grip. And this is kind of an everlasting grip on the king side. And this is a really committal choice from Magnus. He's taking a lot of risks today, and the body language there, I mean, also if we're looking at the cameras, quite interesting. He gives up a key defender of his king, the dark square bishop, and he's got to lock down now White's dark square bishop. If White can ever open up the centre, I really like White's position then, you know, some break as we're seeing there in the middle of the board. I mean, my instinct would be that White has a very comfortable and nice position here. He's got the two bishops. He's got pawn breaks. His H-pawn is always going to cause some problems for Black in the ending. Yeah, I mean, I prefer White, definitely here.
Yeah, I agree. I prefer White. And also, when I kind of like flip the position around, I'm thinking, what is Black's plan? How is he going to get the king to safety? And like you say, Simon, it's all going to be about whether White can just push one of his pawns. And I was thinking, yeah, I like this e4, e5 push. I also was getting very greedy and looking at the king side because, you know, sometimes I'm just a cave woman at heart. Yeah, David has sussed me out. I wanted to just open some diagonals for that dark square bishop, which is unchallenged.
Yeah, this bishop could, potentially be beautiful. And yeah, I think it might be a matter of time here, however. I've played a lot of blitz with Magnus throughout my time, and I've actually had this exact pawn structure against him. If he's able to, for example, let's say White plays slowly. Okay, he's actually traded off, which I like. If he's White plays too slowly here, if Magnus is able to castle queenside, the Black king is super safe over there, and suddenly White is a bit blocked up with bishops here versus knights. Knights tend to favour these types of positions. Maybe hence the last decision. Instead, Amin deciding, okay, no slow playing. He took this knight on d6 with his bishop. So it's kind of the same piece configuration now, but it's all about whose pawns are weaker. These Black D pawns versus these White double C pawns. I still like White, but okay, it's okay. Sorry, that was me. That was me.
I was going to say an amazing pawn sacrifice there, but it was a mouse slipper.
My bad, guys.
You excited us all there, David. Just testing us, see if we're awake. And
this last decision by Amin, it's really quite a nice one because you create all these long-term strategic weaknesses in Black's pawn structure, and now that knight, again at the edge of the board, but heading towards the center, that d5 square, the knight can land onto f4, come onto d5. The queen from d1 can improve its position to target the dark square pawn with queen d2, queen f4 ideas. It just feels like it's so much easier to play this position with White, to play these natural moves ahead with White. Meanwhile, for Magnus, again out of the opening, kind of a little stressful to be able to hold this one. I have to say that I think Amin's got a bit of an opening victory here.
I certainly think that. And now our two resident grandmasters have highlighted the plan for Black, which was to castle queenside to the left. Now we know that all White has to do is actually trade off the knights, and then the Black king won't be safe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and in these kind of positions as well, I think any kind of middle game, you look at pawn breaks. Pawn breaks like key to transforming a position, and who has the pawn breaks here? And the answer must be White. White has a pawn break in the middle. White has a pawn break either way to attack that Black knight, and Black doesn't really have any such breaks himself. Maybe one break, f5, and I think that's going to help White as well. They're playing some normal manoeuvres here. Now, I don't think you'd want to move the White knight into the centre now, would you? I mean, I think that White knight is a really nice piece, and you've got to think about whether you want to allow exchanges or not. And I wouldn't really want to exchange my knight off for that bishop. It feels a bit funny to do that. Don't know, David, what do you reckon there?
Yeah, normally I'm biased towards bishop, Simon, but here I don't think it's the best bishop that you're left with. It's not about what's off the board. That's forgotten. It's about what remains. And as you say, this bishop looks a bit blunted, a bit stuck, kind of staring at a wall of its own pawns, whereas this Black knight looks pretty nice right now in the centre. I could imagine, for example, a pawn push like this one, and either White wrecks his pawn structure or the Black knight even gets access into some really juicy outposts. So definitely something to hold off on if you're Tabatabai. Often they do say the threat is stronger than the execution, so keeping that one up your sleeve for later will keep Magnus guessing, and it might come with a bit more strength later in the game. First, he has to solve an issue where to put the White king. It's not just the Black king that has a choice which side to castle on, it's the White king as well. I tend to think he wants to kind of hide out in the centre or the queen side, just because you kind of want to keep protection of your Harry pawn, the H pawn here. But yeah, it's not easy to decide how to do that.
Answers your question, David.
Oh, castle's kingside. I was about to say that's the one thing I would not do.
I was not expecting that either. I was going to answer your question by saying, actually, you can slide the king to the right, to the F1 square, and just live there, or attempt to live there happily ever after. And both sides now have castle to the right. And yeah, I'm surprised by this because I thought White's plan was just simply to actually take the action to the left side of the board and just push up the A pawn and try to open up some lines for the rook there.
Yeah, interesting position. Meanwhile, Black very quickly centralizes and full of rich possibilities for both sides. It does strike me as the type of position that Magnus quite likes as Black, but objectively, I think I would still choose White. Yeah, very much in the balance there.
Yeah, and the clock might be that 17th piece that we keep talking about during the Champions Chess Tour, down to about 4.5 minutes. Harry the H-pawn could turn out to be a weakness in these positions. Once targeted by either the knight on E5 or any piece, it can become really hard to actually keep that pawn protected. So Armin now switches up to the other side of the board, starts advancing on the queen side to create a weakness that can be targeted, perhaps a future weakness on the B6 square. This one's all about the pawn game, pawn structures all along. The other game with a very similar team is Dan Laz versus Fabi. I think you guys are going to love the position that we have on that one, with opposite side castlings and a very non-standard pawn structure.
Wow, it took me a while to see that Black King on B8, kind of camouflaged there over on the queen side, because usually this is a typical position for this opening, but the Black King would be all the way on the other side of the board. So here, definitely adding some extra kind of stakes, adding some extra spice to this position. And like you said, Tanya, it's very rare you see doubled B pawns. Actually, here's double B pawns for both sides, B squared, but not C squared, Fabi's podcast. But yeah, the interesting position. I would tend to favour the knight over the bishop here because it is quite blocked, quite closed. But I am fearful for Black's king. Who do you pick here, Simon?
Well, I mean, I quite like Black, actually. I mean, I think the Black King could be a weakness, definitely, if White can open up some lines. But I'm just looking at Black's rooks and that pressure right down the centre that Black rooks exert onto the pawn. And then I'm also looking at the evaluation bar, which says Black is better, to be honest. You know, let's just throw that in there, you know. But there is a weakness in the middle of the board, and Black has that weakness to kind of nibble. The queen can maybe come over one square and already threaten to take that pawn and win it. So, yeah, so maybe just a little bit better for Black here. And Fabi, I think, has to try and create some chances against the Black King. But the only way I can do that is something like B4, a pawn break. But I can't see how that would ever be possible in this position. So, bit of danger for Fabi maybe here.
Do you think he's feeling the heat? Air quality is great, but very warm in his room, Fabiano here, and under pressure on the board as well.
Yeah.
You mentioned, not feeling comfortable, not having a plan necessarily. Queen to B3. What does that do? Maybe he's just trying to tie up the opponent's pieces. No direct threats as far as I can see. But yeah, I would be feeling the heat here if I were Fabiano, got to say.
This is a crafty move, though, because Black can't actually take the pawn on a D3 because the knight on E6 is loose.
Yeah, so definitely tying up the opponent's pieces. Rook takes pawn is what you want to do. Just to point out your idea there, Jovanka, suddenly the knight would hang on E6. You also have to worry about potential rook takes A6 ideas if you're Denis Lazavik. Sometimes this pawn might be hanging because the pawn on B7 is pinned. Right now you're defending everything with this rook along the 6th rank. But yeah, what next? Both sides a bit stuck.
Yeah, I was just wondering also whether this queen maneuver is also to put, there it goes on the board, to park it on the C4 square. And also say, well, a fence is the best form of defense, and also tie the black pieces down to the weak C5 pawn.
But what about Queen B5 or something now? I mean, if has he played it? I don't know. I mean, if this pawn in the centre of the board could easily just drop, and I think Fabi's, yeah, it's a tricky position, I feel, for him here.
Yeah, very tricky. I love that move, and it's very much actually in Denis Lazavik's style, just minimal risk. If he's feeling aggressive, he might push the B-pawn, but that would have severe consequences for the Black King. I think it's much more in his style, and having lost to him many times online at Blitz, Denis Lazavik, he loves an endgame, and Queen to B5, as you say, Simon, trade off and leave your opponent with weaknesses. Logical and quite possibly strong.
Yeah,
big moment for Denis Lazavik here. Queen B5, the queen trade. You see your opponent's weaknesses and go for that. Again, very impressive play. He's making his debut in the Champions Chess Tour, the youngest player this season actually to play in Division 1. Game 1, it was convincing, a convincing hold for Dan Laz. And this one, he, with the black pieces, is the one pushing. This D3 weakness that you pointed out, it's on the board, Queen B5. And I'm just wondering for Fabi, could there be ideas of trading and trying to target those doubled B pawns? That rook on A1 can slide up to A5 and try and hit on black's weaknesses.
Yeah, I think we'll see that, Tanya. What else can you do is Fabiano here. Process of elimination, not much else. And there we go, your move on the board. That's a nice spot as well, because that wasn't previously a weakness. Now, that's the second time in this game we've seen doubled B-pawns for black. And how to defend. Suddenly black's pieces, they all look perfectly placed, but slightly overworked. And yeah, this is the downside. I mean, I would have done exactly what Denis Lazavik is doing, for example. It's my style as well to go into an endgame. But sometimes if you're too focused on the type of position, the concrete kind of specifics tend to, not always be perfect. So right now, dilemma. How to resolve this tension with all the pawns. You can take a pawn of your own, but you also lose a B pawn, and that might just fizzle towards a draw. Interesting moment here.
Yeah, maybe you can use your king now, potentially. But maybe it's just not an advantage that those pawns come off, because black hasn't won that pawn. He's just exchanged that weak white pawn for one of his own. So there's not really many weaknesses left if the pawns just get exchanged here that black can attack. Very solid game again, though. And, this is kind of the way young Magnus used to play sometimes. He used to play in a similar way, going for the grind and playing in what you would have thought was a very mature style, very positional style from the young Denis. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of him, I think, in the future, aren't we? Loads more.
Do you think that playing styles have evolved from generation to generation?
100%, yeah. I mean, my generation, when I was learning, when I was like, 10 years old, computers weren't that strong. So I remember going on holiday with my dad, who was a chess player as well, and we had to look at one position for about 7 days. And nowadays you put that one position on the computer for 7 seconds and it would solve it. So that is the difference. But I kind of miss those days, because you can really get involved with the story of the position, and computers have kind of changed that a lot. It's much more concrete now, the way people analyse.
I hope it was at least a fun position to analyse, Simon. 7 days is a long time.
Mainline Berlin, David. So, yeah.
All about the endgame.
Yeah.
It is all about the endgame in this one. Meanwhile, in the Elyanov-Wesley So matchup, it's all about whether Elyanov can make a comeback. He does have the white pieces, but it feels like Wesley is the one who's managed to gain space on the king side. Meanwhile, Elyanov's knight on the edge might fall off the hedge. I'm liking Wesley's position here.
I'm loving Wesley's position. He has the centre, he has the space, the evaluation bar completely agrees. He also has the potential to open up the position when he chooses, or even push forward with the F-pawn. I just like it, and you kind of hit the nail on the head there, Tanya. It's all about that white knight on A4. It's just a terrible piece. It has no purpose on the board. It has no potential either. And this, in effect, means that Elyanov is playing a piece down on the king side.
Yeah, and that's where the action will happen. You're right, Jovanka. I think Wesley here, he's done everything perfectly. It's about what to do next. And I was about to say, he's going to start pushing his pieces towards the king side. He starts by improving this knight. And sooner or later, there will be unbearable tension on this central pawn. Look at the bishop, look at the pawn, the knight now, everything hitting this one. And also, just the thought of more pawns storming towards the white king is going to be terrifying for white sooner or later. And yeah, if you ever dare open things up, if you ever release the tension, then whoops, suddenly after a trade here, at the very least, black can just simply recapture this pawn. But now it's more pronounced, the fact that this white knight is sitting on the edge of the board. There's always going to be checks, double attacks in the air. And yeah, essentially the action is happening where your pieces aren't. It's not just one bad piece as well in the current position. It's the knight on A4. Look at the knight on E1 as well. It's just a bit stuck. Everything's wrong, smelly with this position.
Smelly is the right word. Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to a line reversed. And that knight, which you've both brilliantly pointed out on the edge of the board, is always the main issue, because you don't really have anywhere great to maneuver that knight back to. But here, you've got those kingside problems as well. So it just looks really good for black, this position. More space, chances to attack, better pieces. What more do you want? Well, I mean,
want a
that's
list,
enough.
Simon.
That's a long enough list. I feel that one. That's yeah. It just looks really good for black here.
Yeah, Space Invaders. You always want to win Connect 4. If you win Connect 4 in chess, it means normally you have a pretty good pawn structure, and that means you have a pretty good outline, pretty good chances in the game. Elionov needs something magical now to fight back, but I don't see it. And it looks like a dark day for him. Dark in his room as well. Not looking good on the board.
Wesley, meanwhile, very well lit, and all those trophies at the back. It's something that we've seen him before in this room, and it kind of gets a lot of inspired play by Wesley. And let's point out that Wesley, if he finishes in top 4, it doesn't matter if he wins the event or the next one, he books his spot into Toronto. So he needs a good start in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And Elionov trying to create play on the king side. Is this something real, or is this desperation?
I'm hesitant about this decision, just kind of basing it on those black and white rules that we're taught when we're kids. And it says never push pawns on the side that you're weakest. And here he goes and he's pushing his pawn to h5. So I'm thinking, OK, that feels a little bit off to me. But let's take a look at the clock times. I'm seeing that there's not that much time remaining for both players. Maybe it's worth a shot. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Absolutely, Ivanka. And David, I think we've got to check it out. What actually happens if Wesley was to grab that h5 pawn?
Yeah, we need to be consistent. We love pushing the h-pawn here, but feels like an exception. And you're right, Ivanka. If Wesley grabs this pawn, I'm assuming you mean with the knight, first of all, then I guess the idea is to take this pawn, but I'm saying I guess because I don't really see it. It feels like, maybe after a trade, for example, you're hoping that after one black piece takes, you cannot take with a pawn. I think this is Elionov's idea because suddenly the knight on the edge would hang. So if you take with a piece, then I think he's banking on the fact that this would be a fork, a double attack. But I see the evaluation bar drop like a rock. What is the idea here, the winning move for black?
It could be a knight g3, but there's other ideas as well.
Simon jumping a knight in, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
And even if there is a trade of rooks, white's queen is trapped here.
Oh, wow.
No matter where it goes, even if you step back, rook to f1 and material disappears, the black queen will start making her way in as well. This would be decisive, and we might be headed in this direction. Knight takes pawn on the board. Great calculation from Wesley. And now if he takes this bishop, followed by taking this pawn, we could see that winning tactic.
Yeah, I think it was more desperation, that idea. And we've actually had a rare moment in chess history here where the move h5 is probably not a good move. So frame it and remember that one, because it nearly always is a good move, but this is that one very rare exception. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a bad position for white all round. Yeah, that's nothing more to be said, really.
Yeah, now you're pawn down with a bad position as well. So everything against Elionov. It's just that first result influenced his play here. He took too many risks and it's going to backfire yet again. He's going to be on the brink of being pushed down to the elimination bracket.
Wow. Wesley with the extra pawn and all the play in the position, and we might be seeing this spectacular tactic that has been pointed out by Simon. If white tries to fork those two knights, one of them will jump into that key g3 square. Now, the other player who looks like he is in big trouble is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and he might be going to a 2-point deficit. And in this format, that almost feels like match over. It's so hard to make a comeback from that. And here, it's all about comparing piece positions. Look at that white rook on d7, attacking the pawn. The knight on e4, a monster can't be moved. Is there anything in Nodirbek's favor in this one?
No. I mean, I'm really worried that actually white with this G-pawn push is actually...
King going to get checkmate.
Exactly. I'm thinking that's going to be followed up by a Harry and then, OK, H5. I mean, the only thing in his favour is that it's his move. There you go. No.
I have to say, Alireza, he's playing so well at the moment. Winning 2 title Tuesdays, as he did yesterday in a row, is an incredible achievement. Only kind of like Hikaru does that on a sort of regular basis, and maybe Magnus. But this, as you say, Ivanka, it just looks horrible. And this is an example where Harry to h5 is a good plan, as it nearly always is, because it is actually checkmate if it gets to that square. So we certainly want to get the pawn all the way up the board there.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight a mating net and some of the potential pitfalls that await this Black King. It has no defenders around it. If you look at the right half of the board, the Black King has no defenders, 3 attacking pieces, and of course, the H-pawn will add to that. For example, I was thinking, OK, Black needs some counterplay. He pushes the pawn to H6. But if he had instead jumped to try and capture this white A-pawn, after all, you're about to promote, then look at this mating tactic. The pawn steps forward, threatening checkmate in one move. Black gives himself an escape square. But after, for example, knight to F6. Ooh, not that one. Maybe that's even stronger. Maybe bishop to F6. Then this is simply decisive. The Black King on the 7th rank is about to get checkmated.
It's a nice one there of rook g8, David, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, this is maybe worth showing because this is I think Jovanka is the expert at checkmates.
And
but
so are you, Simon.
Yeah, this is the first ever checkmate recorded, the Arabian checkmate with the knight and the rook, the first ever recorded in any text anywhere. If you want your chess history, then actually this is one case where I got it, but we'll come to the quiz another moment later on.
Nodirbek in big trouble, and the other player who is in big trouble, and we need to rush to that game, Magnus versus Armin. Look at that. Magnus has managed to create 2 passed pawns on either sides of the board, and the H-pawn is rushing down. He doesn't even need to do it right now. He can try and deflect that white knight from defending the H1 square. Meanwhile, Armin's king tied down to defending the A-pawn. Is there any hope for white in this position, David?
Oh, the only hope was that maybe Black got a bit hasty and impatient and promoted the pawn there, which would have won the white knight. But suddenly White's king would have raced to gobble up all the remaining Black pawns. Now it's simple. It's a simple case of the white knight being completely dominated. We talked about knights on the edge. Knights in the corner are even worse. And sooner or later, Magnus will make a dart towards that white knight. First, he cleans up the other side of the board. And earlier, it's what we call the trousers. It's the A and H pawns that the knights hate the most. And when you have 2 of them like that, like 2 trouser legs, that is decisive. And, OK, this white knight is not going to be able to fight against Black's whole army. And look at Tabatabai on the camera. He was just like, OK, done with this one. And it's endgames. Magnus in endgames. You cannot survive against him. Simple as that.
And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see that trick that we saw earlier with the Black Knight trying to deflect the White Knight and forcing into the corner. It's going to appear soon. Oh, maybe not now. But I was expecting. Yeah.
Just don't go knight e4. That's one move to avoid. But this is very simple. And yeah, I mean, 2 pawns up, queen's coming. And yeah, he's pretty good in the ending. I do agree. He knows his stuff.
And
Magnus.
there
Resigns.
it is.
It's got to happen now. Yeah.
Magnus about to make a new queen. Tabatabai does resign. We have a result. World number 1 takes the lead.
And he got his leg up there. You're right. This is, we could actually just not look at the position and guess how Magnus is getting on, right? I mean, as soon as that leg goes up, he's doing well.
He's doing well. And someone who's still doing well is Alireza Firouzja. But congratulations to Abdusattorov for even making this complicated. Suddenly he's given up a couple of pawns, but he has active pieces. The Black Knight now looking much better than it was. Black's king in far less danger. This game is still alive. Still up against it, though. Firouzja pushing those pawns. 3 minutes each. Any hope of a comeback here? What do we think?
It's pretty grim. I mean, I guess one of the things I'd be trying to do if I was Black here is try to get rid of White's pawn on A2. If I can somehow attack that pawn on A2 and win that pawn, then I can't see how you can do that, though. And White's C pawn is looking very dangerous. Better than it was, though. At least you're not getting checkmated. It's always a good start. And some chances here.
Yeah, some chances, but I feel that they depend on Black's rook getting activated. And look at it. It's just saddled behind White's pawn. I just don't think that there's going to be a rescue here.
That was a beautiful move, a really classy move, just caging that Black rook with White's knight and pawn combo there. Yeah, Firouzja seems to be in top form. Maybe it's just that freshness, not having competed as much lately. Abdusattorov, he needs to survive this game. I don't see a comeback from him if he goes 2 games behind here, not with the way that Firouzja's playing. But what to do? Active pieces for White and a passive Black rook. That's enough, let alone the 2-pawn deficit here. Yeah, he's trying to go round with his rook, but it would just take too long.
I mean, we talked about Wesley So having a bit of a bad World Cup, but it's maybe worth pointing out the Nodirbek as well. He's one of my actual outside picks to win the World Cup, but he got knocked out very, very early in that competition as well. So, you know, he's young. He's going to have bad results, but he's that was a bad competition for him, the last one he played in.
Yeah, it still feels like this young generation, they're trying to feel their limits, trying to see how far they can push things, especially Nodirbek. He's kind of upped his game in terms of aggressiveness just in the last few months. He's taking massive risks in classical, rapid, blitz, all formats. And sometimes that comes with kind of inconsistent results, but he'll find his find his feet there. And yeah, it might not just be in this game, unfortunately. It's
a really good tactic, that, isn't it? Because I think one of the biggest mistakes you see in chess at nearly all levels, I mean, you go to some of these tournaments in Britain, and it's the same sort of gentlemen who in their 70s who have been playing the same openings since they were 20 years old, and they just don't want to take any risks and mix things up. But you've got to mix things up, and that might mean you have a series of bad tournaments, bad results, until you sort of understand chess better. And it's important to do that, you know, to take some risks. I feel it is anyway, to not just get stuck in your own sort of set ways of playing.
I agree with you, but I'm also quite torn on this issue, because I can appreciate that not everyone wants to improve. Some people
really?
just actually, because I had a conversation with someone who's going to remain nameless, and because I was constantly pushing them to play in the top sections, and they were like, "Why are you doing this to me? This is a tournament. This is just holiday."
But surely they want to improve.
I want to be a big fish in a little pond. Those are those exact words.
But surely they'd rather win it than not win the competition.
They wanted to win the little pond section.
So they have to still play well to win that. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But
so,
I mean,
but I definitely agree with you in terms of improvement. You've got to shake things up. You've got to work on all aspects of the game. Like you know, if you notice that you're weak in dynamics, you know, try to play dynamics, try to train on them. I always say, get your friends involved on those areas of chess that you really don't like. Say you don't like endgames. Bring your friends and try and study some endgames. It'll be much more fun that way.
Yeah, with modern chess, you have to have a very universal style of play. You can't be an aggressive player or a positional player or a strategic player. You can't have clear holes and gaps in your chess. To be the best and to play and compete against the best, you need to be good in all kinds of positions. So kind of working on those weaknesses and switching it up in the bigger picture, it's always a big payoff. And these youngsters, they're so motivated and inspired, even by each other. I'm sure for Nodirbek, for example, seeing the success of, let's say, Gukesh or Pragnananda inspires him to improve his play. I know that's the case in India for all these youngsters. They're not only good friends, rivals as well, and kind of improving together, seeing the performances of each other. Meanwhile, this position, it looks like it's going to be a tough task for Nodirbek to get any chances or improve here. But how is White making progress? You know, you're up, how many pawns is that? He's up 2 pawns. You've got this incredible passer on c5. Do you start pushing already? Is it time to go c6?
I think you can. You probably can calculate your way to victory, but being a lazy old man that I am, I would want to just slowly improve the white king, push some pawns.
Guess who's not a lazy old man?
Exactly. That's why he's one of the best players in the world, Firouzja.
If you're a lazy old man, what does that make me? Are you actually calling yourself an old man? This is really bad news.
Sorry, I'll take away the old. Just a lazy man.
Yeah.
Lazy Dave.
But this is very clinical, right? It did look like Black was going to win a pawn, but with this rook to b7, well, that wins White a knight. But there is some hope, and it's a faint hope, that Black can maybe win the a-pawn and with that keep some chances alive.
If he doesn't get checkmated first, which is...
hazard.
Yeah, it's always a hazard in chess, getting checkmated. But you're right, the a-pawn is still a faint hope, and I expect this is why Nodirbek hasn't resigned, because, you know, it's quite close to queening, and he's going for that pawn now, but
the knight will come to f7. I thought.
And rook h6 is a big...
it's going to be checkmate.
It's over.
I don't think he saw that move, did he?
Yeah, his expression there. There was a bit of an eyebrow raise, but it's hard to fight this position. It was a lost position regardless, but Alireza finishes his game 2, takes a 2-point lead against Nodirbek, ending up with a checkmate in that. Nodirbek with a 2-point deficit, Pavel Alyanov with a 2-point deficit. Things are heating up in this quarterfinal match. David, what was the big moment?
Well, there were big moments in all of the games, and I just want to highlight in that final clash we saw between Firouzja and Abdusattorov, battle of the same generation there, that it is deciding when to take the queens off that can be decisive. We saw Magnus Carlsen win an endgame as soon as the queens came off, and here, I think, really instructive from Firouzja. He's got the better structure long-term due to these really bad black e-pawns in the centre, and due to this, he was happy to trade queens. Not just that, but he realised that the quality of his pieces, this white rook on the 7th rank with all the targets, this white knight coming around to a beautiful outpost on e4, this white bishop as well, superior to its counterpart. He knew that all of that combined would give him a decisive advantage. Really instructive when to trade queens, when not to, and here he chose the perfect moment.
Very nice. And also great technique there on display by Alireza in both his games. Let's take a look at our scoreboard. Magnus Carlsen a turnaround in that one, and Armin Tabatabai lost to Magnus in game 2. Magnus takes the lead. Wesley So with a 2-point lead against Elionov. Wesley needs only a draw to wrap up this match, and it's the same for Alireza, which means Nodirbek and Elionov are in a must-win game. We will be back with a game 3 action. Don't go anywhere. Grow the game. Find your local group or take the lead at meetup.com/chess. That is meetup.com/chess. And we all love to play chess with our family and friends. And here's a very special story of one Norwegian family where age is just a number. You know what they say. Families that play together, stay together.
I love chess.
I'm Andreas, I'm 30.
I'm Ingrid, I'm 31.
I'm Nurun, I'm 55.
Lazavik.
92. Yeah. There was a good children's chess community where we lived. So Ingrid joined there, and I also joined as a smaller brother.
In the beginning, the two of us, and Mom realized that if she was going to drive us and stay with us for the tournament, she might as well play. And Grandpa started when he was a kid.
And who is the family chess champion?
Although there's no official tournament or anything to confirm. And I think Christmas is the main season for chess, so we can play, between the broadcast games and so on. Yeah.
And you're still friends after one of you lose?
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, it's nice to have something to enjoy together, spend time together while having something a bit active to do, and we can also discuss and share experiences and so on. I mean, he's played every year for a while now, and he always has a lot of nice games in the tournament, so I think it's very impressive that he's able to keep it going for this very intense week every year.
Will we see him play at 100 years old?
Hopefully, yeah, I think so.
Wow, how cool is that to be able to play chess with your grandfather and with your parents? Just amazing stuff. And here are some of the big chess families across generation. The three Polgar sisters, Judith, Susan and Sofia, who of course one of the greats of the game. It's just amazing what that family has achieved. Anna and Maria Muzichuk, who continue to be the top female players in the world. The Van Foreest family, generations of chess players there. You got Elizabeth Bites with her father. I think he's a grandmaster as well. And of course, Pia Kramling and Anna Kramling. How was it for you guys? Do you have chess players in your family?
I wouldn't say I have chess players in my family, but I was taught by my dad when I was 5 years old. I was apparently a naughty boy. I dispute that. And to kind of quiet me, to at least make me a bit more busy on a rainy day, he taught me chess. And I'm forever grateful.
Yeah, actually, I come from a chess-playing family. You know, my whole family played chess, except for my mum. And I know she'll be watching, so hi, Mum. But and I actually married into a chess-playing family as well. And it's quite exciting watching the new generation get better at chess, and they're so quick and they're so dangerous. But it was a real nice experience. You know, every Saturday we were famous because we were quite a big family. You know, we would roll up in this big car, and then all of us would just get out and play chess. Sometimes we would be scary. Sometimes we wouldn't do so well.
Yeah, it's the same here. I got a bit of a chess family as well. I played in the same team as my dad and my older brother once, and my older brother's quite a lot older than me, but he actually was pretty good, and he drew a Karpov once and was, I think, national champion a couple of times as well. So, and I know your brother is international master as well. So, yeah, so I think it helps probably to have that love of chess. And Tanya, you got a bit of a chess background as well, I guess.
Not a chess background. It's a bit like David. No chess players in the family, but it was my granddad who taught me how to play. He was in the army and he retired a general. He's fought many wars, and he'd have all these stories about when he was out many times late at night or when things would get really heavy. A lot of these army people would sit down and have a game of chess whenever they would get those couple of minutes. So it was a big sport in the Indian Army, sort of a strategic battle game. So he always loved chess, and when I was a kid, he introduced me to chess. And then I was the one who taught my dad how to play. So it was a bit of a generational switch up there. But yes, it was an incredible story to watch with three generations in that family playing chess. And right now it is going to be about all the chess that's going to be played in the Julius Baer Generation Cup as Game 3 action is about to start. How difficult is it in this format to make a comeback with a 2-point deficit?
With a 2-point deficit, you need a bit of luck. You are, after all,
luck.
Yeah, exactly. You're playing not just the best players in the world, but if your opponents have won 2 games in a row, they're in form, they're full of confidence, and these players know how to shut down games. That's the most difficult part, especially for someone like Elianov, who needs to strike back against Wesley So, one of the most solid players out there. So yeah, you just need to keep the games alive and pray and hope.
Hope and pray. Will Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Elianov be able to strike back? Meanwhile, Magnus takes the lead in his match against Amin Tabatabai. Continues to munch on some food in a very, very messy room. We've seen that before. This background, like you said, David, Great chess, great air, great hair by Magnus, and some great chess as well today.
Yeah, some great chess. And actually, just during the break there, I was playing through that last endgame. Anyone who wants to learn about knight endgames, go and play through that one. Really, really instructive stuff. Just doing his business. Usual Magnus. Business as usual there in that last game. But okay, Tabatabai played well. We shouldn't forget that. And next game, if he continues the same form, he'll have a chance.
And he's the one who was putting the pressure on Magnus in game 1 and quite a while in game 2 as well. Do you think with this World Cup win, and Magnus, as he said, completed it, his entire career arc, getting that one big win in, now it's about having fun?
Yeah, for Magnus, I think chess has always been fun. I've noticed that about him.
He's definitely having fun with food there.
He's got a massive plate or something.
Is that
what was
spaghetti?
that? Looked like a kebab to me.
Oh, okay.
So-
But yeah, I was going to say about Magnus, whenever I've seen Magnus play, it always looks like chess is his meditation. This is his place where he's comfortable. I've seen him in press conferences after he's just lost, and he's fuming. But then, people start discussing the lines, and he immediately forgets his anger, and he gets absorbed into the game. And I remember that video of him as a kid, where the whole family was just like talking, chilling, and there was Magnus with the New in Chess magazine, just flicking through things. And I also know from David that Magnus is always talking chess and always following people's games, and even people that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And yeah, I'm just talking because I don't want to see Magnus eat. And there we go, we have some moves.
But we were talking about chess families, and Magnus himself comes from one. His dad's a chess player. I've seen him play open events as well as sisters. So there is a lot of chess going on in the Carlsen family, and we've got the King's Pawn opening. David, what do you make of these first few moves and the Archangels by Black?
Yeah, that's right. Early days here. I like what Tabatabai is doing. He's chosen quite an ambitious setup for Black. Black's bishop out there on c5 on a really nice diagonal. And okay, this game is not going to fizzle out to a quick draw. Magnus can't maybe guide it towards an endgame, something that might favour him. So Tabatabai has his chances. He needs to decide now, though. This pin, for me, as Black, is always the most frustrating thing. It's kind of provoking Black to come forward. Here we see the white bishop drop back, I assume, rather than trade off. And then Black's pawns might start motoring g5, kingside attack.
Do you guys agree with the feature, chat? The messier the room, the greater the genius.
Disagree. Disagree completely.
Strongly disagree. Simon, you?
My room's pretty messy, so yeah, definitely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, messier, the more genius you are. Yeah, 100%.
I agree.
Yeah.
Not that I've seen your room, I just meant like the genius tends to come with a bit of mess.
Welcome over any time, David.
But the chess has been equally messy in this matchup. And as you mentioned, David, that an ambitious approach by Armin, the bishop coming out, the dark squared bishop coming out early on, keeping it ahead of the pawn chain rather than behind the pawn chain. Is there any chance of Black going all out on the king side, pushing Gary the g-pawn this time?
Yeah, I think he should go for that, especially in the match situation. A draw is fine. He'll get a chance with white in the final game of the day, but you might not get another chance to be aggressive and pushing the g-pawn, breaking this pin we see between the white dark square bishop and the black queen on the board now. And that does signal aggression. We're going to see a really imbalanced game where Black has seized space all over the board. On both flanks now, Black has advanced pawns. Of course, comes with the downside of creating weaknesses, but at least, yeah, you might potentially throw those pawns even further forward, storm the white king side. I really like it, but of course, still complicated.
I love it. It's going to be a fun one. Gary the g-pawn down the board. It looks like Armin, he doesn't care. He is playing with the black pieces. He's going for the aggressive approach. And meanwhile, we've got a kickoff in the Denis Lazavik versus Fabiano Caruana. And Fabi with the lead in their matchup. Denis starts with d4, so he's switched up from the English that we saw.
Ooh, I think it was a Catalan
previously. Oh, yes, it was
well.
a Catalan, yes.
Yeah, and a repeat. Second Catalan of the day for Denis Lazavik, sticking to what served him pretty well in game one, where he exerted some slight pressure on Fabiano, had the very comfortable side of a draw. And this match is so in the balance that I don't blame him for staying consistent. And, OK, first new move of today, at least. This a5 move, a trendy type of idea against the Catalan, gaining space on the queen side for black. But I've seen this go wrong for black as well. Often you're not fighting for the centre here. What are your thoughts on this? Fabiano trying to surprise his young opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Fabiano is one of the best prepared players I've ever seen. I mean, again, he's got the luxury of having a well-established team behind him who helped him fight for the World Championships, and that must be a great advantage. I mean, I'd love to have people who are doing all the hard work for me, while I was eating my kebab like Magnus or something, it'd be great. And he's moving pretty quickly here, bringing the night out. And I also think against someone who just can't be as experienced because of his age, that trying something a little bit different is a good strategy to do. So, yeah, I think it's a good ploy from Fabiano, this.
Yeah, coming from Fabiano, I think it is a good ploy, but I have to say, positionally, it's very risky because you've broken some rules. First of all, the light square bishop is stuck there on c8. It doesn't have a great future. Also, you put the knight on c6 in front of its own pawns. And this is generally not a good idea. And I love what Dennis has done. He's just moved his a-pawn one square up just to control the range of that knight on c6. And it's gonna, Fabiano has to find a very concrete way to develop his pieces. And I suspect that's why he's pushed his a-pawn up the board.
Yeah, really committal stuff, as you say, Ivanka. And later there might be ideas of the black knight on c6, which blocks the pawns to kind of spring forward via a5 to b3. But you've abandoned the centre. This is like a dream Catalan position for Lazavik if he can consolidate. So if he can find good squares, harmonious squares for his pieces, maybe a safer square for the white queen. But yeah, early days, I like white's chances.
Lazavik, impressive play through the match. And earlier on, I said that Fabi has taken the lead. It's actually been 2 draws, so I stand corrected there. Their match has been even so far with a 1-1 score. But the one match where there is a 2-point deficit, Wesley So needs only a draw to wrap up his match against Elyanov, and he starts with the white pieces. This is a big ask from Elyanov, even to survive Game 3.
Yeah, but, it's your chance, right? You're playing first time Division 1, you're facing Wesley So. What can you do? You just forget about what's happened and smile, go with it. And I saw a very interesting interview from Fabi, and he was saying that when you're in this situation, you're in a must-win situation. You have to depend on some luck, but that luck comes from the opening. And it's whether the opponent can lock down the position or not. If they can simplify lockdown, well then, sorry, you're out of luck. And these top players, they know how to make the draw. But there we see Elyanov. He has chosen to play it like, what would you call it? Was this a perk? Was this a
So it's a mix between the modern and the hippo, really.
Right, yeah.
And this is, we saw this in the last tour, that Fabiano played this as black against the same thing, and another player as well. When 2 players with the black pieces that must win situations had this exact setup we see here, and white's setup seems to kind of force this idea that black has to go into this hippo. So it's yeah, but all the pieces remain on the board this way.
Yeah, exactly. There's still tension. White will have to guess at what pawn break black is going to go for. Is it going to be c7, c5, maybe the d pawn, maybe the e pawn? Who knows? But there will be action at the later stages of the middle game.
The question that if whether will be able to take the match to Game 4 or not. He needs to win, a must-win situation. And we have been seeing players in a must-win taking this approach of this opening with the black pieces, which looks really passive, but the whole concept is, as you said, just keep all the pieces on the board, keep the tension on the board. I think Hikaru as well played this in the World Cup in must-win situations. So it's really catching up on a popularity there. We will keep an eye out on this one, but we've got liftoff soon in the other board where a player is in a must-win situation, and it is Nodirbek. Is he thinking about his opening or is he praying right now?
Looks like a bit of both. Just admiring the ceiling, Beth Harmon style. Nodirbek, okay, I'm expecting e4, just his bread and butter there. But he did become World Rapid Champion by basing his repertoire on the English opening. These youngsters, they play everything. But either way, he needs something special from the opening, from the early stages, as we were discussing earlier. Still stirring up there, Nodirbek. Let's get that game going.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably very aware of what Firouzja also plays as well. So he's just trying to work out a system that will give him some chances. And he's gone d4, and this is really his bread and butter, is it? I guess it's fair to say this is what he's played most of the time, and we now go into a Queen's Indian and into a Queen's Gambit. Pretty solid setup from Firouzja here.
Yeah, and lots of choice for black on this next move. They call this, at the top level, they call it the main position, after Grishuk famously said it in an interview, because black has like 8 or 9 very decent moves to choose from, which all lead to different types of play, different natures of play. And Firouzja, I think he had success in the first game of the day, if I remember correctly, by just developing his bishop, his dark square bishop to e7, just getting castled, playing very traditionally, very classically. So I'm surprised to see him pause, maybe not wanting to repeat. And okay, he goes for the rock-solid c5. This has a very drawish reputation. They call it the Berlin of d4.
Yeah. Didn't Fabiano Caruana tell us in the interview at Norway Chess that he deliberately tries to avoid this line because it's so drawish?
Yep. I think all the top players these days, when I was preparing for the World Cup, I thought, okay, just in case I need a solid weapon up my sleeve, maybe I should add this. But then it was just too dry, even for me. So,
wow.
I think that's a red herring there. Nothing is too dry for our David.
Very solid. Symmetrical pawn structure is very likely here. And with that, winning chances for white might be minimized. Yeah, interesting and good choice for Firouzja. Not necessarily his style. That's the one thing I would say. He's not accustomed to playing with the handbrake on. He wants to be playing chaotic positions, and that's served him well so far. Interesting start.
Well, a chaotic position in this one is hard to imagine, but meanwhile, chaos is on the Magnus board. So let's head over to that one, and we see some pieces hanging. Black's attacking white's queen on d1, the white knight on h4. Is white forced to jump in with the knight to keep the material balance?
Well, it's interesting, Tanya. That's the first move that comes to my mind. Jumping in, knight to f5, counterattack the black queen. But Magnus did just bring his knight to that square where it was attacked. So let's do a quick action replay of the last couple of moves. It looked like a very standard position around here. Of course, white has these doubled e-pawns, but black has pushed forward with g5, weakening himself somewhat. And now Magnus, knight to h4, beautiful move. Jumping in potentially to an outpost. If this knight is taken, it is actually poisoned, then suddenly you would live to regret this. This is a deadly pin, the knight and queen hit, and this knight is falling next move. This would end in a decisive attack against the black king. So the bait was not taken here, and bishop to g4. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus moves the queen. I don't know where, but this attack feels like he's hoping not to have to avoid, not to go into an endgame simply. Even if that has brought him success so far. So knight f5, I think, is the safe option. We would see, for example, a trade such as this one. Queen's disappearing, and it would be 2 bishops versus 2 knights. And in a block position, maybe the knights are okay. But Magnus, he's going to move his queen, and there we go. Queen to e1. Same idea.
I like Magnus's choice because by keeping the queens on the board, it follows my rules. And I have a general rule, which is when the kings are weak, you should keep the queens on the board. You gotta attack, and there you go. And they're talking about attack. We do see Amin quickly move his knight to the edge to attack the light square bishop. Where is that piece going to go? I expect it to slide. I was going to say c2, but then I thought, what's it doing on that square? Why not just trade off a set of bishops and then start eyeing up the light squares again?
Yeah, if you trade these off, Simon, big attack.
Yeah. I mean, that looks like a really good choice, as you say, because you've got this beautiful square for the knight there. And I think also keeping the bishop was something you could have considered on the diagonal. And I just don't like the look of black's king side. Black's king side is so weak, and as Jovanka pointed out here, it's got loads of holes, doesn't it, around it? And if you can ever get the white knight to just jump in at the right time, it's going to be a disaster for black. So black's got some problems to overcome in this situation. And yeah, he has moved the bishop back. So well found there, just trying to get rid of the defender of that square. It's also worth noting that the white knight can't really be captured because white will put black in a really horrible pin there, and black is just losing. So I don't even know what I'd do if I was black here. I mean, this is uncomfortable, I feel, for black, this position.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to trade light squared bishops. That black bishop is needed to trade off for that white knight if it ever jumps in. So Amin has to just drop his bishop back somewhere and hope that Magnus cannot stir up any attack in the next few moves. Still not too much to worry about here, I think, but certainly unpleasant, at least slightly, for black right now. Magnus working his magic.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is one of those positions where black has 99 problems.
But a bishop ain't one.
Exactly.
Maybe a bishop is one, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm just looking at it. I was like, yeah, the knight is going to jump into f5, as David indicated, and then the white pawns, Harry, Simon's favourite piece, will just move itself 2 squares forward. I mean, I guess the one thing that black has in its favour is that there aren't too many pieces, so to speak, on the board, like a set of rooks have left. Oh, I don't know. Don't like it.
And we were so excited to see this g5 move on the board. Felt like ambitious play, but it sort of come back to bite black's position.
I felt it was really risky, actually. I mean, and there we see bishop takes bishop.
Oof. 99 problems and a bishop is one, definitely, yeah. That looks horrible, doesn't it? I mean, look at that square. What a square that white knight has found. And, you know, you might even have some tactics here, but simply this move just seems so strong, right?
Yeah, with the knight on f5, Amin will not survive. It's going to be checkmate surely here. That white knight is going to be the main piece, of course, but if white can add the queen, add the rook to the attack, surely that black king is living a charmed life. At some point, you might be able to break in the center, but Magnus first, he'll get his pieces ready. Black's knight on the a5 square as well, not looking great either. So I'm very much loving white's position. But yeah, as you say, no breakthrough yet. So Amin's banking on the fact that he can survive the next few moves, and maybe long-term black has chances if he can get the queens off the board with a slightly more harmonious pawn structure. So Magnus in charge here, but Amin still fighting. What do we think of the other game? Wow, Simon, just as I say it, Harry has...
Always a good move.
Yep.
Pretty much always. We did see one case which had let down the side, but obviously you want to open up the black king because of your fantastic white knight. You've got a rook. If you can get the bishop into the attack as well,
and I'm just thinking, you know, first things, you open up the H line and then all guns ahoy on that H file.
Yeah, dilemma for Tabatabai.
Now the bishop is coming into the game. Sorry, David.
No, go on.
No, I was just going to say, now the bishop is introduced into the attack. I mean, it's all going wrong.
Yeah, it's all going wrong. Let's show what we think Magnus might be up to in the next few moves. He has some very natural moves at his disposal. Just to mention here, if black had taken back with the pawn, which kind of you want to do strategically, structurally here with your pawn structure, then white does have moves such as just advancing the king, bringing the rook to the h-file, and this looks disastrous, at least from a human point of view, even if black can survive. Instead, he took with the rook to keep the h-file closed, and Jovanka, bishop joining the attack. Now all the pieces in the party. Attacking the rook, attacking the knight. What to do next if the rook drops back? I mean, at the very least, the queen can start coming. Feels like something's lining up against this knight.
Yeah.
Every white piece is around the weakened black king here, and we should remind everyone that if Magnus wins this game, he wins the match because he's already won one game. So this is a great opportunity for him. And yeah, I mean, okay, he's also playing on the other side now, just to show his dominance.
Incredible full board awareness. We see that by Magnus all the time. You know, you're focused on one side of the board and then suddenly you realize that there's stuff going on the queen side as well. So he's asking questions to that black knight, also fixing that b5 pawn, which can at some point prove to be a weakness. But to my mind, it feels that that black knight on a5 was actually white's friend. It's at the edge of the board. So what's the deeper concept of actually pushing it back towards his own king?
I think maybe the idea was just to make sure it stays in black side of the board. If white had played queen to f3 first, maybe the black knight jumps in this way, starts harassing white from behind.
Very nice.
Like you say, Tanya, just full board awareness. Magnus is so kind of concerned about not allowing black any activity at all that he's happy to just spend a tempo pushing the black knight towards the center. And this is the position. And it's like we said, black is just stuck. You can never really bring this knight back to challenge on f5. Firstly, you never threaten to take it, but if you do actually step back, then simply white trades, gets out the way, and a knight falls next move. So black is just really, really frozen right now.
Actually, what is black's next move? If you just pass,
Oof.
Can you even make a move?
Black is just going to wait with the knight, maybe.
Yeah.
Grim defense.
It's horrible.
Retreating.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were sitting here and you're playing Magnus, you're kind of like, It's time to think about what you're going to eat for dinner, isn't it? Around this point, I feel. So.
If I was playing you, Simon, here, I'd start to feel the same. Just attack for free.
It's one of those positions I can play. You just throw everything at Black's king, basically.
And White actually could potentially have a threat of sacrificing that knight from f5. You want to get rid of it, open up the f line. An impactful way of doing that, knight d6, always in the air. You have to watch out for knight d6, knight h6, and picking up that knight on f6. So there could be an immediate threat that Amin has to think about. He's shaking his head, not happy with his position.
I think it's gone. I don't see how he's going to, as you say, he struggled to find a move here in actual fact. And White can just move the knight. He can build up as well. So, yeah, looking very good for Magnus at the moment.
Wow, interesting quote there from the Twitch chat. Knight on f5 being worth at least a queen. I would say that's slightly hyperbolic, but a knight on f5 is good. Bless you, Simon.
Thank you very much.
Was that a reaction to the court?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Reaction to Black's position here.
Yes. Take the camera away.
Great work there.
Yeah, cheers. Just put it on me as soon as I sneeze and feel dishaggard.
But this knight on f5, that's not a knight, that's a dragon, that's a monster there. And yeah, it's all about White putting on the pressure on the f-file. And now he's really going down on the clock as well, under 6 minutes. But a position that's really hard to defend, even if you had all the time in the world.
Yeah. I miss that phrase, Jovanka, Octo Knight, with its tentacles, 8 tentacles around there, the White Knight controlling so many squares. Yeah, beautiful piece.
It is a beautiful piece. And actually, I learned when the knight actually reaches the 6th row, this is a White Knight, reaches the 6th row and is supported, it doesn't become an Octo Knight. It is, in fact, the Kraken. So, yeah, there you go. Chess and storytelling. Yeah, I think it actually came from Peter Svidler.
He called it the Kraken.
And I mean, the sad state of the matter for Black is that they just have to sound the horn, retreat, and I like David's suggestion of just moving the knight back to protect his own king. And after all, one of the things when you are playing a defensive type of position, you just got to be optimistic. I mean, especially if you have such a position like this where you're expected 9 times out of 10 to lose. Magnus now striking in the centre. You go back, I go forward, is what he says. No.
You know what I'd do if I was Black here?
Just resign.
Just resign.
With your T-shirt, Simon. We need it now.
I know. It is one of those moments, so you could be quite tempted, actually, and just go and have a nice dinner, takeaway, maybe a bit of Magnus's kebab or something.
I had a vision of you, like Superman, with your T-shirt on.
Really? Yeah. Very interesting to know that. Do you want me to see?
Just resign.
Just resign.
But yeah, this position is big trouble for Black. And with that last pawn trade, it looks like Magnus has solved his central pawn structure problem and created another square for the knight to retreat to e3, where you can start targeting the f7 pawn. Amin shaking his head. He's trying to create some play of his own. But it looks like it's not going to be enough. The knight falls back to g3, c3 pawns defended, f7 hanging.
Smelly.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse. Magnus is just slowly, methodically improving his pieces. Look at that. The knight on f5 was glorious, but it was in the way of White's queen and rook. So he manoeuvres it, takes 2 tempi, well spent, to the side of the board, but attacking this f6 pawn. And not just has he corrected his own pawn structure over the last few moves, Magnus, he's made sure all of his 4 pieces there, let's forget the king for now, the other 4 are all zeroed in now on Black's f6 pawn, and that pawn is going to fall. Once that pawn falls, the Black king will be even more vulnerable. And this is the closing stages of this game. He hasn't even done anything too special, Magnus. It was as soon as he landed that knight on f5, it's been clinical.
It's just been merciless, right? And I find that this is a very instructive game from Magnus, like the way that he struck out in the centre, the way that he pushed back the knight from a5, put it on a bad square. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And poor Amin, he loves to be an attacker. He loves to be on the front foot, creating threats. But this game especially, and the closing stages of the previous game, Magnus has just shut things down. Not even a hint of activity, not even a hint of counterplay. And that's the most frustrating thing in chess, when your opponent doesn't give you a chance. And, OK, forced to retreat. There we go. Breakthrough.
Wow.
Did you see that? It's just
relentless.
So accurate, right? Because most people would be like, oh, look at that, I can take the pawn on f6. And it's like, nope, no, I'm just going to turn the screw and now just make use of the fact that the knight on c6 is loose.
I remember that move before, pushing that knight from a5 to c6, and suddenly everything falls into place. Magnus, he plays, he wins. It's just how it goes in chess.
It's like a conductor. It's just everyone just seems to be moving to his beat. All the pieces landing on the squares. This is a killer blow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's enjoying himself a bit too much here, isn't he? I mean,
and I think we should show why black can't take on e6, David.
Yeah, let's just show those last two moves and give them the credit they deserve. First of all, in this position, when you could cash in with a pawn, nope. Magnus steps forward, e5, hitting that loose piece, as Jovanka mentioned. And not just that, but pushing the pawn forward to become a protected pass pawn in a moment, because queen takes pawn simply walks into a double attack. The knight retreats. That is a fork. And this would be resign time. Actually, this is happening right now. That pawn could not be tolerated. But black is losing material, and not just that, but the pawn in the middle on f6 will fall next move as well. This one is just over. No chance of a fight back for Amin Tabatabai.
And that would be match over, not just game over. Magnus wins this. He does take the match right now on a fork. I wouldn't be surprised if Amin just resigns in this position. It's so difficult to even think of a way to continue or create some play with the black pieces right now.
If he can bring himself to resign, I think he probably would. But like you say, this is a match situation. You never won a game by resigning, so perhaps string it out a little bit more.
Who was it who said that no one won a game by resigning?
Not me.
Someone with a big brain.
That's for sure. I'm well up for resigning. You know?
Just resign.
That's it. Just get, there's other things to do.
But right. This looks like it's about to finish any moment. He does fall back with the queen and the king recaptures on g6. That's playing with fire.
Yeah, at least he's keeping this f6 pawn alive. So right now the material deficit is minimized. It's white having a rook for black's knight and pawn. So actually only technically 1 point down. But it's just the fact that, well, actually another pawn's dropping on c5. Missed that one. I was just going to say it's just the fact the black king is so open. You don't even need to take this pawn. You could have gone for checkmate Magnus, but no, he's just doing the maths here. He's counting, collecting, doing everything. And you see on the camera, Tabatabai knows that despite the fact he's kind of wrapped his king, the black king up in cotton wool here, it's not going to prolong the inevitable forever. White's bishop will just retreat. White has a majority, 3 versus 2 in terms of pawns on the queen side as well. And yeah, it's slow but sure at this point.
It has been quite a fight by Amin. If you don't look at the scoreline, I don't think it tells the full story. Magnus winning this, taking it in 3 matches, the games were a lot closer than what it seems if you just take a look at the scorecard. Amin had his chances, especially in that game 1.
Yeah, maybe game 2 as well, as you mentioned, and he has played very enterprising chess, and I think that game 1 was maybe key. I mean, when you get a chance against Magnus, you got to take it. You don't generally get more than 1 chance against Magnus, and he could have won that ending and actually taken a lead in the match. And obviously now things are really bad. He's hanging on here, but yeah, it's not going the way he wants.
And that's the thing with the top players in the world. Some kind of super strong grandmasters like Tabatabai, they can match them step by step. But when it comes down to the crunch moments, that killer instinct just seems to be a bit sharper with players like Magnus, Fabiano, these kind of really elite grandmasters. They spot everything. They very rarely blunder, very rarely miss an opportunity, and kind of incrementally they seem to rack up the wins. So yeah, it's been so close this match. Like you say, Tanya, it doesn't kind of reflect it in the scoreline, but Magnus is going to take it.
Yeah. He's making it look easy now, continues to put pressure on the clock as well. Amin Tabatabai, you can look at him and you know from the body language that he knows that this is over. And Simon, the point that you were making, that against Magnus, you don't get chances. If you get that 1 chance, you better grab it with both hands. It reminds me of what happened in the World Cup, right? With Vincent Keimer, he's the only player who actually defeated Magnus, took the lead in the match. And in that second game, knight takes e4. Could have been a completely different story. He had that 1 chance. You let it go, and then Magnus was back in it and went on to win the World Cup. And right now it looks like he is about to take this match. C6 played. Magnus perhaps just thinking about what is the quickest way to victory here.
Yeah, sport for choice. That's the problem. You could start pushing pawns on the queen side if you... There we go. If you want to be really sadistic, I was going to say. Just slowly but surely. Now the white B pawn is stepping forward. Be careful here as black. The black queen cannot go and take white's pawn in the center, the D pawn, because the white rook will capture the knight on E7, jump out the way, and white's bishop indirectly hits the black queen. Okay, Tabatabai blocks it, which makes sense when you have knights. But Magnus will create a passed pawn. And combining that with some threats, some hints against the Black King should overwhelm Black's defenses. Yeah, feels like kind of a slow way of playing it, Magnus. He hasn't killed it off in the most brutal way, but he's still almost guaranteed at this point.
That's what you say when you're winning, you know, slow and steady wins the race. It doesn't matter whether you win in 60 moves or 40 moves. And there we see Magnus pushing his pawn forward. He's getting ready to perhaps push the B pawn as well and create another passed pawn. Magnus just playing great stuff.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Simon. Would you rather win in 20 moves, just a quick, brutal miniature, or would you rather win a 100-move long torture game?
David. It depends what I'm doing in the evening. You know, generally I'd probably like to, do something in the evening. So give me a bit of brutality and I will take it. But I think I know the answer to this one. David, if you had a choice between a 20-move miniature King Hunt Brilliancy Prize or let's say 150 moves to you, 150 move grind, 8 hours later.
No, break the Guinness Book of Records.
All the restaurants are shut, no bars are open, all the arbiters are sleeping. Which one would you prefer?
I would take a 300-move game. 150 is rookie numbers. And I think we're about to see a result.
Yeah.
Bishop to e3, last move by Magnus.
And that's it, it's done. Magnus Carlsen takes the victory. Armin Tabatabai resigns. And with that, everything is over. The queen is attacked, the 8-6 pawn is hanging, and Magnus there on his phone. Wraps up his match in just 3 games there.
Turning Stockfish off. Joke.
Too soon to joke, Simon. Too soon to joke. Magnus with his victory. Lots of big moments in that one. We will check in with that, but action is still on in the Wesley matchup. Can Wesley do what Magnus has done? Wrap this up in 3 games.
He looks close, Wesley. So firstly, look at the clock. He's got double his opponent's time there. Secondly, look at the board. It's really blocked right now. Black has no activity whatsoever. The Black Queen, what was she doing hanging out in the corner there? Black's pieces just struggling for air. And he has a grip, Wesley. I'm not sure it's enough for a big advantage. The evaluation bar says, yes, White is in control. But he doesn't need to win, remember. He just needs to draw. So even if he's just maneuvering, he should be pretty happy, pretty safe here. And there we go, he improves his bishop. Elianov, uphill struggle, of course, winning with Black on demand just to stay alive in the match. But, OK, on the plus side for him, still a lot of pieces remaining. So if eventually, some fine day, the position does explode, then at least he'll hope that he has enough potential there to fight back. But Wesley just boa constrictor mode right now.
He totally is, and there you see Wesley with that last bishop move getting ready to set up some kind of bishop and queen battery on the a5 pawn. And, well, Elianov had to do this. He had to press that red button and initiate chaos. And here comes the breakthrough, but White is very well placed to meet it.
Yep.
Still a bit messy, though. I mean, I think he had to try this move. I mean, he's got to win. He's got to complicate the position, and at least he's generating some play on the king side. So it's kind of like a forced move, I feel, that one.
Yeah. F5 and we're live, as a good friend of ours would say. Yeah. And actually, the Black Rook, which I wasn't giving much credit a few moves ago, if you look at the Black Rook on A7, it's ready to swing across. Black had double rooks there, stack them up, and... you kind of go all in on the king side. I'm not sure how you ever checkmate White's king. Those double G-pawns in front of the White king keep it nice and safe, safely protected potentially. But yeah, he's got to do this. Hustle mode now from Elianov. He needs to up the pace, up the tempo. That's the one thing, because things will explode. He's trying his best to make them do so, but 2 minutes isn't really enough to kind of work your way through that maze later on. So, okay, he needs to just speed up, get that Black Queen across to the king side, bring all your pieces towards the White king, and then pray. And then, maybe something will work in Black's favour.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess the way that Black will try to open up the position is to push that f-pawn 1 square forward and try to destabilise the king side. And, well, you asked, David, and they played. The queen moves to c7. It's getting ready to transfer, I was going to say, to the e7 square.
Yeah. Maybe even back to d8 just to evacuate the 7th rank for the other Black Rook. But yeah, either way, the Black Queen was the worst placed piece. Good kind of chess wisdom in general to improve a piece that's not doing too much. And Elianov, we should mention, he's very strong when kind of there's harmony in his position. He's very solid, of course, as well. But when his pieces are kind of doing good work, he tends to kind of have great technique. When he has the advantage, he can be ruthless. So, okay, knight to f1. Wesley's trying to maneuver. Very slow, very mysterious, I've got to say. Potentially as well sacrificing a pawn, at least short term, sacrificing something, because black can take in the center now. Is this the moment for black to open things up?
Yeah, or continue with that clever queen maneuver and go f4. I quite like black's position, and this also, if you can play this, then you should. But I was a little bit worried that white could close down that king side by playing g4 here. There might be other options as well, but if Wesley can keep the lines closed on the king side, then he will get the result that he needs, a draw or a win. So maybe a key moment here, David.
Yeah, potentially a key moment. I'm very attracted to the move g4 as well. I guess the one downside is it does weaken Harry.
Yeah.
This h4 pawn could be targeted either by the black queen or maybe by the black bishop at some point. And yeah, if you could kind of push this pawn one square back, white has a full fortress, you'll never break through as black. So critical moment. If you cannot push forward, you don't really want to open things up. If you take this pawn as well, then black actually has a nice choice. You can take with a rook, attack a few pawns there. You can even contemplate taking with the pawn, because suddenly you have an advantage in terms of pawn majority on the king side, and trading these dark square bishops might well suit black here. Elianov fighting really well. Maybe I didn't give him enough credit earlier. The time's still not in his favour, but he's at least asking difficult questions of Wesley.
And we see Wesley moving his knight to the edge of the board. I feel like Wesley is trying to keep control at all costs, and there we do see pawn takes pawn. And I was actually expecting Wesley to capture that pawn one move earlier. Just embrace the chaos. It is what it is. Don't make passive decisions.
Mm-hmm. But now, which way does black recapture on f4? With the rook, with the pawn?
Yeah, or maybe you can also consider taking on h4, possibly. I think the one problem that Pavel has with the black pieces here, though, is that, yeah, he's going to open up white's king, but his pieces are not really active enough at the moment. The black knight is too far away from the action. Black's dark square bishop needs a bit of work, and it's only the queen and maybe the rook which are really working. So, you know, if he can get those pieces coming in somehow, then he will be able to get some chances. But there's a lot of work to get those pieces into the game here.
Yeah, white's piece is much more centralized in comparison. As you mentioned there, you can always give a check. For example, black's queen can even land on f2, giving a check, but white has full control. The white king's actually pretty safe in the corner, protected by its knight. You can see the nerves on Elianov there. He's leaning forward, suddenly readjusting his body position under 20 seconds. Not easy, and he's gambling. He's going all in now at this last move. He's doubled up his rooks. But what is the threat? Unless there's a direct threat, direct breakthrough, then he's giving up more pawns, more material.
Is it rook f2 and rook takes g2 is one idea? I mean, at least you create a checkmate idea there. And Wesley stopping that immediately by bringing his knight in. I mean, it's still a very murky position, this. Wesley's an incredible calculator, but if I was white here, I'd be a little bit scared, I have to say, with those black pieces so near my king.
Yeah.
I mean, the rook's now working, aren't they?
The rooks are now working, and the light square bishop on e6 is going to jump into h3 and threaten checkmate. Yeah. This is getting chaotic.
If this was a bullet game, I think I'd choose black. But Wesley has 2 minutes to spare. He needs to use them wisely. He needs to somehow rebuff this queen, kick her out of white's camp, release the pressure. It's not obvious. The white knight can jump out the way. There's an attack on the third rank against the black queen, but where to jump? Not obvious. Big threats.
It's the kind of position that you just completely disregard the Valbar. It means nothing. It's anyone's game right now with Elianov going for white's king. And there it is, Jovanka, your idea of getting the bishop to join the attack, the party as well. But the Valbar says that Wesley's defense is on point. Getting that rook to hold on to that knight f3 was the accurate way to go forward.
It's amazing that you found that move. I mean, and I think without the evaluation bar, which the players don't obviously have, you'd have no idea what's going on here. Okay, white's the pawn up, but there are some threats brewing around the king now, and this is a great move. I love this move. If you can get the queens off, it goes back to what you said, Jovanka, earlier. If you're defending, get the queens off. If you're attacking, keep the queens on. And if he can get the queens off, which he has done, then that's going to give his position a lot of safety there, I'd imagine. And yeah, that's helped a lot, right? That queen exchange.
Yeah, that is kind of textbook defense there. Just pure defense, actually. All of Wesley's pieces holding things together and forcing the queens off. The black queen couldn't have stayed on because it would have been trapped.
2, 1.
Oh! Made a move with just 1 second on the clock. But it's not going to help his case because now White has solved all the problems. No checkmate, and he's up. No, I was going to say he's up a pawn, but it's actually level material.
Wait,
now he's up a pawn, the a-pawn, and the bishop pair as well. Oh.
Yeah.
And a minute on the clock. 6 seconds for Elyanov.
What a pawn as well on a4 as well. It's just going to march all the way to a8. And, well, Wesley, remember, he just needs a draw as well.
Draw, yeah.
It's a dream scenario.
1 second.
Oh.
Wow.
A second pawn is about to drop, but he might just trade the rooks and then go on to pick up that d6 pawn.
Yeah, he's trying some tricks here, hitting White's bishop on c7 with the black rook. But yeah, actually, if Wesley just wants to lock this down with a draw, you can even trade off rooks, go into an opposite colour bishop position. But yeah, why not grab a second pawn? Plenty of time here for Wesley. 40 seconds should be enough to bank this.
You could even take the knight, couldn't you? Just go opposite colour bishop. You only need a draw as White here. So it's looking like the draw is very close, or a win for Wesley as well is a pretty good option here as well.
Yeah, why not go for the win? Why not take a second pawn?
Take a second pawn. Why not, as you say.
And this is a check. White's king will move. The black knight will jump out the way. The problem is maybe no good squares for this black knight. And this... Ooh, got to do some calculation here. White's rook is attacked. Can you take this black bishop off the board? No, why not? Keep it safe.
Yeah.
Wesley's the
Colour
king.
bishop with an extra 2 pawns this time.
Yeah.
Wesley's the king of guiding games towards safety. Not maybe objectively best, but enough, more than sufficient for at least a draw that is required.
Well, there is some danger, but it's very tiny. If you put your king in the wrong square, like I was thinking h3, maybe the black pawns could start advancing and trap the white king in a mating net.
Thinking about checkmate in that position.
Yeah, it's always.
But let's not forget, it's Wesley, and he's just not going to give any chances to his opponent.
Exactly, and that's why he put his king at the bottom. There was no danger whatsoever. And now the black king is coming in.
I have to say, I like what Pavel's doing here in a really bad situation. He is coordinating his remaining pieces. Is he just going to take the draw here? He can't. No, he's got to play for the win.
Draw is as bad as losing at this point.
Yeah, you might as well play. And
it's 3 pawns down, though. So
I mean, this is not easy, right?
I think, and that's it. Pavel resigns after losing the third pawn, and Wesley with 3-0 wraps it up in 3 games as well. Yeah. We still have action on, and there it is. There he is, Wesley, with a dominating performance at the start of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And we've still got games on. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov, can he survive? Can he take his match to game 4?
Wow, this, firstly, it looked slightly chaotic, but it's about to clear up, and it's going to clear up in Firouzja's favour. We jumped in just as we're about to see a result. This knight check gains an important tempo. Next move, black's bishop picks up the white knight. Piece up, and he's going to go through.
Yeah.
Huge update. Sorry, Simon, that Fabi just lost his game. He blundered and lost his game, which means that he has to win the 4th game against Denis Lazavik. Denis Lazavik takes the lead in his match. Wow.
Maybe the only match which we've got going on, actually. I think all the other matches have been wrapped up. So, I mean, Fabi losing, that'd be a really shocking result, I'd say.
Yeah, 16-year-old. I mean, this is the Generation Cup, but what a result that was. And we have to mention it was self-inflicted. Fabiano blundering in what should be quite a well-known rook endgame. I think with a bit more time on the clock, Fabiano would have been able to hold the draw here. Under some pressure, White has an extra pawn, Denis Lazavik with White. But it was this move in a moment here that cost him that valuable half point, Fabiano. Instead of, for example, just retreating the black king to a nice safe square, staying in touch with this weak f6 pawn, Fabiano went wrong. He simply waited with his rook, but then it was too late. The white rook now able to cut the coordination between the black king and pawn. This pawn now is simply doomed, and look at what happened. Yes, he was able to give a couple of checks, Fabiano. He was even able to trade off rooks, but the extra pawn, king of pawn endgames here, this allowed white to outmaneuver the black king. Fabiano resigned because, for example here, the white king outflanks its counterpart, slowly makes its way towards the lone pawn. Wow, what a result we had.
This is the biggest upset that we've had in today's matches, with Denis Lazavik, 16-year-old, making his debut in the Champions Chess Tour Division 1, taking the lead. Fabiano Caruana has to win on demand or he goes down into the losers bracket. And these are our score lines. 3 matches decided in 3 games, and only 1 will go on to game 4. Who was the most impressive player for you today so far?
Well, they've all been impressive. Well, not they've all been impressive, but all the winners have been impressive. But I've been also very surprised at how Alireza Firouzja made it look so easy against someone like Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Because let's not forget, Nodirbek was world rapid champion at 17 years old. And for Firouzja to defeat him 3 times, that was unusual for me.
What a performance it was by Alireza Firouzja. We will go into a short break, but we will be back with the Julius Baer Generation Cup action with Fabi in a must-win situation. Don't go anywhere.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Magnus Carlsen also taking the match in just 3 games against Armin Tabatabai. And these are their accuracy rates at 92.6%. Quite a great performance, but Armin, he also put up a big fight, 88.5%. Great score, great accuracy there, but it was the world the world #1, former world champion, and the world rapid and bliss champion, and the World Cup winner who reigned supreme in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. He was so powerful, right? Oh, Magnus.
Yeah, it all turned on that one opportunity in the first game. I mean, maybe could have taken it, sorry, in the end game, but in the end, once Magnus got his chance, he jumped on it.
Yeah, he's just playing such great chess at the moment, isn't he, Magnus? I mean, he's just won the World Cup and he's winning these events left, right and centre. Can anyone stop him? Do we think? Anyone at all? No?
Yeah, well, it's looking difficult, right? Because Magnus has just won nearly everything in the world, you know. Won the World Cup and like 5-time world champion. And today, very impressive after that first game where he looked a little bit shaky.
And we are being joined by world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, congratulations on today's win and also on the huge World Cup victory. It's been a big week for you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. Yeah, I'm very happy with the World Cup, of course, and yeah, it's good to win today as well.
It was a short match. You wrapped it up in 3 games. Interesting games. How would you sum up your fight against Armin?
Yeah, I think generally he played fairly well in the first game. Like, he responded well to the opening that I played, and after that played fairly well, generally quite good chess. And then the next 2 games he was he was not very good. So even though I did not feel so good, my brain was kind of fried from the beginning, and it was still fairly straightforward.
Yeah, it looked really convincing to us as well. And Magnus, we saw on your social media on Instagram that You, after your World Cup victory, went up to the mountains and had a little bit of a break. Was that you just resetting, unwinding, and getting ready for this tournament?
Yeah, for sure. But I do think that I spent a little too much energy walking and biking the last couple of days, so that's why I didn't really have too much energy today. But it was fun. It was great to be out in nature, and I do hope for my opponent today as well that even though the last two games weren't so good, perhaps with some changes, some new people to work with, better influences, maybe he can play even better.
Magnus, you're saying better influences. Are you talking about Hans Niemann right now?
I'm talking about influences in general.
All right, fair enough. MagnusNowChess.com released a statement regarding Hans, and we'll see him return to competition soon. 1 year ago, exactly in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, we all were here and we saw what happened. What were your thoughts on this next chapter in the saga, and especially if he comes to compete in the Champions Chess Tour next?
No comment.
Okay, fair enough. Simon?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you've had a chance to celebrate your World Cup victory, Magnus, and if not, are you going to celebrate it, and how?
Yeah, I had a good celebration last weekend, and it feels really good to have won. So now I'm trying to, move on, play the next tournament.
And Magnus, are you looking for a hat-trick win here? Because you've already punched your ticket into the Toronto finals, and you've had 2 wins. So what's your big motivation for this one?
I don't have any particular big motivation, except from the fact that I try to win when I play, and I like playing rapid chess, so all good.
It's a great start. Congratulations on your win, and good luck for your matches coming up.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen with some advice for his opponent, Armin Tabatabai, saying about having better influence, but also saying that no comment on the statements that were released about Hans Niemann coming back to competition. What did you guys make of that?
No comment. It's just interesting, right, to hear. Magnus clearly very relaxed. He did well today. He's happy with it. And as for the advice, I don't know.
Pretty cryptic stuff, though, yeah? So, I mean, you could see he had a little smile there when he was saying it. So there's something going on there in the background. I didn't really feel like pushing him there, though, too much. But,
yeah.
Yeah,
I was a bit worried, actually. I didn't quite know where he was going to go with that. But, yeah, I mean, but it just to kind of like piggyback on his advice about influences, I think it's a good idea to have a positive circle of people around you.
It was quite interesting because I asked him up front if he was talking about Hans, and he just said, "No, I just mean better influences." What do you make, Simon, of Hans coming back into competition?
Thank you for asking me that question, Tanya.
No comment.
Well, I did see Hans's Twitter post yesterday, which I made me laugh. I have to say, you need a baddie, right? In like these things, and in like wrestling, you needed the baddie, and in every kind of sport, you need that character. And Hans is the perfect baddie, right? I mean,
but it depends on your viewpoint, right? Because you could also kind of go Star Wars about it and go like, well, Hans is like the rebel. He's just a 20-year-old, and he's been accused of being suspicious with his play, and now he's kind of having to prove himself.
Well, he has cheated. He's admitted to cheating, isn't he? So that's the thing. And I mean, I wonder if the other players are going to be comfortable playing against him, knowing that. But of course, people do deserve a second chance as well. But he didn't seem very apologetic in the Twitter post yesterday.
He starts off by saying, "Do you miss me?"
Exactly. Yeah. So and you know what? I do miss him. So yeah, please, Hans, come back. And he is.
And it was so dramatic because it was the three of you who were calling out the action last year at the Julius Baer Generation Cup when we saw Magnus refusing to play against Hans. And now in his statement, he said that he will be willing to play against Hans if paired against each other. Is that a matchup that you guys are looking forward to?
Of course.
Oh my God, it's going to be really dramatic.
I mean, everyone wants to see that matchup, right? Because everyone wants to see how is it going to develop and whether Hans, he's been building up the hype, can he live up to that? So I would be waiting with that with eager eyes, and I'm kind of hoping it'll be in maybe the play-ins or maybe the next tournament in the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, and I think even if we just strip it back to basics, no matter which side of the fence you're on, Hans is a very good chess player. I'd just love to see him play again, and he's still super young, so much potential. Maybe he could still win the tour, If he plays the play-in the next tournament, him versus Magnus in the final. We'd all love to see it, right?
Chess is in for a fantastic time. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this entire saga unfold with Hans Niemann returning to competitive chess on chess.com. We might be seeing a Magnus versus Hans matchup really soon, but for now, it is all eyes on the Denis Lazavik versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabi has to win on demand. The 16-year-old Den Laz has taken the lead, winning their last game. What a performance it has been, drawing the first 2 games in a convincing way, and then he takes the lead, and it's big pressure on world number 3, Fabiano Caruana.
It is. He has to win on demand, and as Fabi says himself, that is not an easy task and does depend a little bit on luck. And there we go. It's kickoff.
It's kickoff. It's another Spanish opening, this time the Berlin, and an anti-Berlin. Fabiano sticks to his guns. This didn't work out too well for him in game 2 of the day when these two clashed earlier. Looked like Lazavik solved his opening problems very, very straightforwardly. So what does Caruana have up his sleeve? Feels like a decent, solid start to the game. Lazavik plays this b6 move. As far as I know, that's quite rare. And, okay, Fabiano, the first pause of the game. He hits the black central pawn on e5 there. And this will take, again, a slower turn, but I don't know if this is a good strategy. Lazavik, he's proven time and time again. He's so good in these kind of build-up type of scenarios where he can just have some stability and outmaneuver his opponents later. Okay, Caruana, slide across with his king there. Very subtle. He's releasing his f-pawn, though, so maybe he does have aggressive intentions here in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to win. So the idea is to clearly move the knight and then throw the f-pawn forwards, try to start an attack against Black's king. And this is quite a mysterious move. I think, as you mentioned, David, that Black played b6. Because I don't really see the point of that. Are you actually going to move your light square bishop as Black to a fianchetto square? Well, that seems kind of stupid there because you've got a pawn in the way. Are you going to move it to the a6 square? I don't really see the point of that either. So I don't get this b6 move entirely myself. And I like White's approach, trying to punish maybe a slow move like that by getting ready to open up the position as quickly as possible. So makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Fabiano looks pretty chilled. I would be stressed out. Must-win situation, facing potentially being knocked down to the other bracket by the youngest player in the tournament. But yeah, he's been here before. This is where experience counts, right? When you talk about Battle of the Generations, the older you are, the more you've seen, the more you've kind of been in situations like this. And if it comes down to those crunch moments, Fabiano will make the right decisions. And of course, he's had a lot of play in knockout tournaments just in recent history, Fabiano, at the World Cup, where he's been in must-win situations before.
Do you think fatigue is going to be a factor for Fabi in this event? He had this incredible run at the World Cup, finishing 3rd, but a long, long tournament, and then being in Dusseldorf for the World Rapid Team Championship. Is energy and fatigue going to be a factor here?
It has to be a factor, but I also happen to know that Fabiano works really hard on his physique. You know, he's always looking at endurance, and I don't know whether it's a secret or not, but he's quite into like cold water exposure and just being as tough as he can be.
Yeah, I must admit, from the brief time that I worked with Fabiano back in 2015, he was going swimming every morning, and I'm the worst swimmer ever. Like, I can barely stay afloat. And he was just in the lanes. He was like doing, what do you call them, lengths. Yeah, he's in great shape, Fabiano, and something he actively works on. So I think fatigue would affect most of us. But for him, for Magnus, the likes of those very, very top players, not such an issue. Meanwhile, dancing around with the knights, and this has been shut down by Lazavik. A lot of pawn moves by Black, Simon. Is this is this the red flag to the bull?
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, moving the F pawn now seems so logical. Just trying to open up the position. I mean, maybe other moves you can consider. Yeah, you could consider moving the knight in straight away, but that I don't know if it's working or not. It's a interesting move. Obviously, it's a bit stupid, but I kind of like the idea of it because it's a bit stupid. But F4 seems like the normal move to play. I'm just mentioning knight to F5. I mean, just because it's fun. Probably not good, but it's fun, and you can throw the queen in and probably resign in a couple of moves. But you have to analyse these things because you misplaced the black king, and I think the black king's quite safe here though because you can't break through on the e file at all. So F4 must be the move to play. He's played something else though, another move which has a lot of point to it, stopping black from castling. So Black's going to try to castle queenside now, I guess, is the idea.
Definitely. And I'm really surprised, actually, Fabiano's committed his pieces now, especially this bishop to h6, because, as you say, Black's just going the other way. He's just going to laugh at these two pieces. He's saying, OK, you stopped me from castling kingside, but what are your pieces doing there, mate? And feels like Fabiano, OK, he's got a very complicated position. That's first step when you need to win. But I think he's maybe got a bit over excited there. OK, playing on both sides of the board, though. These top players are very good at switching their focus, and now suddenly if you castle prematurely as Black, you might be hit by the move b4. Don't take this pawn now because suddenly a double attack against the two black bishops simultaneously. Whoops, me and my arrows, as usual. These two black bishops hit. Still complicated.
Still super complicated. And whilst you have the board up there, I mean, is it daft for the king to actually walk its way to the b7 square?
Walk this way.
Louder, Simon. Sing
Walk this way.
Nice idea. OK, he keeps his options open. Less committal here, Lazavik. He drops his bishop back, just preempting that pawn push, preempting pawn to b4, and instead ready to castle queenside next move. Opposite side castling, we've seen it before between these two, and it led to an exciting game there too. So Lazavik, I would say he's maybe won the opening battle objectively, but in terms of kind of long-term, still everything to play for.
When you're in a must-win, a win-on-demand game, this is the kind of outcome you want as well, even with the white pieces. I mean, it promises to be a chaotic battle, especially if Dennis chooses to go with the queenside castling. And with kingside castling out of the question, I think it's the kind of fight that Fabi, with the mat situation, was hoping for.
I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't pay too much attention to the evaluation bar. It's going to be about king safety. And it looks to me like Black probably will castle queenside. But then there are many breaks which can try to open up the black king. So you mentioned b4. There could be a c4 at some point as well coming up the board. So it's going to be a very interesting double-edged position. And if you need to win, and this guy, he seems like the new Rock, right? I mean, like, he's only 16, I think it was, and he's so hard to get a complicated, messy, complex position against. So even though the evaluation bar doesn't like it, perfect position to get in a must-win situation.
Interesting last move.
I was going to say the same thing as well. Very interesting decision by Fabi, just to push the g-pawn one square. Is he getting ready to perhaps move the knight back and then slowly push the f2 pawn?
Yeah, it's really mysterious because, OK, Dennis reacts very quickly here. But, if you ever push this f-pawn forward, whether you preempt it by kind of putting your knight back first, just watch out for this long square, this light square diagonal to open up. We could imagine the black bishop simply retreating. And which diagonal does the white king sit on? It is this one as well. No light squared bishop to compete for white here. And at the right moment, you'll strike forward, you push this pawn forward, kind of destroy that diagonal, and you control all the light squares. I really love Black's position here, I've got to say. I'm slightly biased. I play these positions myself, mostly as Black, but it definitely feels like Fabiano lacking a plan right now. The other move we mentioned, b4, comes with far less effect, especially with this black bishop now sitting nice and pretty on on d6, you could maybe bypass this or even trade off. And Jovanka's idea of putting the king on b7, I think, should be relatively safe. You bring the rook across next. So, okay, Fabi just waiting with his queen to e2. It's going to take a maneuvering phase now, this position, and it looks like black's pieces maybe slightly better placed than white's.
But that white bishop on h6, right? It's kind of, it looks like it's a piece that's out of play, but it really stops black from expanding on the king side. So it's sort of playing a defensive role as well, making sure that black doesn't get that pawn storm rolling. So I like that he's put that bishop there. And Jovanka, your idea of rerouting that knight from g2 to e3 and then jumping to c4 and a potential b-pawn break. Fabi's got some trumps in the position. And if we didn't have the eval bar, I feel like it's a kind of position where it would be really hard to call who is better here.
Yeah, I mean, it totally depends on the effectiveness of their plans and also whether you blunder or not, let's put it like that. And the bishop, after you've been extolling its virtues, suddenly relocates itself. I must admit, I did think about playing bishop h6. I was very happy that Fabi played it. And then suddenly when everyone was like, oh, this is not a good move, I was like, okay, now I'm understanding why. Because the bishop, I guess, was out of play. And Fabi has to do something, that's the problem. And David's already highlighted the dangers of going f2 to f4, you know, open up the light squares. But then what else do you do with white pieces if you... There's just no coordination between both sides of the board.
You need some plan. From my experience in these types of positions, you need a pawn break as white. As you mentioned, Jovanka, it's either pushing f4, as we highlighted a moment ago, or pushing d4. d4 is impossible for the near future because black's light squared bishop is peering down that diagonal. And yeah, you don't necessarily want to open things up too soon with a king on a light square. It definitely feels like Fabiano, it's been inconsistent. He brought his bishop out to h6, he retreated it, he put his king in the corner on a light square. Suddenly he doesn't want to open up the position because his king's stuck on that square. So it feels like kind of playing move by move, not necessarily kind of a cohesive plan right now. And Denis Lazavik, meanwhile, slowly improving his pieces. That black king now super safe, rock solid behind that wall of pawns. The black queen slightly improved and hinting actually that black is the one with pawn breaks. f6 to f5, that f pawn for black about to step forward. Looks really beautiful, actually. The more I look at it, it's still kind of in the balance roughly, but maybe I'm influenced by the evaluation bar too. But yeah, it feels really, really harmonious for black.
Is it one of those moments where you just need to go all in and think about sacrificing a pawn before trying to create some play, even if it's desperate? Is it time to go all in with that?
Yeah, let's check it out. You've got to time it, but as you say, Tanya, wow, he's actually building up for it. He's getting ready to push before it's too late. And
very good, David.
I've worked that joke in way too many times. It's become a bit stale, just like white's position here. But b4 is definitely kind of the plan. The whole idea is you need some counterplay against this black king, but how are you ever going to break through? You're supported here as the black king by a wall of pieces, a whole army on this side. I don't really see any danger at all, even if Denis Lazavik ignores this and starts pushing on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I have an idea, but only an idea if black does nothing. So I'm like, okay, first that you go c4
I'll do nothing.
And b4.
I'll give you another move, Jovanka.
Yeah, now b4.
Whoops, I let you trap my bishop.
Yeah, but I realised that there is a consequence that you can actually just stop the b-pawn from advancing. Every time you play c4, you can meet that with a4.
Just a ready en passant here. If the pawn steps 2 squares forward, you take it as if it moved 1. And yeah, here white does have fractured pawns. At least here you could make an argument that you're threatening something against the black king. Definitely feels like Fabi has some hope for activity, but Denis Lazavik, really principled, consistent. He does strike in the center. And yeah, it feels like some threats maybe of trapping this white bishop. Fabiano says no. Mutual attacks right now on different flanks.
It's getting fun. I know you guys are saying that it's very difficult for white to find something on the queen side, but I still think that there are threats and problems that Denis Lazavik needs to be careful about. And once again, it feels like a race. So what's black's response here? Do you block down? Do you just shut down all play on the queen side with a4?
Could do, but then
c4.
His idea, c4. Yeah, c4, threatening to trap this bishop, catch it on the edge of the board. Black's king, I guess, would have to vacate now, have to move somewhere, just to give the bishop an escape square. Well, some counterplay though for white.
I mean, it looks quite messy to me. I mean, I'm sure black is doing well, but you know, with this attacking side castling, it can quickly change. if you play one mistake. And I think it's just who's going to be quickest here in this kind of position.
Who would you take, Simon? You're the attacker, and here both sides are trying to attack each other.
Again, I've seen the evaluation bars, so I'm a bit, it's really hard to say white. But I mean, I don't know. White's moves are easier to play.
I agree.
You know, you can play c4. You can create these threats in an easier way. Black has to think about the approach to play. Does Black push the f-pawn? Does Black capture in the middle or build up the pressure? So it's easier for White to play, which is, I guess, the advantage being White here.
Yeah, actually, if you push the f-pawn, immediately, like, White's king is gonna be challenged, right? Because White is practically forced to play pawn takes pawn.
Let's check it out. Jovanka, talk us through that variation.
Yeah, so I didn't calculate that much, but it just went, well, you know, if I want to give that bishop a square, you have to go pawn takes pawn. And after the recapture, then you can step forward to d4. And then the big question is Black going to be playing, like, queen diving into h3 and just ignoring everything, going on the offensive?
It's tempting. I guess, let's say Black plays a just safe move, moving the rook to safety. What's White's next move? Still ideas, like you say, attacking this knight, bring the queen in. This White king's super weak here.
I mean, if you go c4, I mean,
I'm still liking White. I don't know why.
Yeah, you know what, Tanya? I don't want to say it, but, like, I'm kind of like, you know, it's one of those positions where it can go either way, I feel, still, at this point.
It feels like the kind of position where you need to be super accurate to keep your advantage. And we see a move has been played. He decided to trade on b4. And apparently, for some reason, that is a mistake and gives away a lot of your advantage. And that's what happens in these kind of tricky positions.
Tanya, we were right all along.
Yes.
Yeah, White was doing well all along. No question at all. So,
I eat my words. I humbly bow to your superior attacking instincts.
But why open up the A file? Yeah, I mean, that just seems completely crazy, right? You didn't need to open up the A files as Black in that position at all. So it does seem kind of, it seems a bit too crazy, you know, crazy decision that. So yeah.
I'll still say Black, even though I've seen the evaluation bar move quite significantly. It isn't Denis Lazavik's type of position either. We mentioned he's a grinder, actually. Despite his young age, he loves his end games, loves his kind of solidity, stability. And here it's just chaos, as you've both been mentioning. So still all to play for. Fabi definitely not out of this one.
Yeah, and look at that. With every move, the bar seems to like White's position more and more. So again, it's all about precision. And I think when we sit with engines or computers, it's kind of easy to see or to say that, you know, this move gets a big advantage. But when you're playing, if the margin for advantage is really just one move, it's so easy to go wrong. And that's exactly what we saw in the last couple of moves. Then Laz with a really good position, and now it's all Fabi who's playing. But how does he continue? Jovanka, is it going to be your idea of trying to push the c-pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I would be attracted to that because I like to push pawns. And also, the White king is pretty safe. It's always a good idea to consider what your opponent is going to do as well. I've learned that lesson throughout this year and the last year. That was my biggest mistake. And there we see Fabi step back with his bishop. That's an interesting move. I'm trying to... I guess he wants to move the knight to the centre and then... Yeah, that's actually quite a nice move.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just guarding the pawn. White has this open A file, which I think I have no idea why Denis allowed White to get this open A file. You know, you don't open up lines where your king is. And also moving the Black queen back one square, that seemed quite passive, you know? I mean, you have to try this now, this G5 move, but it's a race. It's just a race situation. Does E5 work as well, David? That's also a big question, right?
It's getting super messy. I mean, E5, at first I thought, OK, it traps this bishop. This bishop has nowhere to go. But you are pinned along the E file. And this might seem unattractive for Fabiano because it would allow G4 counterattacking against the White knight. But this position just gets crazy. There are tactics all over the place. And just, I mean, I peeked at the computer here because I'm confused why it said White is just winning. And it says, wow, just queen to E4.
I was thinking that. And then rook takes bishop.
Bang. Jovanka, you've seen it all. The rook takes bishop.
I've been doing a lot of tactics. That's been my training.
Rush.
Puzzle rush. And here, queen takes c6. You just simply trap the king. You've given up a rook to lure it to the edge of the board.
It's the A file again, David, yeah? Again, that's the killing. You know, this is the big mistake that Denis made. Just open up a line in front of his king.
So it looks like this is very strong for Fabiano, but if he doesn't find this variation, and I think not the first move, but the second move is the most difficult one. If he misunderstands this or miscalculates this, then actually we could see the advantage suddenly disappear. So it's that type of position, but he has spotted it. E5, very powerful move. He's back in this.
Played the first move of that line, and now with no squares for the bishop, g4 is going to happen on the board. You've got to go on the offense to defend that bishop, and then the big critical moment, will Fabi go for queen e4? David, is that the only way for white to keep his advantage?
Oof, I wish I knew, Tanya. I've only got one line of the engine here. But for example, let's say, what else can white do? I mean, you cannot take this bishop. You're pinned. The white queen would fall. So process of elimination, you don't want to do that one. If your knight is attacked, you might want to move it. But this does allow black, for example, to offer a trade of queens, pick up the e-pawn at the same time. It feels like the path is very, very narrow.
You're kind of forced to find the winning move there, aren't you? Because you got to get the queen out the pin, and you put it on a safe square, and you attack as well. So it's kind of like quite logical in
big moment. G4 on the board.
Big moment. So queen to e4 is winning for Fabiano. It's actually a double attack, as you say, Simon. Threats along this diagonal. Rook takes bishop is a threat, and pawn takes bishop is a threat now that your queen is defended on e4. Fabiano, he's got enough time, under 8 minutes. He should be finding a move like this. He's so good at calculation, and if he finds it, he might just be winning.
Which means that we will get the bidding Armageddon, because Fabi has to win this game to force a tiebreak. He goes for knight to e4.
Ooh. Still strong, still strong. The evaluation bar at least confirms that. Maybe. We got tricked there.
A little dance, but yeah, it's still good enough.
Still good
What's
enough.
going on here, David?
Oof, I think we might have to jump back in. It's just pure mess right now. Attack is met by counterattack on every single turn. And this is a similar idea, maybe not as brutal as the one we just saw, but simply the idea is to break this pin. And it does rely on the fact that actually, yes, you can counterattack against the white queen, but once this bishop is captured, you have no time to take it, because at the very end, white lands with the pawn on e7, and it's a fork, a double attack. Yes, the black pawn is strong on e2, but it goes nowhere. So this is winning. And for example, after pawn takes knight, if black simply recaptures, then a really nice clearance sacrifice. The knight jumps out the way because loose pieces drop off, as we all know, and this black queen is undefended. This is a check. And when the knight is captured, then queen takes queen. Game over. Fabiano has calculated that, and it should be enough. What to do if you're Denis Lazavik? Maybe you're going down a piece. Again, same tactic. If you try and take in the center, maybe if you take this way, for example, with the bishop, same concept. Right at the very end, there's again this knight sacrifice, knight out the way with a valuable check, winning the black queen next move. Looks good for white.
Big tactics. So not queen e4, but knight e4. Also very precise and good calculation there by Fabi. And it's so crazy that black's bishop, center of the board, is trapped. No squares. And we've just seen this huge turnaround in just a few moves. It looked like black had everything under control.
Yeah. Opening the A file, I think you pinpointed it, Simon. Just that one mistake and it's turned around.
Yeah, it just seemed too risky to open up those lines on that side of the board. And yeah, I can't see anything at all now for black. The only thing, I mean, you can try taking on f3 and then moving your queen somewhere after the capture on d6, but
then the defenses start to fall.
Yeah, but I don't know what else you can do here. You can't really go a piece down. You might as well just resign if you're going to go a piece down. So, because you're still getting attacked as well, right? If you go a piece down, it's not just a piece; it's a piece, and you're getting checkmated. So everything is just dropping. Knight e4, a really, really good move there. Even stronger, it seems, than our queen e4 move, which is also a winning option as well.
Yeah, just these top players, every time they need a clutch win, they always seem to magic something out of the hat. And their nerves are so strong, so experienced, of course, Fabiano. Just a great game. I mean, I was criticizing his opening. I was saying it's a stale position, but I mean, this is a dream. Suddenly it's turned all around. And it was just the style. His understanding was far deeper than most of us, of course, Fabiano. He knew that it had potential, and that was the main thing.
Yeah, it was a kind of position that both sides needed to play very accurately. And yeah, it was also, I was remembering your point where you're like, these days you have to be a universal player. You can't just focus on just grinding out those endgames. You also have to be good at dynamics. And Fabi, he excels in calculation, he excels in attack. And this is just kind of the story. But I'm desperately trying to think of something, and I agree with you, Simon. The best thing I can see is pawn takes knight, and then
that's the only thing I can see.
Move the queen to some random square. And I know it's not good strategy, but just pray.
I mean, you can bring the queen near white's king at least, and so you can take the knight and then go queen h4. Is the best thing I can think of here, but I do not believe it at all because white's attack is coming, and white's king is really safe after a simple move here as well. I mean, this is just horrendous, isn't it? But you're right. Maybe we've actually, or Fabi has now located Denis's weak point. He's really good in technical positions, but in these complex positions, even though the computer preferred his structure, and I'm sure Black was doing well, when it got complicated, he hasn't found the right course of action. And if I was playing him, I'd certainly be trying to pinpoint that in future games as well. But I don't know. Can you find anything, David, here that you can even try? It's just finding what do you actually try in this position? It's, he's under a minute now. By looks of it.
That's true. I mean, I always say, when you're defending, when you have a hopeless position, be an optimist. And I guess the only thing that I can see is Simon's kind of indicated. Okay, and he moves his bishop to c5.
Wow, what a move. Just putting the bishop on a square can be captured in two different ways. But it looked hopeless anyway. That other variation looked like Black was facing an attack with nothing to show for it. At least here he's saying, okay, you can take my bishop, but it won't come with an attack against the Black queen. There's not going to be any of those discovered attacks with the knight jumping out the way with a check. Interesting. I mean, it's mind-boggling, this position almost. Fabiano, of course, we know at this point with the evaluation bar that he's winning. But what is the way to put the boot in? What's the way to clinch it? Do you just take that bishop?
It's the option that we've got to check, right? And Fabi's got enough time to actually calculate and find the right way forward. But a really interesting takeaway there, what you mentioned, Simon, about this perhaps potential weakness for Denis Lazavik when it comes to these concrete, complicated positions. And it's something of a takeaway even for the 16-year-old to work on. What happens if Fabi goes for the most direct line, David, capturing that bishop on c5?
I think he's winning. I think he can just play simple chess. Okay, you're up a piece temporarily. Black will, of course, restore the material balance, take the white knight. But if you just simply recapture, Black is facing this attack. We've seen it before in multiple variations now along the B and A files. This king is being hit. If you try to release the tension, for example, with knight takes pawn, okay, Fabio goes for something else. I was about to say, here you can just move the queen, for example. It's just an ongoing attack. But Fabiano wants more. And what does he play? He drops his knight back, so he's simply trying to threaten this bishop, which is trapped. The pawn hits the white queen. This has just been played by Denis, and I'm expecting the queen to retreat. I'm not sure which square. Might not make a difference. And the bishop's just trapped.
Yeah, no squares to run to. You've got nothing. That bishop's just lost. So I like this approach by Fabi. He doesn't rush in with grabbing the bishop, just saves his own pieces. And it looks like Denis is going to end up down a bishop. Any tricks in the position? Simon, you're the trick master. Do you see anything here?
Well, I mean, if I was Black, I would try to bring my queen, over towards White's king and swing the rook around and pray. And that's the only thing I can see. So I'd play rook f5 next, and then probably resign very soon. But at least I give it a go, So I don't see anything else to try.
I guess the problem is if you try to threaten checkmate on g2, White can simply defend that with his queen, offer a queen trade, piece up. And Simon, I love your other idea, but unfortunately,
wet for punt.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit slow and probably can be ignored after pawn takes pawn. If you try this, firstly, White can continue just capturing everything, checking, but White's queen can always just swoop to the rescue if needed.
There's not any tricks then. I mean, I don't think there's any tricks in the position at all, and White's winning a piece, and it's White who is attacking, right? And he has won a piece here, so yeah.
He has Denis jettisoned that piece for a couple of pawns. He still has the g4 pawn. Black has some really scary pawns, the f3 pawn as well, but the rest of his position falling apart. And okay, he's trying to hold things together. That rook, the Black knight in the center is the glue. But what is the tipping point?
I mean, he's so tempted to go for knight c4.
I was thinking of attacking the knight with the pawn.
The d4 seems to win another piece, yeah. So how many pieces do you want? It's a bit greedy. Well, one's enough, right? So,
well,
two's better.
One can never have enough, Simon.
It's true. There's too many winning moves there, right? This is the problem.
Yeah. Spoiled for choice, Fabi. Let's just show those two moves that were suggested there. Pawn to d4. I also love your knight to c4 with the same idea, Tanya. Just overwhelming this knight. Pawn to d4 looks like it does the job if you move the knight. Of course, just to show this tactic yet again, knight to c5 check. And this time it's the rook that will take the black queen. And this one is just game over. You're just going to be overwhelmingly ahead of material.
It's going to go to playoff.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the bidding Armageddon. And who do you think that favors, Dennis or Fabi? I mean, this is the best case scenario for Fabi to get there, to start with.
Yeah, I mean, Fabi will get there. I think Dennis is going to be more annoyed, right? Because he kind of had this, he had the better opportunity, he just needed to try and keep the position more controlled. So I think Fabi will also gaining strength from this win and probably know where to target Dennis as well. So just try to make the position complicated. So yeah, be very interesting Armageddon, which I think we're going to get now.
And we've seen these momentum shifts when players make a comeback and the one to win that final rapid game going into the Armageddon. There's a lot of confidence boost, and it can be a difficult psychological situation to deal with for the player who's lost.
Yeah, it can be, because you're going into a playoff feeling very annoyed, and it does feel like there's a big reset. And still the position is pretty fascinating with the pawn coming to f2. But
down 2 pieces.
Yeah, it is down 2 pieces, and Black's king is still under fire. But then White's king is unsafe, and whilst the game is still alive, you must not write off
it's
the
true.
ability for a human to blunder.
And let's not forget that light squared bishop, David, it falls back to c6, and you can imagine threats along the diagonal.
Yeah, at least the outline of a potential attack, counterattack by Denis Lazavik. He's found one good idea here, and this white king won't feel too safe no matter where it ends up. But yeah, it is 2 pieces, and that's a significant
it's a lot.
factor. Yeah, one of the white knights will eventually sit on e4 and plug that diagonal, I guess. But okay, he's staying alive, and as the BGs know, that is the way to do it.
Ooh, I like it.
So yeah, Denis Lazavik, really creative, I've got to say, just kind of bringing his bishop to b5 over to c6. He's scaring Fabiano. He knows he's losing objectively, but that's the most you can do. Just keep the game going, just play for tricks and hope the opponent gets nervous.
He does it. He doesn't even care about recapturing any pawn, but after the trade on c5, bishop c6, and Fabi just plants his knight, blocking that diagonal. These extra 2 pieces, they count for something.
They do count for something. Also, the clock counts for something. Lazavik there on 10 seconds, just getting that 3-second bonus per move. Not a lot of time. But he's doing what every good hustler needs to do. Don't care about material. Just throw your pieces forward and hope for the best. And, hustling is not, in fact, enough, because... Fabi has worked everything out. And that rook on a7, it's going to be poisonous.
Big threat, though. Black is threatening checkmate in 1. Black's queen coming down to g2.
Yeah.
But, unfortunately, that can be defended in various ways.
Yeah, knight d6 would be a mistake there. So, definitely. But he's found a way to defend it and give a check as well. And still playing on.
Still going.
He couldn't have blocked that with the bishop because of the rook jumping on to the a8 square as well. So rook d7 on the board. But it's impressive how Dennis has kept the game alive. Despite being 2 pieces down, so many players would just give up, just resign. But Dennis here putting on move after move and saying, not today.
Yeah.
Not right now.
I mean, he's got one trick here. I thought he could take on e4 and try something there. But yeah, I still think he should probably just resign, to be honest.
Let's just show your trick, Simon. Unfortunately,
I'm just hoping.
Unfortunately, here, you could give up your queen, and it looks like you've got a back rank checkmate. But unfortunately, the white bishop is doing its defensive duty here and can drop back, defended by its rook.
I'm hoping you'd take with a rook there. So it was like that was the only chance that I take on e4. I just see what you capture with, and then maybe I have some chances.
That is the idea is in play. So, for instance, if Fabi moved the bishop to e5, but of course he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, if Fabi really wants to lose this game, he probably can, but he's going to have to try really hard. There's too many pieces on there.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Black's king that's about to get checkmated now.
Yeah, really instructive from Fabi. He gives up his rook for a bishop, but Black's bishop was the final hope there. And now the white king is never, ever threatened along the diagonal. It's one-way traffic, too much material, big attack, and Denis Lazavik resigns.
Wow, it's over, and we do get the bidding Armageddon as Fabiano Caruana makes a comeback, wins with the white pieces there. And what a fight this was by Fabi, creating his chances. He really knows how to get the best out of these positions, kind of like the comeback king. And there is Denis Lazavik. He will be fighting it out in the bidding Armageddon, a format which might even end up favoring Denis because it becomes more random, more mistakes can happen. There is no increment. But what a round this was. David, take us through some of the big insights there.
Yeah, for me, I just want to highlight one moment where I think Denis Lazavik would love to have the game again. This one mistake potentially cost him victory against Fabiano. And it was here. White has just advanced the pawn to b4, trying to open up lines against the black king, and we all know how that turned out. In the end, it was the black king that was hunted down. And here he could have prevented all of that by simply locking up the queen side, pushing the pawn to a4. Still, the game is complicated, still full of tension, but at least he would have rendered these white rooks irrelevant for the near future. After pawn to c4, trying to trap this bishop, he could have simply moved his king out the way. And the game would have gone on, still very tense. Instead, he allowed lines to open, and it backfired.
And this was that exact same moment that we were all torn apart about whether we'd pick white or black. And it felt like Denis had everything under control, but a difficult moment, making the wrong choice. And Fabi grabbed that opportunity, won that game. The chess for the day isn't over. Even though 3 matches were wrapped up in 3 games, we do get the very exciting Armageddon. And we will be back with the players' bids on the other side of this break. Another youngster with Anand in her name, 8-year-old Vandana Sivanandan is already making waves in the chess world with her big wins. Now, whether it's hanging out with 8-year-olds or 80-year-olds, it's no problem for this young superstar.
I've been a member since 1986, nearly 40 years. It's just a beautiful building, very nice staff, lovely place. My name is Peter Lee. I am 79, 80 later this year. I won the British Chess Championship when I was 21. I played in the England team for about 10 years.
My name is Badana and I'm aged 8. My rating's around 1800 and I won the World Under-8 Girls Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Ladies are allowed in now, but they used not to be here until 20 years ago. Would you like to see a bit of the club, Badana? In theory, no one under 14 should go in the club. So I've always been into problem solving, everything I do. I play bridge as well, I do crosswords, I do number games, I'm a medical statistician. I call myself a problem solver.
I started liking the pieces and I wanted to take them and keep them, so then my dad said I could play chess instead.
Do you know about Nobel Prizes?
No.
Over 50 members of the Athenaeum have won Nobel Prizes. Bertrand Russell, Winston Churchill, Rudyard Kipling, have you heard of? You're too young, you don't know all these people. Tactically, I'm still quite strong. I can still, you give me a position in the paper, white to play and win, the first move I think of is usually the answer.
I think I'm quite good at the rook end games, but I'm not sure about my weakness.
This is I think the most expensive library in the world after British Museum. This is the Darwin chair.
Have you heard of Charles Darwin?
Darwin's chair.
No.
They play between each other chess.
Can I go up the stairs or am I not allowed?
Do you want to go up the stairs? I've never been up the stairs. Let's go up the stairs.
This is high.
When I gave up, when I was about 31, 2, I was 2,390, and I've only played 1 graded game since then. What did you say your rating was? 1900.
1800.
18. Even if you're not ahead of me yet, you'll be ahead of me in 2 or 3 years' time.
We'll be seeing a lot of Bodana during the Julius Baer Generation Cup, including taking on the big challenge of playing the 79-year-old Peter Lee. That's going to be a lot of fun. And you've had some experience, Simon, of playing against Bodana.
I did, yeah. I mean, she's really, really nice girl. And I went to a talk at a chess club and she was there. I put a really hard puzzle on the demonstration board and there was about 40 people there. She solved it within seconds. It was like a 8-move combination. And I thought, this kid is amazing. Then she beat me at the Simmel. And then I actually found out later that someone had shown her the puzzle before, so no wonder she solved it in seconds. But she's really, really talented, incredibly strong player, and a really nice person as well. So great future she has, yeah.
She's 8 years old. She is the world under-8 champion. She's already won a 2nd place in the British Blitz Women Championship. So a bright, bright future ahead of Bodana Sivanandan. And she can take so much inspiration and motivation from the youngsters across the world who have been shaking up the world elite. And David, I want to throw this to you first. Who make it to your top 5 players under 20?
Oh, okay, the pressure's on. This is probably the hardest question I've ever been asked, Tanya, because there are so many talented juniors out there these days. I've got my piece of paper. Oh, no spoilers. Number 5, top under 20 player. I've gone for Vincent Keimer. I mean, we saw what he did. He nearly took down Magnus Carlsen at the World Cup. Germany's number 1, I believe. And, yeah, bright future ahead. Number 4, Abhimanyu Mishra, world's youngest ever Grandmaster. He's still very young. He's had some great results recently. Number 3, Gukesh, just because, I mean, he's in the top 20. He's only 17. He seems to be upgrading his play every single year. And then 2 players who are very familiar to audiences of the Champions Chess Tour. Number 2, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Didn't have his best day today, but he's been there. He's done it before. World Rapid champion, of course. And number 1, Pragnananda. I would have maybe had a different order before the World Cup, but Prag at the World Cup, just so impressive.
It's a solid list.
Yeah, a very solid list. I have to say my list is pretty similar. So obviously great minds think alike. And we'll come to you, Vankas, a bit later on.
You copied mine, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to copy your results, but you always hide your blooming answers, as we know, in the quiz. But my list is kind of similar, but it's a different order. So I mean, they weren't really in a particular order, but they kind of were. Number 5 was Vincent Keimer, who beat Magnus Carlsen quite recently, so he's a brilliant player. Number 4 is Gukesh, but I have to be honest, there's so many Indian players, and it's so hard to pick them, and I don't really want to exclude any of them. Number 3, Prag, legend, brilliant player. I mean, he could be world champion. Number 2, Nodirbek. Didn't do so well today.
We've really taken big risks here.
I know. And number 1, I was just Googling to see if he was actually the right age, was Alireza Firouzja. So I don't know
That's not allowed. Buzzer time.
Is he not the right age?
He's over 20.
He turned 20 in June, Simon.
Oh, okay, well, that was a good list. There you go, list. You know, he's kind of around that age. So,
we'll let it pass. We'll make it 20 and under, just to adjust the rules for Simon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, I need to make a statement about my list, because the players that everyone mentioned, I had in a different list. So I was like, let's not repeat. Let's actually introduce the world to other talents. So top 5, Bibisara Asaubayeva. Now, she is a Women's World Blitz champion for 2 years in a row. She's just 19, and I think she's going to be one of the strongest women in the world. Watch the space. And then I have 13-year-old Alice Lee. She just became an international master. She's from the States. She's just going to be a grandmaster pretty soon, and she's incredible. And then I also have Christopher Yu, because I remember him from the Champions Chess Tour. I mean, he's also had great results in the US Championship, beat Wesley So, and also super quick at the puzzle rush and all those things. He's super strong. And then I have Abhimanyu Mishra, for reasons that they've mentioned, because he was the youngest GM in the world. And number 1, because Vincent Keimer didn't feature in my other list, I thought, well...
No Prag? What's wrong with Prag?
He featured in
Gukesh.
Yeah. He was in my other list.
Ivanka hates Prague. You heard it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's it. Basically, he's coming out.
I actually have a lot of the names that you mentioned also in another list. This one's been a tough one to pick top 5 players under 20. Mine is super similar to Simon and David. I start with Vincent Keimer for his World Cup performance, but also because his coach is Peter Lecco. And I know that means great things in the future for Vincent. My number 4 is Arjun Agassi because he's still under 20, Simon. I did my job on this.
Well done.
He turns 20 on, I think, 3rd of September, so he's still under 20. And then Nodirbek Abdusattorov at number 3. Again, a tough day in the office, but we all know that he is a big prodigy and one of the big favorites to fight for that world title. Number 2 for me is Pragnananda. I'm dying to see what he does in the candidates in 2024. Such a big talent, such a great personality as well. He's really come into his own. It's always fun to watch him play and to give those interviews. And for me, number 1 has to be the current world number 7, Gukesh. He's 2750 plus. He's 17 years old. And for me, that is the number 1 under 20 players. So I've got 3 Indians, and I could have picked another 5, but I mixed it up a little bit. But the clocks are ticking, and I believe that we will be getting the bids really soon. But before that, let's take a look at the very destructive format, Armageddon. It is just one game, and the bid winner gets to choose the color he plays with the time that they bid with. Usually picks black. Black does get result odds, which means that white has to win on demand. And the white starts with the base time, which is 15 minutes. We will get the bids really soon. And of course, there is no increment. A flagging is not only allowed, it's highly recommended, and it is a big part of Armageddon. We are getting the bids in. Let's take a look. And super close there. Fabiano Caruana bidding with 9 minutes 58 seconds, but it is Denis Lazavik who wins the bid with 9 minutes 30 seconds. Super close fight there. Then Laz will start with the black pieces. Fabi starts with base time. Fabi will have the white pieces, which means that Fabi has to win. A draw means then Laz wins the match.
Yeah, Fabiano, he needs lightning to strike twice in a row. He did just win with white, so he takes that confidence boost with him. And now he does start with an extra 5.5 minutes. Should be very, very relevant. And here we go, quick start to the game. Will we see a repeat for the 3rd time in the day? There we go. Yes, it is this anti-Berlin variation of the Spanish. And Denis Lazavik going back to what he played in game 2. And, okay, I think Denis has a good shot, despite the fact he starts with less time, because he did knock out Fabiano from the Bullet Chess Championship. And that is relevant, especially with no increment.
Absolutely. And it was so close, the bids. How do you think that's going to affect Fabi? Fabi would have definitely wanted to play with the black pieces, but losing out on the bid with less than 30 seconds, I mean, that was some mind games there with by Dan Laz.
Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, Fabi is so pragmatic, right? He's been in the situation many, many times. So he's just going to be unbothered by the result of the Armageddon bidding and move on to the actual game, because he has to focus. He's now in a must-win situation. And I think it's easier to be in a must-win situation and have that extra time, especially when you have no increment, because you can just, as long as you keep the position tense, you can just flag them by drawing out the game for as long as possible.
And 5.5 minutes extra on the clock, but Denis gets the result odds. What do you think about the payoff for this? It felt like a good bid to me, David.
It felt like a good bid. Just historically throughout the tour this season, we've seen bids of around 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes still be successful for those who chose black, who won the bidding. So 9.5 does feel like a luxury, especially if you're a quick player, quick on the mouse like Denis Lazavik. Of course, he needs to get rid of the ghost from the previous game where it did go against him. But this time he's got more pieces off the board. King's on the same side this time. Feels like things in his favour. He's also made 16 moves in just over 30, 40 seconds, Denis Lazavik. So very, very quick.
He's actually got more time than what he started with, right? Because he bid 9 minutes 30 seconds. So almost the 9 minute mark here with super fast play. And look at Fabi, Harry the H-pawn. He needs to get aggressive because winning is really the only result for white here. And what are we expecting? Are we expecting that pawn to march further down the board?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean,
you said A, you have to say B.
You have to, don't you? And the only danger of that is you open up maybe the G file. but he's got to play this, yeah. I mean, otherwise, what's the point of pushing it in the first place? And again, even though the evaluation bar is pretty even, I mean, it seems like I think Fabi will be quite happy. He's managed to open up the black king a little bit. He's still got one pawn lever he can use, which he's now preparing. He's got f4, which I think is an important push. And if he can get that move in, he could also open up his bishop. So a very tense position. Black is also very solid. So, yeah, it's again, nothing decided as of yet.
Are you impressed how fast Fabi's playing? Now it's moved 20. He's only spent a minute and 30 seconds, especially on the white side. Normally you do have that luxury to kind of take time, especially big decisions being made. A set of rooks off the board now. Yeah, fast start for both. But it's quite a simple position, and that does tend to favour Lazavik, especially with draw odds. How dangerous do you think it is for white to start opening up the position? He has to do something soon if he wants to win.
I'd be very tempted to play f4 here if it worked. You've got to be a bit careful because, as you say, you are weakening your king at the same time. You've also got d4 move, so you've got a couple of levers you can play with the white pieces here. I mean, f4 though, maybe it's not quite working.
Could you also waste time? And by that, I mean just draw out the game for even longer by going rook a7, rook a1, then maybe prepare d4, then maybe prepare f4, just keep the opponent guessing.
Yeah,
well, he's doing it. He's doing the sadistic way. So, yeah.
There tend to be two strategies in Armageddon. One is to just wait and wait and wait for your opponent's clock to tick down, but also for the tension to build. The second is just straight for the throat. Tactics galore, calculation, and hope your opponent burns time there. And feels like Fabi's got both up his sleeve, depending how he wants to work this position. I like this one anyway, just asks a question. And there we see the evaluation bar jump after maybe the most natural move in the position for Lazavik. Perhaps it's just because the 7th rank now, White's rook really well placed for the position to open.
And he's got a break in as well now. And White's pieces are really coming to life. I mean, if you imagine that pawn is captured, the White knight will dive in, threatening a number of horrible things. It's threatening 2 checks there. It's threatening the black pawn. And if you don't capture the white pawn, then, White has this very useful centre anyway. So Black trying to just hold that point in the middle. The e5 point seems actually key here. If you can hold the e5 point, you might better hold your position as Black here.
Yeah, really nice move there, stabilising. And again, something that Lazavik's very, very good at. I think I've lost to him more times than I can count in bullet chess. So I know his skills there. But 7 minutes, yeah, it will be a race against the clock eventually. How can Fabi ask questions? To be honest, there's no obvious move for White here. There's no obvious follow-up to his last couple of turns.
There is a cheap threat, which is you can just move the knight to g3 and threaten a check. And then see what happens next.
Cheap tricks are the best, Jovanka. Force the opponent to burn time on the clock. This is a check due to the pin on the G file. And how to deal with it, it's not 100% obvious.
I'd have to just fall back with the king and try and get out of that pin.
Ooh, the bar reacts. Apparently, this would be a losing move, maybe because the knight jumps in, threats of taking this bishop and of checking on
Maybe
h6.
not to g8, David. Maybe another square so that you can actually grab on f5 when the knight jumps in.
Yeah, you're right, Tanya. That would be far safer. And probably what Denis Lazavik would have played. Instead, Fabiano pushes forward. It's the 3-pawn attack in the centre here. And he's just hinting that he might push this one. He might take later, keeping his options open. Maybe. And the king does drop back.
Maybe you can make it a 4-pawn attack soon.
Or maybe
Which
5 with that 4 as well.
Maybe the 5, yeah. And might as well push the G-pawn by that point as well, yeah. Could go for it. Get the other one going.
6 are better than 3. Push them all forward.
Yeah. I mean, White should be... I mean, it seems like White is a little bit more comfortable here, but you're right. What is the plan here? And Black is maintaining that solid point in the middle of the board while the knight now comes around.
And the threat is in the air, knight f5. It might not be a check, but it's threatening a fork and that bishop on d6 as well. Because that rook on a7, it's got some threats along the 7th rank, so Black's got to sidestep knight f5.
Yeah, if that black bishop is ever dislodged, then White's rook will just cash in and just take everything off the board. Okay, he dodges to the side to king h7 there. Feels weird. It feels loose for some reason. My instincts are just saying that's all wrong. Just maybe because I'm allowing some checks, but Lazavik has nerves of steel. He's not scared.
No.
No ghosts here.
It'd be lovely if White can move the king to the other side of the board here. I mean, I'd kind of be thinking about putting the king on e2 and going rook a1, but I don't know. I mean, do you have any other breaks here? It's not so easy to find.
Well,
he's pushed in the middle.
D-pawn.
And maybe he wanted to stop any potential queen trade offers with queen e6, because that king from h7 also guards the g6 pawn. So queen e6 could have been in the air. And d5 just takes away more space and more squares from Denis, so just cramping down in the position.
Yeah, also by locking it, you kind of ensure that it's a longer game. You don't allow the opponent, like you say, Tanya, to force the queen trade, or at least gain that kind of simplification, take pieces off the board, make the task easier with the clock ticking. So I like it, blocking it up there, Fabi.
And with the centre stable, it's actually possible now to reroute the bishop, put it on a more active square, and there we see Lazavik come in with the knight, threaten the pawn on b3.
But black has got some decent squares for his pieces as well here. I mean, that knight, it might be pushed away by the b pawn, but at the moment it's pretty good. And the bishop of black's is very stable in the centre of the board. So it looks like black is fairly solid at the moment, at least.
Yeah, the evaluation bar, okay, drops, but I was going to say it is a bit deceptive because it looks like black has got everything under control in order to kind of turn this white advantage, transform it into something tangible. It's not going to be easy at all. It might take some very sophisticated maneuvers or kind of a tactical breakthrough later. And now Denis Lazavik, everything's protected. I love this last move, just shuffling the black king, but he is forced back with his knight. And, okay, what next for Fabi? He needs some momentum. Again, threatening this knight f5 check. It's so annoying for Lazavik. Every time he tries to consolidate, that same idea pops up.
And here he comes. The bishop drops back to c1, threatening bishop h6. And look at that king go. Now in the middle of the board.
Starting to look a little bit dangerous to black, isn't it? I mean, black is kind of running out of moves here, and all those pieces huddled in the centre of the board. But can white apply any more pressure? Instead, just bringing a piece to a better square there, just keeping the pressure on the structure.
You have a trap there because black can't get greedy and grab the pawn on b4 because the bishop would actually grab the pawn on b6.
In fact, so c7.
Rook c7 is pretty dangerous as well, isn't it? And
but he's setting up stuff on the h-file. So Denis Lazavik looking for counterplay as well, with the queen and the rook potentially lining up, starting to threat some checks along h2. But that knight on g3 is also a really great defender for Fabi.
Yeah, I mean, maybe white should start bringing the king now to c6. do the walk with the king.
I mean, you laugh, Simon, but you might just be a prophet. White's king could later, especially if the queens come off, clear path into the black camp.
But actually, the black queen cannot move. She has to guard the e6 square.
This is true. So queen h7 actually runs into queen e6 check.
Yeah, just to show. And this would end in a devastating checkmating attack. Yeah, you cannot go active with the black queen. You're kind of tied down. The only piece you can really move is this black rook. But where's it going?
Well, the question is, I guess, whether black can set up, you've highlighted it, f5.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the consequence of that is that you abandon the g5 square. So then you'd have to work out bishop g5 check. And again, the king under heavy pressure.
I can see that white knight, the idea of it. The white knight's trying to come to b5 to the queen's side, but it was actually very nicely situated on g3. And because it stops all of black's counterplay. And maybe this king maneuver is not actually so stupid because black can't move anything as much as I can see. You know, you can't move the queen as black, you can't move the bishop. Your rook can't really go anywhere. So, okay, well, taking away the square for the king. What are you doing? And now what you do? But Denis is just sitting here, right? He's just basically saying, I'm going to have to wait. I'm sitting. Can you improve your position? That's up to you to decide.
I feel that the position perhaps might turn on a white exchanging dark square bishops.
Yeah, maybe bishop c1 then.
Bishop c1, and maybe if you can arrange it, kind of have the knight recapture the bishop.
Or even just bishop c1, bishop a3, and then you can continue building your pressure after as well. I really like your idea of getting rid of one of the very key pieces, the pillar in black's position, that bishop on d6. And Fabi there taking a bit of a think here because he's placed all his pieces and it's on the board. Great call there, Jovanka. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You want to try and trade off that dark squared bishop and leave black with all passive pieces on the board.
And what does Lazavik do here? I was about to praise his use of the clock. Playing so quickly, but...
Yeah. He goes for rook to b8. Are we expecting bishop to a3 and then just trade off and then come back to a7?
Yeah, certainly looks like a good option, but also I quite like this because Fabi's plan is just to draw out the position, make Lazavik burn that time on the clock before taking any committal decisions. And Queen H3 is a nice, effective move, and Rook moves to
that
F8.
a blunder?
Why is it such a big mistake?
Whatever it was, Fabi misses it.
No, I can't
David, what happened there?
Apparently the dark squared bishop trade there would have been winning for white. The white rook would have broken through on the 7th rank and it would have been game over. But Fabi went the wrong way with his bishop and the game's still alive. Denis Lazavik still curling up into a ball. Still no breakthrough and the clocks are ticking.
And no increment. And that knight from F1, you were pointing out the B5 square. It could be headed to the C4 square now to try and target that bishop on D6. So rerouting it, knight D2, knight C4. He comes back. He's allowing a check on it. But it's, I think, one of those cases where it's just a check. The king simply steps back up and there's no danger for black there.
Although you do get him to use time on the clock. And remember, when you don't get any added time, every second counts. But knight D2 played.
Yeah, this is horrible for black, isn't it? And the problem is that black can't do anything. Black's just moving backwards and forwards, and Fabi is just improving his position every move. I mean, actually, the more it's really bad for black. I mean, you can't even get any active play anywhere on the board now. You've got no moves. Your king's weak. Your pieces can't move. I think Fabi's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I think it's too late now, but maybe he missed an opportunity there, Lazavik, to lash out with F5. I think abandoning the H-file, allowing the white queen to sit on this beautiful square, kind of peering down the diagonal, controlling any potential activity. This is just decisive, and he's maximised every single piece now, Fabiano. Rook, perfect on the 7th rank. Queen, just beautifully flexible. And, yeah, the white knight now is going to do the work. It's going to trade off, just kind of just eliminate that black defender on D6, and it's going to be game over.
It feels like the perfect mix of tactics, aggressive play with positional strategic play by Fabi. Rerouting, maneuvering the pieces, getting rid of the defenders, along with taking away more space, D5, B5, but also combining it with tactics. And it comes back to that very universal approach that the very best players in the world have.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this has been a model game by Fabi. Yeah. Absolutely. And now all I'm expecting Fabi to do is maybe just drop the bishop back to C1 and get ready to just capture the bishop with his knight.
Yeah, that black bishop on D6, it's held everything together for so long, but it's about to be eliminated, about to be traded off, and black's position will likely collapse. You can maybe take it off now, but as you say, Jovanka, why rush? Why not just kind of prepare it? He's been doing everything, manoeuvring so beautifully, Fabiano, and wow, he cashes in now. And that's a sacrifice, but it's all to do with the 7th rank. Look at that white rook. Look how many targets it has. This is a winning move.
Yeah, you can't capture with the knight. You have to take it back with the pawn. The bishop jumps in. The rook is hanging the defender of the D7 knight. Is this just busted? Tactical finish to a very strategic masterpiece by Fabi.
Yeah, that was just a boom moment from Fabi. What a tactical blow at the end. And Denis retreats the bishop, but bishop takes rook with check.
Queen check is at least one way to win now, but there it is. And this is completely over now.
But the queen will intercept.
Okay. Maybe miss this one, Fabiano. I mean, it's easy to miss. At least he's going to have to work slightly harder, slightly longer. Like you say, Simon, it's totally winning. You could even trade the queens off and that endgame is winning. But Fabiano wanted to deliver checkmate.
Yeah.
Does he keep the queens on now? His rook is attacked, the queen is attacked.
Well, the queens are off.
Yeah, I mean, white should be winning this quite easily, but still. Yeah, maybe black's got better chances now, yeah?
But there is one big pitfall. Do not put the white rook on B7 because it looks really tempting to hold the 7th rank, but you will not have a square.
Let's just highlight that. OK, not that square. Let's just go back. And if the rook had landed on B7, then, yeah, as you say, Jovanka, suddenly full turnaround, 360, and this rook is trapped. Nothing to do, no way to extricate it. Instead, Fabiano uses the A6 square. And I think the winning plan here at the right moment will just be to leave this rook on a nice, safe square and then start improving the king. Maybe bring it round, like Simon says, push the pawn, and you're overwhelming black on both sides of the board. These pawns will tie down, the weakness of these pawns will tie down the black knight, and these pawns will overwhelm the black bishop. Should be winning, but still takes a while.
Yeah. There's nothing black can do still here. That's the issue. So, OK, well, he's trying to improve his bishop, trying to get it onto a slightly better square and control the white pawn from coming forward. So you got to try and keep that blockade if you can. Maybe it's got better for black than it was.
Can black have a fortress? So, for instance, if he can put the bishop on b6 and maybe reroute the king d6 and just hold
all. I mean, if I go rook c6 now and then try to get my king in, it looks very uncomfortable. There might be other ways to play. He has, I mean, this stops black ever coordinating, I think, this move. Because you can never move your knight because I take a pawn and here comes the king. Well, you've also got f4 as well at the right time. So it still looks winning for white, but black's fighting.
Do we think the clocks might play a factor? 2 minutes 40 against 4 minutes now. This is the closest it's ever been on the clock since the beginning of the game.
David, this is the Armageddon. The clocks are definitely going to play a factor, and I don't think either of the players are going to give up, going to try to flag each other, which means that black has to be super fast. Denis has to make his moves really quickly. Of course, white has all the trumps with that break with f4. And now that the rook on c6 cuts off black's king, the black knight is really stuck. You can't go knight c5 and go pawn hunting because the b pawn starts rolling down the board. So rook c6, I think, was a really key move there, Simon, keeping everything under control. But now Fabi are touching the 3-minute mark, so things could get chaotic on the clock. Still a lot to fight for here for black.
Yeah, I mean, the valuation bar is saying it's completely winning, but it's not entirely clear how you put this in the back of the net now. I mean, the white king has to come in, and where's it coming? Okay, maybe it's heading for a6 and just to push the b pawn. This could be, or a5, something like that.
Yeah, just place all your kingside pawns on light squares, defend them, and then just go ahead marching with the king. But the bishop from b6 takes away all the key squares for the white king to come in.
Yeah, it does a good job. I mean, it might be zugzwang at some point, maybe, and yeah, here it comes, this king coming in. It could also try to get into d5 at the right moment. And
is it just me or does Fabiano look slightly frustrated? Like his head went to his hand. He's like, come on, there must have been a win. I should have finished this off by now. And suddenly the clocks, it's only 25 seconds between them.
Ooh, and that's a mistake.
Yeah,
It is so natural, though.
That can't be a big mistake. I wouldn't have thought, could it? I mean, pushing the pawn there looks normal.
And the clocks are almost level now.
Maybe this is a mistake because now the white king is no longer free to just journey towards the queen side. The white king is needed to hold everything together in the center and on the king side. And suddenly no breakthrough. Oof, he's running, but now black for the first time has counterplay. I think this might turn. I'm going to say it now. I think Lazavik might save this.
Well, yeah, I mean, the valuation bar's nearly said it's equal here as well. So
should have said it earlier.
Well, it's, but it's,
okay, but I don't know. I still feel that white has excellent chances. Rook check, and now you have to capture the pawn in the middle. But then, yeah, you're right. The g3 pawn will fall.
How do you improve this as white with it being super difficult for the king to march up to assist that b pawn? You've got to get b6 in, but for that you need your king on the other side of the board. And now with this king side hanging, that's super hard to achieve. I think the tables have turned. And David, you pointed out that Denis Lazavik, he's super good with technique. You know, when positions are super chaotic, super messy is when Denis really thrives. And I think we're seeing those kind of endgames emerge right now. It might be trouble for Fabi.
Yeah, he might be 16, but he plays like a 60-year-old. It's all about stabilizing, control, and then he'll outmaneuver his opponents later. And, OK, he's snapped off a pawn. Yes, the white b pawn has reached b7, but it will not go any further. Suddenly, look out for black's g-pawn rolling.
Time.
And Denis is up on the clock now.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Fabi's only got a minute 40 left, and knight c5. Is he able to defend that b pawn? And this is, oh my words. He's trying a tactic.
You can just take the rook. You can just take the rook.
Oh, wow. David, bishop b5 is a check. We've got to show that.
Oh, wow.
Maybe he'll play it. He needs to find this Denis Lazavik. Fabiano has blundered, but it wasn't winning any longer. He had to gamble. This is the gamble he's taking. But white is not even threatening to make a new queen if the white rook is off the board. Black bishop will come back and take on e5. And
he doesn't find it. He misses it. He misses knight takes e6. He would have won the game on the spot.
And it's a turnaround potentially yet again. Fabiano gets the win himself there.
The bar is going a little bit crazy there.
Wow.
It's back. This is crazy, the tension. But look at the time. I think it's going to come down to that clock as well.
Let's just quickly show here, Denis Lazavik could have clinched it on the spot by taking this rook off the board. And after the knight is recaptured, when white makes a new queen, when it does become a queen, after bishop takes pawn, this is a double attack, a fork, and the queen would fall, black would win. Instead, look at what we're left with now.
Wow.
The game, if we catch up with it, it's bishop and knight and pawn against the queen.
What
Actually,
is this?
Fabiano could have won earlier, but Suddenly, this might be a draw.
You know, I've had this position before.
You've had this.
Well, not this exact
Wow.
position, but I've had this kind of concoction. Bishop and knight against the pawn. I couldn't win it.
It's probably a draw because you can't get the king in, right? So, yeah.
But there are all these certain setups where black's king is on h8, the bishop is on g7, and I think the knight is around that king. There's no way for white to actually make progress there. And you can set up a fortress. But with just under a minute, no increment, no one cares about a fortress here because you're going to play till you flag your opponent.
It's just on the clock, right? I mean, this is it. You just got to keep an eye on the clock now, and they're both under a minute, right? By looks.
Wait 1 second. If you can't make any progress, you can't claim a draw, right? In Armageddon.
Nah.
One of them is going to get flagged.
No claiming draws.
Ooh.
I think this is supposed to be a technical win, but it takes 200 moves or something. This is one of those weird endings where you're right. The knight needs to go to that square. And does black know how to defend it? Looks like he's putting the knight on the right square.
I don't know. I think
it's on the knight square.
It's going to be a miracle, though, with 30 seconds to hold off the white queen for 50 moves.
Yeah.
You need a lot of luck and a lot of skill, a lot of mouse speed.
30 seconds. What a crazy Armageddon this has been.
Yeah.
He's one move away from winning. And again, it came down to these tactics, but that was a really simple tactics for Dennis to miss.
With 1.5 minutes on the clock, you would bank on him finding that. You would bet everything on him finding that. But no, he didn't. And he now needs to defend this. Still holding off, defending really well, but 20 seconds.
It's, I mean, 50 moves as well. That's probably the nearest to a draw you can get here.
Hang on a second. The game will automatically finish, right?
It will, yeah.
After 50 moves.
After 50 moves. But what's the time?
15 seconds. He has to not defend the board. He has to defend the clock right now.
Yeah, but he's so good at bullet chess, isn't he? So he should be okay here on time.
But it's all about the pre-moves. And the last capture was on move 76. So he needs to survive without losing a piece to move 126 here, Denis Lazavik.
Another 20 moves, that is, David. We're at move 106 right now.
10 seconds left, though, to do that. I mean, it's not a lot of time.
7.
And he's speeding up.
He has to pre-move. 126 is the magic number for Denis Lazavik.
15 moves away, but he's about to get checkmated.
Queen A2 is coming up. He loses the bishop.
No, he's got to wait another 50 moves, which is not going to happen here. And I think Fabi's done it. Unbelievable. This is crazy, right?
There we go. Fabiano takes the win. He was winning on the board. He also won on the clock, and relief on his face.
Fabi reacts. That was definitely a relief on Fabi's face. What an Armageddon that was. Denis Lazavik, one move away from winning after a big blunder, but a blind spot by both these players. A huge miss and a big flagging fight that turned out to be. David, you've got to take us through the big moment in the game.
Oof, there was just one big moment. Fabiano had let the win slip, but he gambled, and that gamble eventually paid off. But it was this moment. It should be a draw now, this position. Fabiano said, OK, I'm just going to go all in. I'm going to push this pawn forward. If you do not find this move, knight takes rook, then actually white is going to be winning. And just to show that again, knight takes rook would have won, whether white queens and allows bishop takes pawn, or whether white takes this knight first. Same result. Black is simply winning here. Black will pick up the queen and game over. Instead, Denis missed this with 1.5 minutes on his clock. He played knight back to d7, and Fabiano could have clinched it on the spot pretty much if he had taken this pawn with his rook and deflected the white knight. We would have got the same endgame, but white keeping an extra pawn. Instead, we saw queen versus bishop, knight and pawn, and eventually, finally, with seconds to spare, Fabiano did get the win.
An absolute roller coaster of an Armageddon. Let's take a look at our scoreline for the winners' quarterfinals. This is day one of the Julius Baer Generation Cup, and what amazing action we've had with 3 matches wrapping up in just 3 games. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Alireza Firouzja stay on in the winners' bracket, and as does Fabiano Caruana after a very, very dramatic Armageddon there, which could have gone either ways. And we do have Fabi joining us. Fabi, what a crazy finish to that match, and how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it was it was such a crazy game, and yeah, I'm still trying to get my heart rate down a little bit. Also, I there was just one moment when the game is over. I mean, of course, I was completely winning at some point in the game. I blundered queen e8. I just didn't even see he has this move. I thought game's over after queen h8. And then, of course, he could have taken on... he could have just taken my rook. when I played e5. I mean, he has bishop takes e5 with check, and I resign. So I was I even had my mouse on the resign button at this moment. But then yeah, he gave me another chance, and I wasn't making progress. But of course, with no increment, it's pretty much impossible to defend against the queen.
Did you spot knight e6 as soon as you played e5? What happened there?
Yeah, I saw it as soon as I played e5. Otherwise, I probably would have played d6. I didn't play d6 because I thought knight b7, rook e7, I win the knight, but he has bishop and pawn, and I'll never win this, most likely. But of course, it's better than resigning immediately after e5. But somehow, yeah, just some, in these games, with these split-second decisions, sometimes a mistake ends up working out for you. So there's always an element of luck. So even though e5 was, of course, a terrible mistake, it probably ended up winning me the game. And that's sometimes how these things turn out. So, of course, it is kind of a miraculous win for me. On the other hand, I did feel like I was outplaying him very cleanly, and then suddenly I missed queen e8, and I have to work all over again to win the position, which was certainly winning before I played queen h8. And I have to say that he's very, very resilient. He's really holding on, even in the most difficult situations. So definitely a very, very tough opponent.
And Fabiano, this is the Generation Cup. What do you make of 16-year-old Denis Lazavik's chances of making it to the very top of world chess?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with his play. I do think he's very impressive, but it's only really based off of this match that I have some experience with him. So maybe it's too early to say in general, and also I probably wouldn't be the best person to ask, but certainly he has a bright future.
And Fabi, just coming back to the match again, in Game 3, Denis won and took the lead. Game 4, you made a very important and it was an awesome game to watch. You made your comeback. How did you get ready for Game 4? How did you make that switch with your mindset?
Okay, I didn't really get ready too much. I mean, I've been in this situation quite often recently that I have to win a game on demand, so I managed to find a way to stay calm in these situations. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But it's not an unusual situation, so I don't really panic when I get into it. And yeah, I felt like this was similar to, let's say, my match against Artemiev earlier this year in the Champions Chess Tour, where I was also in a must-win situation. I've had this against Magnus, against Wesley, also in the World Cup twice. Twice against Prague when I didn't manage, and also against in the last match I played. I did kind of manage against the Basov in a classical game. So it's 50-50. Sometimes you manage, sometimes you don't.
And Fabiano, as far as I can work out, I think you've played maybe the most games out of anyone in world chess over the last month. How are your energy levels feeling?
Well, I don't know, because there's this other player called Hans Niemann who plays pretty much every single day, and sometimes he plays more than 30 games a month. So I'm not sure I'm catching up quite to him, but I have been really, really active recently, and yeah, okay, my energy levels are a bit up and down. After the World Cup, they were pretty much at the bottom, and I was traveling yesterday, so I got back around 7 p.m. and I played 10 a.m. my time this morning. So at least I had a little bit of time to sleep. I managed to sleep like 10 hours, which was unusual when you're jet lagged. So I wasn't feeling too tired or anything, but of course it is nice I am looking forward to getting some rest whenever I do get it.
And Fabi, speaking of Hans, with Chess.com's statement about him coming back into competitive play, and I know that this is a topic that you have covered on your C-Squared podcast. Just wanted to get your views and thoughts on perhaps even seeing him in the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Hans again. I haven't played him since the U.S. Championship, and we were playing quite a bit online in the Rapid Chess Championship when it was happening last year, and in Title Tuesday and so on. So personally, I'm happy to see him back. I don't really know the details of what went down, but yeah, I think it's good for chess overall when all the most interesting and also strongest players in the world are playing.
It's really nice to hear. And Fabi, we are getting a confirmation that you are playing Magnus tomorrow in the winners semi-final. So looking ahead at that match, your thoughts?
Well, I'm happy to be there because, of course, I could have been in the losers bracket after this match very, very easily. So I'm happy to be playing Magnus again. And it's sort of like, I think I've usually managed up in Magnus's side of the bracket. So we were supposed to play, or like we were kind of slated to play in this second event, but we didn't because Artemiev beat Magnus. And then we did play in the one previous to this. And Magnus beat me 2.5, 1.5. So I'm hoping to get some revenge. Of course, I don't expect it to be easy. Of course, playing Magnus is always a colossal struggle, but hopefully I'll be up to the task.
We're really excited about the matchup as well. Fabi, we wish you all the best. And once again, a big congratulations, not just for today, but also for your amazing performance, month-long, qualifying for the candidates, third at the World Cup, and of course in Dusseldorf. What a run you had. It's been awesome to watch you play.
Thank you, Tanya.
Fabiano Caruana will be taking on Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. That is a big matchup that we're all excited about. And this was the big matchup today. Denis Lazavik almost did it. He took the lead, winning that third game. And in the Armageddon, as Fabi said it himself, knight takes e6 would have changed the storyline. But it was Fabiano Caruana who reigned supreme in the end, taking the match in the Armageddon. Let's take a look at our quarterfinals bracket, and there we have it. Magnus plays against Fabi in the winners semi-finals, and Wesley So will be playing against Alireza Firouzja. Two very exciting matchups, but before that we will have the losers round one, and they are on their last lives. Two players will be eliminated tomorrow. It is Nodirbek taking on Elyanov, and Denis Lazavik against Armin Tabatabai. Simon, what a day of chess we've had. Such intense action. What was the big highlight for you?
The Armageddon game. I mean, that was so exciting. I mean, that e5. I don't know if he knew it was a bluff or he realized it was a bluff. But then even after that e5 move, it was very hard to predict who was going to go through. So very exciting Armageddon game there.
Yeah, I was super excited by that, But if it hadn't been for that, I would have said actually everyone winning in 3 games. I mean, how often do you see that? I would expect much more matches to finish in the final stages in the Armageddon.
Yeah, and the Armageddon was exciting, but we shouldn't forget that some of the favourites, including Magnus Carlsen, Firouzja, Wesley So, they started with a bang. And I mean, those semi-finals tomorrow, so juicy. And of course, yeah, just a great start to the tournament.
It really has set the tone for all the drama that is coming up in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Day 2 promises to be super exciting with the matchups, and what a day of chess we've had. So many incredible games and highlights all along, and it wasn't just in Division 1. Big matchups and big results in Division 2 as well. Levon Aronian, who is fighting for those very critical tour points, did take down Rauf Mamedov. It's a big fight in Division 2, David, especially for that ticket into Division 1 of the next event.
That's right. So all of those who did win in this first round, in the round of 16, they will be confident that they can go far, bank those points for Aronian, Fedoseev, Nepomniachtchi, actually Serrano as well, who's doing pretty decently on the tour standings. This was a big day.
A big day, and the action is just getting started. We also had a lot of action on Twitter with all of you sending us your answers to our trivia of the day, which was Magnus is only the second player to win the FIDE World Cup as the #1 seed. Who was the other player? And we do have a winner, but before that, let's take a look at David and Simon revealing the answer.
Okay, so my answer is Aronian.
And you, David?
Boris Gelfand.
That's
Gelfand.
The correct answer. And you know what year?
Oh, shit. 2000 and... Shit, no. 9.
Correct.
Yes!
You're too good at this, yeah? How can he know that?
Such a teacher's pet.
How can he know that?
Well done there, David, with that answer. 2009, Boris Gelfand, the only other player apart from Magnus who was seeded #1 and who won the World Cup. He went on to play the World Championship match against Vishwanathan Anand in 2012. And this is our winner of the day. It is Adam Cornelius. A huge congratulations from all of us in the studio. You got this one right, and you do win the Airthings device right here. This one is coming your way, and it's going to be a lot of fun in the Julius Baer Generation Cup as the action continues. Guys, this has been a fantastic day. So much drama with 3 match wins with just 3 games, and then the incredible Fabi Armageddon against Denis Lazavik, and we're just getting started. We will be back with Day 2 action. We'll see you same time, same place.
Will he play it?
This is all I
knew it was going to happen. It's going to be checkmate.
It's over.
I don't think he saw that move, did he?
Yeah, his expression there.
99 problems and a bishop is one, definitely, yeah.
So Fabiano takes the win. He was winning on the board. He also won on the clock, and relief on his face.
luck.